apple slices, peanut butter toast, breakfast of champions. Hey, happy Saturday to you. How you doing? User 7615021531. Some of these usernames, they must be auto-generated by TikTok. How you doing, everybody? Happy Saturday. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. A lot of people keep asking me, like, where did you go, man? What happened? I couldn't maintain that schedule because of other work I had to do. Yeah, we'll talk about that today, Magic. I mean, the word that keeps coming to mind for me is just depraved. There's no other word I can think to describe it. Barbaric and depraved. Wow. Yeah, not cool. We'll talk about that. We're going to talk about some very interesting issues today, not just Israel-Palestine. There's a lot of subjects. There are a lot of subjects that I love talking about that are contentious. And I think everyone in the audience might have different points of view based on their political and religious beliefs. Hi, Murat. How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, I agree. It's we're going to talk about that. I have a Telegram channel that comes to my phone directly from the ground, obviously, like many of you may. It's called Eye on Palestine. And you get immediate updates when things happen. And in the last 24 hours, hold on, Ruby. Hold on, baby. She may want to go outside, so I may have to go out there and take her out. But it's just... The more you see, and then of course you hear the Israelis saying this, I'm going to talk about all of it. Just want to let some people filter in. Hello, Green Genesis. One green. You double your name. I like that, so nobody can forget it. If they read the first part and they forget it, they can read the second part. Linda, Chad is close, but not quite. It's Chip, but that's close. That's close enough, probably with the CH part. Thank you for getting that part right. I've been called, as I like to say, I've been called way worse. I get that frequently from the pro-Israel crowd. And I keep getting criticized, like, why do you focus on Israel so much? There's all these other conflicts in the world. Because, first of all, it's in everybody's face, obviously. But I think there's a special sort of evil that the Israelis embody. Not the people, of course, the government and the military. The people are just normal people like any other country. Except I do take issue with those who sort of unwittingly support one side and don't take an objective look at both. But again, not everybody can do that. Hello, Efron. No, AIPAC can't be shut down because somebody's asking, should AIPAC be shut down because of interference from foreign? They're considered a domestic lobbying agency. Back in the early 60s, when they were trying to solidify themselves in the American political system, Kennedy was trying to stop them from able to register as a domestic lobbying entity, which was a big deal because, one, you don't have to disclose your funding sources, and two, you're not required to register as a foreign agent. So you're able to do things you cannot do, like the Chinese government, for example. They have to register as a foreign agent. So AIPAC is allowed to do what they do legally, even though ethically it is, and again, it depends on which side you're on, is beyond the pale, in my opinion. We've talked about this at length. We talk about the fact that there's an undue influence for a very small subset of people in a country that's inordinately fought for and that benefits from U.S. policy that's like no other. And people say it's like hey, Angela, people say it's like the special relationship. I think it's especially bad, in my opinion. But just to let you know, a little bit of outline for today, and hopefully some other people will filter in. Ruby, hold on, baby. Hey, get on your bed. Get on your bed. She's going to keep whining. She wants to go outside because it's a pretty nice day out. I don't blame her. So, the whole thing is such a mess. But again, it gets so much deeper than that. American domestic politics are influenced by so many factors, from big money, big business, it's corporate. It's a corporate takeover / national security state, special interest groups. And unfortunately, as much as people would like to believe so, you see all these TikTok lives where you have people that are, Trump's going to save us. If you don't vote Biden, you're going to let the evil guy in with the orange hair. It's all so silly. But we are going to talk about one issue today where it does apply, which I think is an important issue. In fact, especially from a women's point of view. I don't think we talk about it enough. I think we focus too much on men, obviously. And we don't want to go overboard. Obviously, we don't want to constantly be whining. I don't want to be a male feminist or whatever. But I do advocate for women to have equality as well as have access to things that they want in their lives. That, as my mom would say, certain things, if men were like women in some regards, it would be a constitutional amendment to allow them to do certain things. So we're going to talk about that issue. Kamala Harris was in the news. She just talked about a healthcare crisis, and she's referring to Planned Parenthood. And we're going to talk about Bernie Sanders has proposed a 30-hour work week, and other members of different unions have sort of given their seal of approval to that. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Angela says Trump says he will enforce militia if anyone protests anything. I don't think that's true. I don't. You got to remember, Donald Trump is a first and foremost an entertainer. He's a very effective communicator. He's very divisive, obviously, but he knows how to cater to a crowd. Lock her up. When he got into office, he didn't try to lock up Hillary Clinton, right? So, and by the way, my name is Chip. So if you could be so kind as refer to me as my name, not that other forms. So anybody who does that is just going to be not able to contribute to the conversation. Please contribute to the conversation. Don't detract from it. But anyway, thank you, Abu, for sharing your point of view. So yeah, we're going to talk about that, the 30-hour work week. If anybody believes that's a good thing, I guarantee you it's not going to get passed. Because corporate America will never stand for that, at least not at this point in history. Yeah, I mean, if you work a job that's less than 30 hours a week and you get used to it, it's hard to go back to the grind. And I think everyone's starting to question that now. Hello from Ireland, John. Welcome. Yeah, well, listen, I wouldn't describe the motive for AIPAC solely to try to take out TikTok. Someone named Alex just said AIPAC is trying to ban TikTok. What can we do about it? Well, if you look behind the curtain, there's a lot of money involved in TikTok, right? These social media platforms are tremendously financially lucrative in their reach. TikTok has 170 million or so users in the United States, which is the biggest consumer economy in the world. China's catching up quickly. But the reach of 170 million users, to establish that on another platform, first of all, it's by leaps and bounds the biggest one. So there are economic considerations like there are in most situations. So if you're a company and you have very little investment opportunity and a big piece of pie you want access to, we saw, I don't know if you saw the announcement, but former Secretary of the Treasury, Steve Mnuchin, he announced, he's a big private equity guy, one of these rich, guys. Yes, he happens to be Jewish, and he probably supports Zionism and he supports the state of Israel, I gather. So you can ascribe motive there if you want to. But I really think it comes down to money more than anything. Now, as an added bonus, by controlling the app, they get to do things that they otherwise probably couldn't do in totality right now. But I think it's always more than one. Usually it's and when it comes to these issues, not just either or. So, hopefully, imagine forcing an American company to sell itself to China, an app. Just put yourself in that for a second. I mean, when you turn the tables on a lot of these issues and you say it that way, it sounds like no way, of course. So it's always interesting how one side can view something as reasonable, but when you actually flip the script, it's an unthinkable proposition, right? Like, for example, what if Russia or China negotiated a military agreement with southern Canada? And we're going to reinforce the local troops in Canada with Russian money and Russian military expertise and Russian targeting systems and even non-uniformed Russian soldiers. Do you think for 1 second the U.S. would put up with that? Of course not. So why should Russia, a nuclear-armed superpower, have to put up with the U.S. arming the neighbor directly to their west, through whom all the major attacks that have ever happened in Russia's history has come through? I mean, just, again, flip the script. So, yeah, you can make the argument that it's a sovereign nation and they can make their own choices, but look at Canada. They're a sovereign nation. Would you like to have Chinese or Russian-trained troops and missiles across the border if you lived in Detroit, Michigan? I don't think so. And the U.S. government would never stand for it. So again, just when you flip the script and say something, just try that in your head. Something like that's a very interesting exercise to do. Now, I want to share something personal, first and foremost, because I'm always trying to be 100% with everybody. I've been doing some trading. I think you all know that I've been trying to work on that. I had a big loss yesterday. I mean, a much bigger than usual. I took a risk and it didn't work out, which is ill-advised. I think a lot of traders do this in their trading journey, but the emotional hit you take when you take a big loss is like, it's hard to describe. It's kind of devastating. So I've been spending, this has just happened yesterday morning. So I'm still within the first 24 hours of dealing with the impact of that. So do me a favor and just go easy on me today because I'm not in my best mindset. I'm still kind of reeling from my stupidity, I guess you'd say. Anyway, it happens and it's part of life. You know, you bounce back. Time heals everything, but it's a kick in the teeth when you screw up like that. For those of you who don't know, I bought some AMD. AMD had a big day yesterday in terms of its open. It bounced off of its support level. And instead of just buying something and holding on to it in a smaller size, I tried to play a shorter trade with more size. And it actually went in my direction. I just got in at the wrong moment. If I would have waited 5 minutes and gotten in, it would have been perfect. So anyway, the bottom line is it's a very challenging thing to do emotionally. And so what I'm going to go back to, just so you know, I'm going to go back to what's called simulated trading and just practice trading with smaller size until I can build up a body of work. I don't want to tell the exact amount. Percentage-wise on my account, it was about 11%, which is a big amount. You're not supposed to lose more than 1% at any particular trade. So I lost about 10 times what my normal risk should have been, put it that way. So it's not insurmountable. It's not the end of the world, but it was a very devastating, you know, it's hard to, I mean, emotions are crazy, right? I mean, whenever we experience loss, whether it's, human loss or financial loss or whatever the case may be, it has an impact, right? Especially when it's unexpected. Don't apologize. It's my own fault. I think the major thing that in anything in life is taking responsibility, right? If I actually say to myself all the time, this is something I repeat. I just say I am responsible. It goes for anything, and that means instead of wallowing in my pity for whatever the thing may be, I just have to kind of shrug that. The other thing to do is perspective-wise. I mean, I've been in the first Gulf War, which is no fun to be in a war zone. You don't have access to anything you normally have access to, and it's dangerous. And I've also been in jail. So I always like to say, well, if you're not in jail and you're not in war, it's actually not a bad day. And the other thing is, if you think about the horror that the people of Gaza are going through right now, and in the West Bank, our problems are minuscule. Any of the trials we go through are just, absurdly minuscule compared to what's happening there. So yeah, I think all traders do this at one point. They size up too much and they try to be greedy and then they pay the price. It's just, trading is it's like the emotional Olympics. It's the best way I can put it. And the people that get good at it have done it long enough that they've just, they've gotten over that part of they've learned to manage that part of their process. So anyway, but getting back to the topics of the day. So we are going to talk about some things that have been happening in Gaza, some pretty bad things. We're going to be talking about that 30-hour work week. Hopefully we can get some people up on the panel who want to share their views. We're going to be talking about women's health care, women's right to reproductive health care in the United States. If you don't know, it's changed dramatically in during the Trump administration. One of the long-standing laws of the land, which was a court case called Roe v. Wade, was adjudicated in the 1970s that gave women the right in all 50 states under federal law to seek reproductive health care, access to legal abortion. And that was struck down as the court changed under the Trump. He appointed 3 Supreme Court justices, all of whom were very conservative, and they struck down that court case. And so now women in many states, because it's all state law now, can't get access to it. So if they're poor and they don't have money to travel, and they have an unwanted pregnancy, they can't make a choice. They're stuck. And some people will say, well, hey, you shouldn't have gotten pregnant, right? You'll make that argument. Fair enough. But, I don't know. I mean, I've never had that experience myself. I'm a man. I'm imagining it's a very emotional and difficult decision to make for a woman, because we all have mixed feelings, right, about that, because even a woman who doesn't want to carry a pregnancy to term has to feel some guilt and shame about it. At least I think most would. So anyway, Jimmy says, excellent news. I don't know if you're referring to what I just said. But I think it's easy for men who don't go through that experience. We can't, obviously, unless you're trans. I guess that's a whole other topic. But it's easy for men to sort of cavalierly thrust it away and say, oh, well, whatever, it shouldn't be this or that. But, since we don't go through the experience of it, I don't know how anybody here feels. Some people feel very strongly about the right to life, that the unborn have equal rights to the living or those outside the womb. What happened to the accountability you were just talking about, Jen? I'm not sure what you mean, Jen. I just talked about the fact that I screwed up trading, and then I just talked about owning that. That's what I was talking about. In this case, this is a whole different issue where if I was female, I would think this. I think that would be my point of view. Who are these older, mostly white men to tell me in my life what to do? Why do they get to have that decision-making power over us women? There are plenty of women who don't agree with it, right? But, I don't know. I'd like to see how people think. It's got to be traumatic to do it. So I'm just curious to hear how people think. Amanda, I don't know what you're talking about. You keep saying the word accountability, but I'm not sure to what you're referencing that. So if you want to clarify, you can, but without that, I'm having a hard time kind of trying to figure out what you're saying. Am I promoting unaliving beings? I'm not promoting anything. I'm talking about the sense of what it must be like as a woman to work around this issue. And if I were female, how I might feel. That's all I'm saying. I'm being very clear that I think both people have strong feelings on both sides. Me personally as a man, just as from where I think, I'm of the mindset, and you may disagree, which is fine, that, I'm for human beings. I want everybody to be happy and healthy and prosperous and peaceful and all those things. Why wouldn't I? And then I think it's the same thing as the Israel-Palestine issue. And other people don't see it this way. This is how I see it. This is just my take. I'm not saying I'm right and you're wrong or vice versa. It's just a take. I believe that the human experiment, if you study it carefully and you look at the human population from, let's say, 1500 to present, it's exploded. There's no denying that. We were less than 1 billion people about maybe 1,000 years ago. We were like 850 million human beings on the planet, which was regulated by natural systems. The lack of abundant calories and the lack of disease control and medical care and technology, blah, blah, blah. And if you look at what's happened with the advent of farming, harnessing the domestication of plants and animals about 5,000, 10,000 years ago. And then, of course, the fossil fuel, that changed everything. So the population has gone like a hockey stick. It's gone like this. It's gone from less than 1 billion to 8 billion in like 150 years, 200 years. That's unheard of. So for that reason alone, I believe that is not good, because what normally happens with stuff that goes straight up is it comes crashing straight back down. So if you're for humanity, which I am, you're for not being, I don't want to be there being tremendous suffering. And my belief is, and this is based on reading other authors who have a lot more experience studying this than I do, that because of the complexity of our societies, if you read, there's all sorts of books like by Joseph Tainter who talk about previous human civilizations that go through this same process. And they all go through the same thing. The more complex they get, not corrupt, sorry, the greater they are, the greater likelihood is they fail. And we're the most complicated civilization that's ever existed in human history. So I don't know exactly how you do it. It's a very sensitive subject. So also for ecological reasons, I think it's really, it's irresponsible for any species. And I know it's not necessarily something that's planned out, but it is the result of what's happened, right? That's what's happened so far. We have 8 billion plus people and counting. So, I don't know how you curb it. I think the only way to curb it is involuntarily, unfortunately. It's going to be a terrible reckoning. But that to me, in terms of filtering into that view, just to let you know, just for that view alone, I believe it's fair when people want to practice family planning and it doesn't happen on the front end. It happening on the back end is not completely unthinkably outrageous. And the other thing I think about foundationally, which again, it's not about me, it's just what I'm sharing with you, what I believe. I don't believe that human life is sacred. Not that I don't think it's important. Not that I want to see any human die. It's not about that. I just look at things from a whole. And there's a diagram that I have. I used to share it on Twitter. And it shows, normally there's a hierarchy with human beings at the top and then all the other beings below humans. And I disagree with that. I look at it as a circle, and it's just all part of this big interconnected system of things going on. And then I've had somebody say to me, "What is my daughter no better than a cat or a dog?" And my answer to that would be, I know this sounds blunt, but my answer is absolutely, they're just different. I don't use better or worse in terms of describing. You may say capability wise, maybe a person can do more creative things or solve problems or have more awareness than other beings. But like I say, we can't, most humans, no way, can traverse 1,200 miles in the ocean without some sort of guidance equipment. But whales and dolphins can do that. There are different things that different beings, my dog, not my dog, the dog with whom I live and care for, can smell things from like 3 miles away that I could never dream of smelling. She can pick up the scent of a deer and then just track it. I could never do that. So these are just different capabilities. So I just believe that everybody's part of this big system. We're part of this ecological web we call the biosphere. And a lot of people think that's crazy. Like if you believe in one of the Abrahamic religions, then you probably believe that your deity created man, woman, humans, and that everything flows from that, and to go forth and multiply and to use the resources that God gave humans to humans' benefit. You may believe that. I don't believe that. I can't say for sure or dismiss other people's beliefs because I think that's arrogant too, right? I try to be fair, but I don't have any evidence to corroborate that. So I can't get my head around it. But I do see what I see out in the world, and I see roads and bridges and pollution and consumption and short-sightedness. I see all these things, and yeah, they provide benefits in the short run to people like you and I. But, and there's always a but, at what cost? And are we being smart in the short run, doing things that benefit us and create productivity and create comfort, convenience, all the stuff that we enjoy, which I enjoy like anybody, right? Why wouldn't you? Is it going to come at a cost that's going to be eventually to our own detriment? And if you think about it this way, if it's coming to the detriment of humans, which we're mammals, all other mammalian species are probably going to be caught up on the bad end of whatever those cataclysmic changes are. So, yeah, somebody says you don't need evidence, just faith. Exactly. That's my point. So if somebody said to me, yeah, Sky Daddy, that's a great name. If somebody said to you, hey, I know this is happening, just believe it. Just have faith that what I'm telling you is accurate. You might say, well, wait a second, like, how can I just have faith that what you're saying is true without anything to corroborate it? Now, that may be the way you apply to one thing, but if you're applying that standard, which is what I try to do, I try to apply the same standard to everything that I come in contact with, and maybe I just can't comprehend whatever you can comprehend, and I'm happy for other people that can do it. I've mentioned that I think people who are able to submit themselves to something else or just have faith in it, that they have a certain way of being that seems more calm, sort of on autopilot, kind of peaceful. And I envy that. But I also can't inauthentically embrace something just because others appear to have it in their life. That's the point that I make. And I'm not saying I'm right. I'm probably in the vast minority. And I know in America, if you say you don't believe in God, you can't get elected to the United States Congress, probably not even to state positions, because so many people in the voting electorate have faith-based beliefs. So I know those go together with the previous topic. People who believe in, the sanctity of human life and the supremacy of humans and whatever that God gave, whatever, that to not allow a child to develop, to prematurely terminate a pregnancy is anathema, unthinkable. It's a sin. It's beyond that. It's some people call it murder. Right? I understand that point of view, just like I understand the Israeli point of view. And I'm not equating, murder. What I'm saying is I understand point of views I don't agree with. I just disagree because if I were a woman and I had a very difficult life circumstance where somebody had maybe assaulted me, or my life was in danger, or I just didn't have a situation in life where I was economically situated to be able to do anything, and adoption wasn't a decent option, or whatever it may be. It's not my place to decide for another person what works for them on anything. So that's where I come down. I can understand the other point of view. I'm not angry at anybody for feeling the other way about it. And hopefully you're not angry at me. Somebody earlier said, are you promoting the unaliving of unborn children? No, I'm not promoting it at all. Somebody says, dude, no, that's going to Kublai Khan. What did Kublai Khan say that got everybody upset? Anyway, in the comments, obviously, if somebody disagrees with somebody about any issue, the best thing to do is just say why. A lot of times what people will do, unfortunately, is they'll say something disparaging about the other person. If that's what happened here with Kublai. I know Kublai is an incredibly smart person, very well read, very well spoken, and I don't think he usually goes there, but if somebody did, just, let's be kind to each other. Hopefully you'll be kind to me, even though you may completely disagree with me. That's fine. In fact, come up and talk about it. My point of view may change based on what you share with me. That's the great thing about this platform, is that we can learn from each other, we can interact with each other, and there's no monopoly on truth, right, or correctness, or, none of us are a beacon of everything, right? That's what we give to our greater powers. And in terms of what my greater powers, you may be wondering, well, what do you believe in then? What I believe in is probably very similar to what the Native Americans that I understand that they believed in. They assigned a spirit to everything was an entity or had its own entity-like properties, had its own value. So the mountain had value, the tree had value, the buffalo had value, the elders of their community had value. They were thankful for the minimal taking of what they needed for their survival. That's more my mindset. Not exactly, obviously, because I don't live in the circumstances or the way they lived. But the movie Dances with Wolves is one of my favorite movies. And if you've never seen that movie, Kevin Costner was an injured member of the army, and he gets taken in and gets nursed back to health by an Indian tribe, and then he becomes part of them, and watches as the soldiers, for no reason at all, start shooting buffalo or shooting wolves or whatever. And he just realizes how incredibly ridiculous Western culture can be in terms of its cruelty and barbarism and indifference to suffering. And so that's why I like that movie. And I can understand why people, again, disagree with me. They say that I'm a snowflake or I'm idealistic or whatever. I just don't like people that are mean and indifferent to the suffering of any other form of life. I think that's pretty shitty. So anyway, but I know it's a movie. It's just a movie. Real life is what it is. But there's something about conquest and that mindset that drives that behavior that I don't want anything to do with. I want to leave other people alone. I don't want to take your stuff. I don't want to harm you or your people to get more from me. I don't want your land. I'm okay with just being. And then I don't want anybody doing that to me. Somebody keeps saying Slava Ukraini. I want to first compliment the brave military of Ukraine for trying to accomplish the goals that are set out for it. They've been put in a very difficult situation from the beginning. I also want to share that there were opportunities, not to shift gears too dramatically, there were many opportunities in the beginning of this conflict, within weeks of it starting, for there to be a peaceful resolution, for it to have stopped. Just like there were possibilities under Minsk I and Minsk II. We don't have to get into every detail, but you can look that up on YouTube. Or whatever, you can go to Google. But unfortunately, the West scuttled the chance for peace because they had their objectives in mind that ended up leaving the Ukrainian military to continue a fight that wasn't absolutely necessary, because the Russians weren't going to continue their onslaught if they had a political and peaceful resolution to their concerns. This Western talking point of that Putin's this barbarian who wants to reestablish the Soviet Union, he has imperial designs on all of Europe, it's all bullshit. Now, he did attack Ukraine, which is a sovereign nation to his west, and that's obviously a crime under international law. You can't just preemptively attack somebody. I agree with that, and I think war is horrible. But as Professor John Mearsheimer said, we're talking about the large, big politics, big pressure politics. And as the U.S. wouldn't allow the Mexican government to set up shop with China on the U.S. border with arms and stuff, nor would they allow the Canadians. Well, why should the Russians allow the U.S. and NATO to set up shop in the country that borders Russia, with a huge border that's accessible for land invasion and missiles to reach Moscow or St. Petersburg within 5 or 6 minutes? I don't blame them for that, but I don't like the war. So I don't say Slava Ukraini, and the main reason I don't say that is because of the relationship. I'm sure we've all heard this term, neo-Yahtzee. If you don't know, the U.S. would say to its people, there could not be any neo-Yazis in Ukraine because Zelensky, the president, is Jewish. Now, if you believe that, you're in a different place than me. So the bottom line with that, from me, my point of view, is just like the attack that took place on the 7th. It's the same logical consistency. While I don't agree with it, and I abhor the civilian death, I understand the context within which it occurred. Not the propaganda systems that come out of Israel, not the propaganda systems that come out of the West and the U.S., but what really was going on that precipitated what happened. So that's where I am with that. And again, if you study Professor John Mearsheimer, listen to Scott Ritter, go on and watch the reports of Patrick Lancaster, who actually has relatives in the east of the country, who's been filming on the ground since the beginning as a correspondent. I was hearing news stories in the Western press of what had happened in a bombing, and Patrick Lancaster was sitting there with his camera filming it, and it was the exact opposite of what was being reported in the Western press. Audio producer, if you can please stop spamming. You've said the same thing about 15 times. I don't want to mute you or block you. But we got your point. You're pro-Ukraine. Gotcha. How do I feel about liberal Americans who support Israel without knowing what's really going on? It's very similar to other things. Remember that most people are not bad people. They're just misled. So if they have a position on something where they don't know all the facts, they're going to have a point of view which reflects their not having all the facts. So it's unfair to get mad at somebody when they say something that you know is, obviously a take that you couldn't possibly agree upon because of what you've learned. But remember, they haven't probably learned what you've learned. So the point is, all right, audio, I try to be nice. I got to have to take that out of the mix here. Tell you what, I'll give you 5 minutes. If you decide you're going to keep doing it after 5 minutes, then we'll keep it for the whole show. So the bottom line is, it's hard, in fairness, like anything in life. Let's say if you look back 5 years or even 5 months from where you are today, are there things you've since learned that you didn't know 5 months ago? And I think most of us have. If that's you, and somebody else hasn't traversed the terrain that you have, how can we fault them for not having traversed that terrain? The best thing for us to do is to say, yeah, I get that. You sound a lot like what I used to think, or my friend Joe, or whatever you want to say it as. Here's what I ran into that changed the way I think about this. I hope it's something you'll take a look at, because I think it's important for us to know the truth before we make a final determination, or something like that. But I try not to give people a hard time who just don't know, because it's not their fault. The propaganda systems that are put forth purposely in Israel, and they're very good at it, let's face it, they hire armies of people to scour the internet, as we know from TikTok. I mean, I'm sure that I'm somewhere, not that I'm somebody important, but anybody with like more than 50,000 followers on TikTok, I'm sure that they try to find ways to limit their reach, to leave comments in their videos, to probably shadow ban them or whatever they do. I know they have armies of people that influence Wikipedia. Well, I mean, I'm not. Let's put it this way: the live broadcast. How about that? Somebody says the whole show. You're not a show. I consider what I do. I do a couple times a week. It's kind of like a show. I have guests on. I talk about stuff. I'm not sponsored like Piers Morgan is by BBC or whatever. I'm not some rich dude with a big contract, but I kind of have my own little show here. I like to think. But you can talk about it however you want, RK. I'll take whatever name you want to give it. A rose by any other name would smell just as good. So anyway, yeah, anybody can go into Wikipedia. Yeah, for those of you who trust Wikipedia, it has some stuff that's accurate, but it's also a tool of propaganda. And in fact, there's a great video, I don't know if you've seen it, Naftali Bennett, the former prime minister, before he was prime minister of Israel, he was running a program, a part of Hasbara, where they hire what they call auditors in the United States, Jewish Americans, in rooms like full of computers, like a data center, where they're literally going to Wikipedia on any issue they can find. They have a system that flags stuff, and they try to go in and rewrite stuff in ways that are more favorable to either Zionism or the state of Israel. That's unbelievable to me. That's how proactive these people are. I mean, give them credit. Well, Hannah, I know that Piers Morgan's a more established journalist. I'm not claiming to be anything. I'm a commentator, independent person, just a guy who was in the army, who tries to talk about stuff. I'm not claiming to be, like I told you, I'm a small fish. That's why I'm saying I'm not affected much by it. But there are other people that are bigger, like Quinn's bigger, and other people who speak out are targeted by these folks. But no, I mean, but call it what you want. I do live broadcasts. How about that? That's the accurate term on TikTok. There we go. Let's leave it at that. No big deal. But look at Norman Finkelstein, how he gets ruthlessly called a self-hating Jew. I was just watching, by the way, there's a great debate that was going on. I don't know if you ever follow Lex Friedman, his podcast. But what I was watching, this is what I do. This is the kind of stuff that I listen to. Because I listen to music sometimes, but mostly trying to learn. There was a great debate. It was Benny Morris, the Israeli historian. There was that guy, Destiny, Stephen Morell, I think his name is, who I can't stand, by the way. That guy just rubs me. It's like nails on a chalkboard. He and Ben Shapiro, man, I just want to... Anyway, and then Norman Finkelstein, and there was one other person who's a relatively well-known commentator on that. I forget his name right now. But it was good. And, everyone makes their points. And, the one thing that Benny Morris said, which I just have such a hard time with, is they claim that anytime a Palestinian civilian dies in Gaza, that it's all because of being used as a human shield, and that the Hamas wants them to die. I mean, that is just absurd to a third. Now, could it ever happen? Yeah, it could happen. I guess there could be situations where they have equipment in a building and they're trying to keep people there so they don't get targeted. But Israel targets them anyway. I don't give a shit about the Palestinians. If you don't know who Ben Destiny is, he plays video games, and he does streaming, and he has all these different conversations with people. He's a strange guy. He's smart. He's well-read. He's not stupid. But his style of conversation and interaction with people, I don't like it at all. So, yeah, and by the way, somebody just said, thank you, Hitomi. I appreciate that. Somebody says I'm one of the most fair, respectful, and honest TikTokers to his guests. I try to be. I think it's the best way to have dialogue. Anybody can yell and scream and talk past somebody and berate that's idiotic in my opinion. But to listen and to give people the platform, even if you can't stand their point of view. That guy Dapper, everyone was telling me, drop the guy. I don't like being called an anti-Semite by somebody who's, anytime they can't get past an argument, they just lean on that. I think that's kind of pathetic. I could call him a Jewish supremacist if I wanted to, just to say, well, you don't understand because you're just, that's personal attacks. That's bullshit. So you can criticize me. You can say that you don't like me, you don't like my points of view, but I think it's hard to criticize the way I try to carry myself on here and the way I try to be fair to others. I think that'd be kind of unfair. So, and I try to also moderate the comments in such a way where I don't let people kind of run roughshod. A lot of these lives, you get all this one-sided bullshit. And, people would probably blame me for being one-sided towards the Palestinian side. I'm really not. I take that side of the argument, not because I love Palestinians, although they seem to be very kind people, or because I don't like Jewish people or Israelis, although some of them seem to be pretty bitter and pretty mean-spirited, but it's because of what's being done by whom to whom. That's the only reason. And if it was flipped the other way, as I've done videos about and talked about here, I would be criticizing the Arab government doing this to Jewish people who had been involved in the same circumstances. But I still get told that I'm a rabid anti-Semite because I take the point of view I take. I think it's just bullshit, man. Yeah, so let's do this really quickly. I know that we're all here. It's about 40 minutes in. Thanks for being here, everybody. I really appreciate you spending some of your Saturday day or night with me. It's nice to have an audience to speak with. It's actually therapeutic for me to get some of this crap out of my head. Please tap on the screen to like. We have about 16,000 likes. We should probably be closer to 20,000 if we could. So if you don't mind, I'll do it too, by the way. I can do it too as the host. So I'll tap away. Amjad, thank you. I mean, I don't know exactly who I reach and how, but you should never, I think none of us should really discount, you never know when someone's having a really bad day or struggling in their life, and you might say something or be nice to somebody in a place where no one else is. And that's a gift we can give for free, right? And likewise, it can be the other way around. We can jump down somebody's throat who's having a bad day, and you don't know anything what's going on in their life, and you can put them over the edge where they feel like they're not worth living, right? So I think in the end, Everybody has their trials and tribulations, and it's important for us to try to support each other. Even those people who, listen, I would much rather bring in somebody, let's say somebody who's an ardent Zionist, but they're down on their luck, they've lost their job, they're homeless, they're on the street. I would help somebody in that circumstance, even if I completely disagreed with them, because it's common humanity. In fact, just to let you know, and this is not to pat someone on the shoulder, but I may be helping somebody with whom I disagree on a lot of these issues, which is fine, because he and his wife, I think, are separating, and he's having trouble finding a place to stay. And so I have a little bit of room where I don't have a huge place. It's a one-bedroom apartment. But I may bring him in if he needs the help, just in keeping with that. So I think that's what we have to do is, it's only going to be in helping each other that we're going to have peace on the planet, but especially in this kind of an issue. And there's probably no easy answer to this. I mean, what really needs to happen is the Israelis have to give the people who they're oppressing a chance to not be oppressed, to see how they behave. Now, I will say this, if they were to do that, and then all the more radical people did was keep attacking, which I don't think they would do, but if they did, then I think Israel has every right to put down the hammer. I know it's not fair that the land was taken in 1948, obviously, but in terms of being practical, I think everybody has to find a way to be, at least a little bit reasonable in their positions. So I would hope that, and I've talked about this before, because the charter of the H group changed in 2017. If you don't know, if you're someone here who's pro-Israel, if you're still saying that all the H group wants to do is unalive every Jewish person and destroy the state of, Shmisrael, I would say that you don't know about the 2017 charter, or you're caught in older times. And so therefore ascribing that they have hate in their hearts and all they ever want to do is harm. Now, obviously what happened on the 7th was indicative of, at best, callous indifference for Israeli life, and at worst, intentional unaliving of civilians. I agree with you. There's no denying that. In many cases, I've seen it with my own two eyes. So I can understand your anger around that and your supposition that because of that example, and maybe what happened after 2005 when Israel withdrew from the settlements in Gaza, and all Israel got back in return was rocket fire. I can see your point of view. But remember that none of these things that have happened as resistance to the occupation and the siege in Gaza have ever been done absent those oppressive circumstances. So someone named Israel with a flag says, God bless Israel. I would say this, and I'm not a believer in God, but I would say bless the people who live in Israel, for them to be safe and sound and prosperous, and for them to find it in a way in their hearts to force their leadership to create circumstances within which there can be peaceful coexistence. That's how I would say that. But for those people who support the further oppression of others because they want their way, and they want to justify that based on the small but examples that have happened over time, I don't support that. And to be fair, I don't support what my country does in that regard. In fact, I would argue that our country, my country, United States, is a way, way worse purveyor of violence, as Martin Luther King Jr. said in his speech called Beyond Vietnam, than the Israelis could ever hope to be. Because theirs is regional and ours is global. Yeah, somebody says it goes both ways. I couldn't agree more. So in other words, if the Israelis, let's say this is not going to happen, but let's say it did. Let's say the Israelis decided once and for all, okay, we want peace. We're going to bring in a Yitzhak Rabin type guy. And we're going to say, you know what? Enough of this. We're going to withdraw the settlements. We're going to break the siege in Gaza. We're going to create an international peacekeeping force that's going to maintain the order. And we're going to hold the Palestinian people accountable for them to contain the extremists and not attack within the borders of Israel, or attack anybody else for that matter who happens to work or move between different sides. Just hands off, behave yourself. You have your own place. You have autonomy. Keep it. You have to behave that way. I think people would. I've been called I'm naive for that, or that's never going to happen. I'm not saying the Israelis will ever dismantle settlements, but I think the people in Gaza, I can't speak for them, but my guess would be that they would be willing to make the sacrifices of the original territory to have some form of autonomy at this point. Obviously, given the fact that they're under such a bad set of circumstances. So I hope that's fair. I think what Israelis really want, the reason why they take the position, they want security. They don't want rockets flying in on their people. They don't want to have to run to bomb shelters every time the horn goes off. They don't want to have the thought that some raving group of maniacs are going to come in and unalive their people. How can you blame them? Right? But, and there's always a but, if the way to try to stop that from happening is to subject another group to such horrific mistreatment that you guarantee further responses, what's the point? It just, one piece of violence begets the next one, begets the next one. Unfortunately, the Israelis, they claim they've tried to have peace. They just don't. They don't. Yeah, listen, Horde 20, Brian, yeah, I agree with you. I think that's what everybody wants. You know, the motives that are ascribed to Islamic Jihad and Hamas, I'll say the terms because that's what they are, that all they want to do is exterminate the Jewish people, is not true. I can't say that every single member of the more extreme groups doesn't have some hatred in their heart. We have that here in America. You have that in Israel. But the vast majority of the citizens, especially, but even the vast majority of the militants, don't want to draw blood from the other. They want their freedom. The whole reason they exist in the first place is because they want their freedom, or they wouldn't be there. You don't get together with a militia one day and say, I tell you what, do you want to play chess? No, I want to play checkers. I want to go kill Israelis. It doesn't work like that. But that's the narrative that the Israeli government tells its people, and it tells people around the world who support Israel, and is always playing the victim. Oh, this small little nation against all these big Arab bullies and all these. No, it's not true. Are they upset that things happened the way they did in 1948? Yeah, I think rightfully so. They're not against Jewish people having a place to be. They're upset about what happened to others as a part of its formation. And I think fair enough, right? I have mixed feelings about the creation of Israel, not because I don't want there to be a homeland, which I think is a great cause to pursue, especially given the historical injustices that have accompanied people who have lived in all sorts of societies and cultures, especially, obviously not even saying what happened in World War II. And at the same breath, I think it's fair, if you're going to be objective, that if the thing that you win for your group causes great harm and devastation for others, you should give a shit about that. And a lot of Jewish people do. Look up Dave Smith. He was on the Joe Rogan podcast. He's a comedian. He's a libertarian. And he sees this for what it is. And he speaks to it to that. He says, hey, I support Israel. I know a lot of people in Israel. I love people from Israel. I'm happy there's an Israel. And I have to also say these other things that are real, that happen, that continue to happen, that are fair to point out. That to me is reasonable. That's exactly how I feel. So remember, imagine let's talk about what's happening right now, okay? In the last week, multiple instances of people who are seeking aid, whether it was dropped from the sky, whether it was brought in by truck, it was kept in a distribution center. And as people are trying to get access to the aid, they get blown up or fired at by the Israeli military, or both. Now, what kind of sick, depraved human being orders its military to fire at and kill? Let's face it, that's the word. It's not unaliving, it's killing, it's murdering. Just innocent civilians are trying to get food. They're trying to get flour and basic medical supplies. And your government is murdering them. It's not some target that's gone through 15, 20 different legal okays. That is bullshit. This is an open policy of trying to squeeze the people, to kill as many as possible through starvation, death through disease, and then on top of that, physically doing it in person when you can as well on top of that. Now, if that were happening to Jewish refugees that were going to get help when someone else was trying to keep it from them, and then when they finally got it, they then blew it up, people who are Jewish would be screaming from the mountaintops, this is genocide. This is unbelievable. This is another pogrom. This is another H-cost. But somehow, some way, when it's these brown Palestinian people who just try to find something to eat, for gosh sakes, who are eating grass and donkey food, their lives are somehow meaningless, and somehow they're being used as human shields. Give me a break. And the immoral acts like that, and there are many of them to be drawn from if you really study this, that's not about being against Israel or being against Jews. That's about being against immoral behavior. And I know what happened on October 7th was immoral. You can say, well, what about that? Yeah, I agree. What about hostage? Yeah, I agree. And that doesn't change the analysis of what's happening in the last week by murdering innocent civilians for no reason other than they can. This is what Israel's been doing for 75 years. and it's on steroids right now. And it's not just the Netanyahu government. It is, however, the worst that the Israelis have to offer the world under the Netanyahu government. Yeah, somebody says it's not a war. It's not a war. It's a one-sided slaughter. And if anybody says this, hey, war is tough, it's ugly, there are casualties, it happens, I agree. When there are unintentional people who die in combat, when a soldier's fired at or a bomb goes off and it blows up a structure where people are hiding and people die, understandable. I don't think anybody's questioning that. And there probably have been circumstances where that has happened. There may have been a target where they may have suspected somebody being there and they first warned and then that could have all happened. But I think most of us looking from the outside in realize that is the vast minority. That's the exception to the rule. And what Israel's been doing is pretty much, like I like to use the term, callous disregard for human life. I think that's the only conclusion that most people can draw watching this from the outside in. You can try to paint whatever narrative you want around it, try to justify it, but that's why things like TikTok are so important and other social media apps, because people are now seeing, I know I've said this over and over again, people are seeing it with their own two eyes. Constantly. Somebody says, oh, please, you're so patronizing and self-righteous. Well, I'll tell you what, user 57134141729, I hope I got that right. Let's come up and talk about it. I don't have a monopoly on the truth. I'm a guy trying to look at it with a take. I've been watching this thing for a long time. So I think I have some perspective to draw from. But again, if I'm getting it all wrong, come up and correct me. I'm an open-minded person. I'll let you speak whatever your piece is. And if you say something that's compelling enough, I will happily adopt your point of view because I want to get it right. But in terms of patronizing, I'm not sure what you mean by that. So if you're somebody who disagrees, then please come up and make your case. And it's not about me trying to take you down or win or destroy you. That's not how I operate. I think what we do a lot of times is we'll listen, we'll hear the thoughts. I'll repeat them back to you to make sure. I've done this before. I actually get out a pen and paper. Sometimes people make like 12 points. I'll write them all down. And then I'll read them back, making sure I understand your point of view. And then we'll talk about it. Somebody says, have I visited Palestine? I've not visited Israel or Palestine. In fact, that's why I think one of the things I try to point out is that I don't have a side in this fight. It really doesn't matter to me in my daily life who gets harmed, what happens next, whose lives get made worse, whose lives get better. It doesn't affect me. There are better ways to communicate people, even if we have different opinions. Some people have said, why are you so harshly critical of Israel? Why do you bash Israel? It's because of the behavior. It has nothing to do with the people. In fact, I don't know, Elle, if you've seen my videos, I don't know if you ever watch my videos, or Mia, Elle, I'm not sure what your name is. But I've said if the script were flipped, if literally every part of this was switched the other way, there was a Balfour Declaration, it was an Arab state, other Jewish nations attacked, everything was flipped, complete negative of what happened. I would be critical of the Arab nation for its actions. Because it's not about Arab, Jew, Christian, Muslim, Judaism. That doesn't matter. It's inconsequential. What matters is who's doing what. I'm not saying that the Jewish people in fighting back against their conditions would be justified in doing horrible tactics. I can't make that argument. That's fair. But I can also say if the Arab government was ruthlessly oppressing and murdering Jewish people, and when they went to get food when it's been cut off from them, the little that gets in, that the Arab nation would bomb the Jews or shoot at them with sniper rifles or tanks or whatever they do, that's worthy of condemnation, in my opinion, regardless of whatever a small subset of the Jewish militants did 5 months ago. I would fault the Arab nation for dropping bombs on and leveling civilian structures in half the territory and pushing every Jewish person in this little strip of land further south. So there's like 1.5 million homeless Jewish people. I'd be against that. I would criticize the Arab government for doing that. If the Arab government was saying publicly, we go out of our way to avoid Jewish civilian casualties, it's regrettable because it's war. And yet they just drop bombs all over the place and they killed Jews, I would criticize that. So if that's not being fair, I don't know what is. So, and like I said, the friend that I'm about to help out is a friend that I went to the pro-Israel rally with in D.C. And he has 6 kids. They're beautiful. He's Jewish. His name is, I don't want to tell you his name, but he's a practicing Jew. He homeschools his kids. He lives in a very serious Jewish neighborhood with a great community. People don't befriend and help people like that who hate people. It's the last thing they would do. So I just get tired of hearing that. It's a way of deflecting from the core argument, which is about the behavior and the history of this. And I understand how people have different points of view. Because I've said if I were someone who was raised in that environment, I probably would agree with that point of view. I'm just not. And I get a lot of thanks from people on the Palestinian side say, thanks for being our advocate. I'm not really the advocate of Palestinians, although the people who I've met have been incredibly kind and warm and friendly. I don't know any H group members, for those of you who think I'm getting paid by Qatar. It's not like that. But in the course of just being a part of the conversation, I've run into people and interacted with them, and they've been very kind to me. But I really am not a spokesperson for Palestine. I'm a spokesperson for the oppressed. And in this case, the group that's oppressed is the Palestinians, in my opinion. That's not rejecting a group of people. I don't have a hate or love for either, even though I try to be nice to everybody. But to try to try to assign those motives to somebody like me, and that I'm just being unfair or whatever it is, no, I'm not. I think other people are being unfair and not seeing the whole picture and taking it all into account. They're seeing it from a one-sided point of view. Ben Shapiro is a great example. He can't see it from a distance. He just can't. His religion, his ethnicity, his family, his community, his ties to the Jewish homeland, and his understanding of the biblical nature of it are intertwined in such a way that he just can't see it from another point of view. I've had conversations with people like this in my own community who believe, one person said, Israel's a miracle. And therefore, there can't be any conversation or any criticism on any level, or it's anti-Semitic, which I think is absolute absurdity. Israel has a right to defend itself, and it's not going anywhere, Lana Banana. I don't disagree with the fact that if somebody's attacked in general, even if the circumstances aren't in any way, shape, or form, you have a right to respond to who attacked you. If you come across to my house and you throw bleach at my face, that's an attack, right? So if I come back to you and I throw bleach back at you, that's a response to your attack. Fair enough, right? Now, I might also say that your family member, your brother, your sister, they're friendly with you, so they're going to attack me next, so I have to do something about them. I could make that argument. I think other people would have a hard time saying that, because how the hell do I know that they're going to do it? But I can understand that logic. What I can't understand is going to their mother's and father's house and their cousin's house and the entire neighborhood and then the entire county and then the entire state and unaliving tens of thousands of human beings because someone threw bleach at me. And I'm not equating bleach with what happened on the 7th. I'm just using it as a reference. So I don't blame Israel for wanting to strike back at those who harmed them. That's fair. But all the other things that are accompanying that are not okay. And I'm not just making this stuff up. The South African government has looked at this, as many of us have, and has said, no, this is not okay. They're not one-sided against Jews or Israel. They're against the violation of the agreement that everybody agreed to. And Israel, according to their point of view and most people's point of view, is directly violating the agreements that it signed, not to callously disregard human life and unalive civilians to the rate that it comes to the standard of meeting the definition, according to the agreement, of genocide. So like I said, if you want to come up and share your point of view, please do. I'm more than happy to let the audience hear. By the way, that you have a platform here, you can share your views. Very few people give people a chance to come up and just openly share their views with no nothing. Just speak your piece. But the problem is, people say that I'm stupid, that I don't get it, that I'm a liar, that I don't know the history. But then when I ask them to talk about any one point that they're saying, there's dead silence. And so that to me is not arguing in good faith. Any particular issue you want to talk about, we can talk about it. So anyway, and now Lawrence says you don't get it. Well, Lawrence, I tell you what, I know you only have 67 people following, so you can't come up, unfortunately. But just tell me one thing I don't get. Just in the comments, remember, mention one thing I don't get. Just pick one. I don't get the danger or the elevated threat of H group. I don't get the importance of the Jewish state vis-a-vis the world. People are definitely. Tell me one thing I don't get, and then let's talk about that. Do I remember Vietnam? I was born in 1967, so Vietnam started in about 1965 when the advisors were there. I know the basics of the conflict. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I know that the United States military, in its frustration of unable to get at the opponent, the Viet Cong, the North Vietnamese regular army, because they were in tunnels, ended up unaliving a lot of villages and villagers and their animals, and because they just were so angry and frustrated. Their people were dying from guerrilla attacks. They couldn't fight the enemy in many cases, so they just fought civilians. Atrocities. That's horrible. And just because the Americans did it doesn't make it right in Palestine. And just because our forefathers here 8 generations ago unalived the domestic population doesn't make it right for Israel to do it today. I know it happened. I agree it happened. It happens in a lot of cases in history. The difference is that you and I right now are living through it in real time. And so we have an obligation to speak to it and to stop it, in my opinion. Somebody says, what do I think from the river to the sea means? Net a net. Okay, net a net, let's talk about that. So according to the Israeli narrative and thought process, that means that Palestinians want all Jews either probably dead or unalived, right? To be kicked out of the region or unalived or both, so that they can take it all over for themselves because they want it all back, right? That's the narrative that I've heard. So the Palestinians that I've talked to say, no. As the territory was before it was carved out by these third-party mandate, British, who had no right or reason to give it to somebody other than the fact that they could at the time because of the way the World War I ended. They want the status quo that was in place, which wasn't the fact that Jews weren't kicked out. In fact, they were welcomed. A lot of the immigrants who the United States wouldn't take, who the European countries wouldn't take, these are Jewish people, they were accepted into historic Palestine between 1900 and 1947. And there was some strife, but it wasn't all-out war. It wasn't genocide. And the reestablishment of a reasonable and palatable peace with both Jews and Arabs who happen to be Muslim or Christian, living in the villages and the communities the way they did then, is not a crazy aspiration to hold. Now, vis-a-vis what's in place now, you can say saying that means that it's genocidal in nature. I disagree. But if you look at the leaders of Israel, in recent days, they've said, that Netanyahu has said this, from the sea to the river, Israel needs to maintain full and complete control. Meaning they're not going anywhere. They're going to maintain the occupation. They're going to maintain the blockade. They're going to maintain the siege. They're going to maintain the brutality. They're going to maintain the murder, the killing, whatever they feel like they want to do or need to do for their own benefit. What do you call that? How do you justify that? So, net a net, again, you can't apply two standards. You have to hold your own people and your own government to the same standard you're going to try to hold others. And either it means one thing for both or it means the other thing for both. So one could easily say, oh, you're going to try to kill all the Palestinians because you want to control and take it over, right? A lot of people think that. I happen to believe that I don't think the Israelis want to kill Palestinians. I think they want to get them the hell off the land. And they want to take the land for Israeli Jewish people as a part of a greater Israel project or whatever portion of that they can get away with politically. So that's what I think about that in terms of what it means. Somebody here says Israel didn't start the fight. Well, I tell you what we can do here. Let's go to Google and let's type into Google, is a blockade an act of war? So in terms of starting, quote, the fight, if somebody is blockading you, if there were Jewish people inside of Gaza that were being blockaded by a ruthless Arab government that controls what goes in and out, doesn't let the people come and go, unalives people on a regular basis because they have the power differential. You're fenced in. You can't go anywhere ever. You're treated like a 17th class human being because they look down on you like you're nobody. And you fight back. There's something called the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. If you think the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was justified and that it wasn't the fault of the Jews to try to get out of a bad situation, if that's your logic there, you can't then apply a different set of standards saying that the person you occupy and mistreat and oppress has no right to try to break out of it. You can't have those two in the same sentence, or you're not being ethically and morally consistent. Now, I am 100% in support of defending the horribly mistreated Jewish people during World War II. Obviously, who wouldn't? You have no ethics if you don't. And I support 100% the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, even though it had little chance of succeeding. Any harm that was done to Germans or German soldiers as a part of that, in my opinion, is totally justified, given what the Germans were doing to the Jews in Poland. So and by the way, to whatever extent they hurt civilians, I don't approve of that. But I understand the framework within which they push back against their oppressor. Same thing in Palestine. I don't support what they did to Israeli civilians. To whatever degree it happened, we're not really clear about the military response and some other issues. But I am clear about saying this. I condemn civilian unalive every time, by everybody. But if you're going to say that the H group's response, the people in Gaza, have no right to resist their ongoing act of war, blockade, and siege, and yet Jewish people living under German oppression did, then you're basically talking out of both sides of your mouth, or your ass, or both. Okay? That's the fairest way I can put it to you. And so you can't have it. Somebody says, Lawrence is asking me to talk about Egypt and Jordan's role in the blockade. So we hear this all the time. Ready? Here's how it goes. Nobody wants them, right? The them being the Arabs, these rejected Palestinians who are nothing but rabble-rousers, violent troublemakers, right? Nobody wants them. Why don't they take them? Well, first of all, why should anybody have to accept and force somebody off their land because another group of people want their land? That's a little bit of an arrogant statement. Remember, you could say the same thing about Jewish people. Why didn't the Germans want Jews? Why didn't Ukraine want Jews? Why didn't Poland want Jews? Why didn't Latvia want Jews? Why didn't America accept Jews? How come nobody wants them? What's wrong with them? What's their role in the problem with the Jewish problem, right? Same attitude. Horrible, and so is the thing you just asked. Now, every government has its own reasons for how they run their country. They have their own problems. Imagine a stadium lets out, it's got 100,000 people at a soccer game or football match, whatever you call it. We've all seen how incredibly chaotic that is. You've got tons of people, tons of cars. Just to have the bathroom facilities for 100,000 people is insane, right? Well, imagine that times 23. There's 2.3 million people that live in Gaza. Now you're asking adjacent nations to bring in 5, 6, 7, 100,000 person soccer stadiums. They got to have places to stay. They got to have food to eat. They have to have water to drink. They have to have medical services. It's costly. It's disruptive. And it's not necessary, because why should Palestinians have to be squeezed out of their territory because the Israelis are attacking them? They don't have to go. They shouldn't have to go. The Israelis should stop bombing the shit out of them is what should happen. And if you just turn the tables for a second, and if you put yourself in that position as an innocent civilian among the other parts of your people that are more militant, and you're like, why in the flippin' hell am I being murdered and pushed off my land by this other group of rabid Arabs? Why are they doing this to me? Just flip the script for a second in your head, and you'll see very clearly for a second that you wouldn't want that to happen to you. And why is it that the European governments didn't accept people who are Jews fleeing harm? Fair question, right? Why did those governments behave the way they did? For their own reasons. Same thing is here. So you can blame Jordan for not accepting, 800,000 Palestinian refugees. You can blame Egypt for not taking 500,000 in the Sinai. But why would they give a safety valve, a steam valve, to release the very problem that Israel is trying to do, which is to conquer and expel the people so it can take the land? Why would you give them that? They are forcing the hand of the Israelis on an international stage to have to murder or forcibly migrate 2.3 million people. or to basically subject whoever decides to stay to Israeli rule, which we all know is not egalitarian. It is under the law, but in terms of real life, it's not. Right? User 11 says God supports Israel. Well, there are other people that have other beliefs and different gods than the one that potentially the people who support Israel believe in. So what if they say God condemns Israel, or God condemns Zionism, which is Israel being a part of it? What if they say God condemns that? God thinks that's evil. Well, maybe we can have a God match. They can go to the UFC and they can fight it out. But why is your take on your religion superior to others? That's why I can't get behind any of that stuff. So if anybody wants to come up and talk, especially if you're pro-Israel, I swear I will give you all the respect that you are due. I will let you say whatever you want to say. You can criticize me in terms of the things I say. I don't like personal attacks. Some guy got up here one time, and it's because I had questions about the atrocities. He said he thought I should be anally raped. That's a personal attack. That's a pretty egregious personal attack. I don't wish that on anybody. Listen, I hate what Israel does. I really don't like their leadership. I don't like the fact that they lie, cheat, steal, murder, etc., and then somehow try to find a way to justify it. But I would never, ever, ever have hateful thoughts towards them as far as wishing them harm directly. Because that's not the loving thing to do. And hate and violence is never going to solve this problem. And yet I'm on the receiving end of that constantly from people who believe in the Zionist project. So, and that's not everybody, right? I mean, there's, of course, a lot of people who don't do that. But I can just go with and it's anecdotal, but these are the experiences that I've had here on TikTok, which is where I do most of my talking. And I've been on different lives that are run by people who are pro-Israel. And one time I just started recording it. They were bashing me so heavily. I just hit the record. I wasn't saying anything back. I wasn't, calling anybody names or yelling back and forth. And I literally just made a video saying, I think you're going to find this very interesting, how people are treated when they go onto the pro-Israel lives. I didn't disparage any of the people. I just let the audience listen in their own words and let them speak for themselves. So, Sahara, you have 106 people following you, so I think you have enough followers to come up if you want to speak. I would love to hear from you. And again, I'm not painting with a broad brush everybody in Israel. I think that's very irresponsible, or even all Jewish people around the world who consider themselves Zionist or support the Zionist ideology or project. But remember, and this is hard for people to understand, that most people say that if you're Jewish, most people who are Jewish are Zionist. And the reason they're Zionist is they support Israel, and that's all Zionism is. They support the formation of a Jewish state. Okay? Unfortunately, a lot of things accompany that most people are unaware of. So a few things. One is the leadership who proposed Zionism are European. They're not indigenous to the land. They're atheist. They don't believe in Judaism. They don't believe in God. So those are two big ones. And they had a settler colonial mindset, and they admit it in their writings, that the goal was to acquire land in historic Palestine. And their goal subsequent to that, those that are the more fervent purveyors of Zionism, want more at the expense of anybody in their way. And I think it's also hard to argue that those who support Israel and who support Zionism and all these other things that accompany it tend to be very talented in business, and they've, at least a small subset, and they've been able to create a system of inordinate influence and power to further the aims that accompany this. That's not anti-Semitic to point out. That's called reality. We have politicians like Nancy Pelosi who have said, if the Capitol building came crumbling down around us right now, the one thing that would remain is our steadfast support for Israel. Not we'll get aid to the American people, not we'll take care of our people and make sure they're fed, but our support of Israel. Now, where's that coming from? It's okay to have goodwill towards another group, another country. That's fair, and want to help them, protect them, whatever it may be. But their number one priority is protecting Israel and supporting Israel. What's that all about? And listen, if I'm Israeli and I hear another stronger country say that, I'm like, yeah, that's great, man. But if you're an American citizen, you're like scratching your head like, what the fuck? What? We're Americans. Where do we fit in? Why is another country and their people more important than our own people? You're a representative elected by us. Unless you want to start calling this the United States of Israel, which some people argue that that's not an unfair thing to do because of those relationships. Dagenos, I'm not anti-Semitic for Christ's sakes. Take that tired, deflective, silly argument somewhere else. Because I go out of my way to clearly differentiate between not only Israeli citizens, but also Jewish people around the world. And I don't lump everybody into one group. That's what anti-Semites do. They don't like Jewish people. That's not what I'm about at all. In fact, I don't give a shit who's doing it. I've told you, I'm going to say it again. If the script were flipped and it were Arabs doing this to Jews, I would criticize the Arabs. Am I anti-Arab? Am I Islamophobic? Because of that criticism? No, you wouldn't say that. But why is it somehow, when you have somebody who's Jewish, that it's off limits to talk about it or be critical? Why is that? Maybe because using that technique of smearing somebody is an effective way to end analysis and to marginalize somebody who has the courage to step up and talk about it. And I believe everything should be worth talking about. Now, you may disagree with the speech and you can counteract the speech and say that's a bunch of BS and make your arguments accordingly. That's fair. And just because it's my take doesn't make it right. But it's not anything hateful towards any particular group of people. It's a geopolitical take based on the facts on the ground and the behavior and the history. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. So, the people from Hamas even have made a very clear distinction. You may think this is nuts. You're told your whole life all they do is want to hate the Jews, right? That's what you grow up hearing. They hate the Jews. They hate the Jews. They hate the Zionist movement and the harm it's causing to their people. That's what they hate. As would you. I'm assuming most Jews hated the German Third Reich. They didn't hate Germans or Germany. They hated the Third Reich, which is the equivalent of the Zionist movement and its worst elements and the impact it's having negatively on Palestinians. That's the exact equivalence. Now, I'm not equating. The Third Reich was obviously way over the pale in terms of its behavior, so I can't compare the two. But there are some similarities in terms of the near-term mistreatment. And what do I mean by that? Obviously, there aren't camps and systematized extermination and all that stuff like that, not all that horror that went on in World War II. That was the worst of modern history that any group has to offer in terms of its horrific behavior. So I can't put that label on anybody except for that regime. But some of the mistreatment that preceded some of these worst elements is very congruent and very similar. And that's not anti-Semitic to say. In fact, the grandparents are probably turning over in their grave, those who lost their lives in that atrocity, looking at what the current group of Jewish people are doing that say they're Zionist in Israel. And many Jewish people, including Dave Smith and the group that by Rabbi Yisrael David Weiss, it's called Natural Akai or something like that, they see Zionism for what it is. It's a settler colonial mindset. It's not based on Judaism. It's based on land acquisition and theft and dispossession and marginalization and mistreatment of others to its own gain. That's what Zionism is. MT, we talked about that earlier. I feel horrible for Native Americans and what happened by my forefathers, whoever they may have been, that happened 7 or 8 generations ago, where our country, our former colonizers, moved west, colonized, and mass murdered the indigenous population. And because that happened here, and it was wrong, and what happened in Germany was wrong, doesn't make what's happening right now in Palestine right. That's what I'm trying to point out. You made my point for me. So the point is, bad does not make this somehow acceptable or okay or permissible. And the difference is between the historical examples. I can't go back to 1942, I can't go back to 1810, and I can't go back to 5,000 years ago when Genghis Khan was doing his shit across the globe. But what I can do is someone who's alive today, who's watching this shit happen in real time, is I can speak out against it. It's the least I can do. It's probably all I can do. I can't go take up arms and try to fight it, which I think most of us probably, if there was a fair world, there would be a way to equivalently push this thing back, because it's horrible what Israel's doing. And those who support it are on the wrong side of history, in my opinion. So, yeah, you're right. And in fact, anybody who remains living in the U.S., just like the Jewish people who live in the state of Israel, having taken it from others and forced them out, probably don't deserve to stay there, myself included. I can't fault, again, being consistent. Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, 10-7. Me living in America after a genocide, you staying in Israel after land being stolen. Same thing. Or if you're not from Israel, supporting people who do. I can't disagree with that. That's being consistent. Right? Somebody said, Michael Moskowitz says, you're on the wrong side of history because you support violent resistance. I'm against all violence, Michael. Unlike you, probably, I don't know if you have, I served on the front line of a war. I've seen some of the most egregious violence that probably any of you have ever seen in terms of with your own two eyeballs in real life. I'm not going to talk about the things I've seen. It's something I don't deal well with. But I can tell you this, I'm against violence wholeheartedly. I go to anti-war rallies constantly. I went to one against the Ukraine war. Even though I understand the political framework within which it happened, I disagree with war. I went to the March for Gaza. I'm against the Israelis murdering civilians in Gaza. I try to be consistent. Now, you can say, again, I could turn it around on you, Michael. Do you condemn the Jews who perpetrated the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising? Do you condemn that? Are you on the wrong side of history if you support that? Did you support that, Michael? Are you against, if you're against the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, then I will accept your criticism. But if you're for the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, trying to break free from clear oppression, but you're against the Palestinians resisting their oppression, then you're talking out of your ass. You're a hypocrite. Somebody says, teach the Palestinians peace. Mike, I think Michael said that. They know how to be peaceful. They were peaceful in 1940 and 1930 and 1920, for the most part, as were most Jews. Not all, but most. They know how to live in peace. If you take somebody's shit and shoot them in the head when they try to fight back against that, they're not going to be happy campers. Nor would you. So I can't at all condemn someone who wants to resist oppression, even if I disagree with the tactics and I'm against war and violence. Because who am I to condemn them? I don't live there. I don't live the life they live. I don't have to deal with the hardships. And yet you take a very one-sided view because the team that you support got attacked recently. You can't see it within its framework. We got attacked. That's all there is to it, so they got to pay. That's it. That to me is a very one-sided point of view. And so if you can't see the totality of it, that's not on me, that's on you. And I'm not on the wrong side of history. I will guarantee you that. Now, I'm not for the harming of people who live in Israel. I'm not even necessarily for the dismantlement of the state of Israel. I think that what the H group put out in their revised charter in 2017, as much as I don't like the fact that people's grandparents were dispossessed of their land and all the murder and all that stuff that went with it, and I don't agree with the state of Israel being put in historic Palestine the way that it was, but I am for a safe place for Jewish people. So the pragmatic solution is to do what the H group suggested, which is while they're not going to recognize the entity, the Zionist entity as they call it, they are willing to have a political solution that involves the pre-1967 borders. And that means dismantling all the settlements, the illegal settlements that Israel's been building at record pace for decades, at the condemnation of everybody in the world, including the United States. That would be a reasonable, not perfect, a reasonable outcome given the current dynamics. And yet Israel is unwilling to do that outright. They won't do anything to give an inch. And this whole dialogue about how generous they've been and the Arabs, it's all bullshit. Israel lies like you and I breathe. Their officials never tell the truth. They propagandize the public. They make bold, brash statements that have no basis in reality. And they say it over and over again so that people buy it. Somebody says, do you know what happened in Israel? This is Daganos. Do I know what happened in Israel 2 days ago? Yes. Israeli generals continued to order the murder of Israeli civilians. And that happened 3 days ago, and 4 days ago, and 5 days ago, and 75 years ago. That I know. Now, if you want to share a specific event that happened, Well, Fred says it's not reasonable. I'm not saying it's practical. I'm saying the reasonable thing to do in terms of fairness, equitable, more equitable thing to do, for a better word, would be to do that. I don't think it's practical for that to happen. I don't even think if the Israeli government wanted it to happen, if they decided it was going to happen, if they could get 700,000 plus settlers out of the region, it would be a huge undertaking if it's even possible. So I don't say they own it now. They illegally occupy it to an extent that it's impractical to dismantle it in total. I will never say they own it. They don't own shit. They stole the land through an unjustified preemptive war in 1967 that they claim was defensive, that wasn't, and everybody in the world knows it, so they claim it's so, not because they hate Israel or hate Jews. It's called having your eyes open and having an education level greater than 5 years old. But to say that it's owned, it's not owned, it's stolen. It's occupied and stolen land through violence. So, but I don't think it's practical. I think what's going to happen is that the Israelis are going to continue to push and push and push and push until they're stopped. And it may take violence to stop Israel and the United States who supports it. And while I'm not for violence, as I've said repeatedly, I would understand it within the context of the power dynamics. I think what should happen, in fairness, is the U.S. should stop supporting Israel immediately. No money, no munitions, no political support, and put pressure on Israel to be reasonable and come up with some political outcome that guarantees peace for both, with an international peacekeeping force that forces those in the Palestinian side who are more militant to rein in their anger and whatever it may be, and to get them to focus more so on what are the benefits of the political settlement over the drawbacks of being constrained from your anger. That's what I think is reasonable to do. They've never been given that opportunity. Never been given that opportunity. Now, we do have some people on the guest panel, which I promised I'd bring people up. So let's bring up Sahara, who's it looks like pro-Israel. Now, I will ask this of the audience before we bring up Sahara. Please, no disparaging language in the comments. If you have a disagreement with what Sahara is saying, that's fair. But no name calling, no personal attacks or whatever. Of course, no anti-Semitic stuff. Because we want to make sure people have a welcome space to share their views. That's one of the things that matters a lot to me here. So I appreciate your cooperation there. Okay, Sahara, a couple other guests. How are you doing, Sahara? Welcome. Thanks for being here. And by the way, if you don't connect through, sometimes it just times out. And so a lot of times, Sahara, what you have to do is you have to actually close down TikTok and then reopen TikTok, revisit the live and request, and then I can bring you up. So right now it is timing out. And then sometimes I actually have to reset my phone. So if it's on my end, I'll have to stop the live and reset. We'll see what happens. So right now, Sahara, I'm going to just disconnect you for that reason. Maybe you can go outside and do that, and I'll bring you right back up, I promise. Let me see. We have someone named George Douglas who I've not spoken with before, I think. Hello, George. How you doing?
Good. Would you clarify once and for all why your MOS was 4 years, but you left the...
This is that same guy who wants to know why my childhood informed my decision to have somebody be the underdog or whatever. It's some strange guy. He's from Chicago, that area. He's a very unusual human being that's been personally attacking me on other lives. I've listened to him talk. I've recorded it, actually. I don't want to hear all that crap. If you want to talk about the issues that we're discussing, happy to discuss it. You want to focus on me? I'm just a messenger and a commentator. If you can't talk about issues and you feel the need to attack somebody personally, you got another place you want to go do it. Not here. And by the way, you keep changing your name. Every time you come up, you're a different person. So don't be a coward. Put your real name up there like I do. Be a man. And let's have a conversation about the issues. Otherwise, adios. Okay. There we go. Let's see. Freedom of Philistine. Abdul, are you there?
Yeah, hi. How are you today, Chip? How's everything?
I'm okay. How about you?
Good.
By the way, just real quickly, did you saw what I said? I even said I don't want the audience to be critical of this person. I laid out a very nice welcome mat. And what does the person do? Personal attack. So it just goes to show you the character of these people. They can't help themselves because they can't argue on the merits of the issue. When you murder and oppress people for 75 years, there's nothing else to do but attack the people who criticize that personally. Yes, Abdul, what would you like to say?
He sounded kind of like weird. I think he is just definitely trolling, you know?
He was trying I took what's called an early out in the
Mm-hmm.
military. Back when I served, when we returned from the war, they offered different people a chance to leave the service early if they so desired. They were going to draw down the European theater by 30,000 troops.
Oh, okay.
I elected to take that. He was trying to say, I didn't hear him out, that your specialty, which is I was a tank officer, specified a 4-year commitment, and I left after 3 years. That's not
What?
unusual at that time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
So just
I don't even know why he would
let
have
him.
any, like, it's none of his business. Like, why does he keep
Well,
bringing?
the point is he's trying to find anything he can to delegitimize me as a person to try to
Mm.
detract from the things that I talk about. That's his whole reason to exist when it comes
Yeah,
to me.
yeah, he's just
So
obsessed. Yeah, he's definitely.
he's a strange person, but I don't want to besmirch him because he's got his own reasons for what he does, and let him go do his thing.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. So how's your day? How's everything going? Everything going good?
Well, it's okay. I told the audience when I first started, I took a pretty large loss trading yesterday, so that's sort of like a tuning fork. It's still reverberating through me, but otherwise, I have a lot to be grateful for, so I'm doing pretty damn well.
That's good. We appreciate everything you're doing, Chip. Don't listen to any of those, inhumane people, I would have to say, that support, the G side that's taking place. They support, like they're one-sided on everything. Do not listen to those people. We appreciate everything you're doing. You're doing a great job. Thank you so much.
No, I think thank you for the nice words. I think it's fair to listen to anybody because I think out of
Yeah.
respect, if they have an argument, I'm happy to hear arguments, but I think the personal attacks is just pathetic. That's all.
Yes, I agree.
What's on your mind? What's on your mind, Abdul?
So, what do you think about this new, like talks on, what's going on with, the aid coming into Gaza? Like, a lot of people are saying that there's some issues with the aid being distributed in the way that the US is trying to distribute it. What's your opinion on that? As a, because you have military, experience, how they're sending troops to build it. And, do you think that this could be, some type of way of basically, coming into Gaza and like extracting the resources like the natural gas? Do you think it's a way for, you know, um, basically having troops at all times, like stationed in, like around in the border area around Gaza? What's your opinion? What's your opinion?
Well, a couple things. I don't like to speak to things I'm not sure about. So my
Okay.
knowledge of the specifics, or well, let me finish the thought. My knowledge around the specifics of the aid, where it's coming in from, what's coming in, and where and how it's being distributed is limited. I
Mhm.
know that recently some more stuff's made its way to the north because it's so desperately needed, but we've also seen examples where the Israeli troops, unfortunately, try to disrupt that. There was the flower massacre we heard about. There's this more recent incident where there was a distribution center. I saw somebody on Democracy Now, in fact, which is the regular news program that I watch, Amy Goodman. And they showed somebody on the ground who eyewitnessed this, and there's no militants, no human shields, none of that silliness, and they just decided to bomb a distribution warehouse and unalive a lot of people. So this is the sickness of the Israeli military, where they always can make the statement and claim that they're militants, there's weapons being hidden out, people being held as human shields, the whole nine, and then just bomb stuff and just say, "Yep, that's what it was." And yeah, I think we know in
It's
our hearts that that's
disgusting.
rarely the case. Yeah.
Yeah.
And as far as the desire to steal resources, I think that's always in the mix because it's a large amount of money. It's over $1 trillion of potential gas reserves.
Yeah.
Some people are arguing that they're trying to at least administer the northern half of Gaza. The U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has said that's not going to happen or it can't happen, but I don't count his words for much because it's just hot air.
Exactly.
And that would allow the Israelis with this pier the U.S. is building, this pier, to start to justify the extraction of those resources and say because it's a war footing that the PA or the Gazans don't deserve any of it.
Oh my God, yeah. It's really it's terrible, like the world that we live in, where, this is all justified, like they don't care, like basically they will do whatever it takes to, unalive as many people as they possibly can, like this genocide that's taking place in Gaza, and they're justifying it just to, take the resources or take whatever interests them, you know what I mean? Like the Zionist regime, the US. It's Yeah, it's beyond me. It's disgusting, and anyone that's supporting this is disgusting, inhumane person completely. Like they have no regard of human life at all. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
No, Chip, I wasn't in Iraq, but I know you were. But the first thing they did is they started ripping off the oil. When we went in, what did they do? They surrounded the oil fields and secured them. You don't even have to be in the military to see that at the time. It was shown on TV. That was the first thing they did. They said, "Oh, well, we're going to secure these so they don't get bombed and attacked." But no, they were just there for the resources, and they're still there for the resources. And I think that uh, what they're doing is they're just bringing in those ships to build a pier and build a base there. So I think that they're probably protecting Israel because let's let's just face it, 90 what is it, 89% of Congress are dual citizens or they're Zionists, they're controlled, they're being paid. So and the funny thing is they send them the money just so the money can be funneled back. It's Israel is just a big money laundering scheme. And it funnels all the
Real
money.
quick, freedom, real quick. Sorry. So someone wanted to come up as a guest, but they don't know how to. If you look at the bottom of your screen, just right of center, there's a little blue and red little, person. You have to tap that and then hit request to be a guest, and then your name will come up in a queue, and then I can bring you up. Okay. Sorry about that. Please continue.
Yeah, so this is just a big money laundering scheme. And here's another thing, Chip. I suggest this to everybody that's got money in the stock market. Get it out because the stock market is a big Ponzi scheme also that's getting ready to burst. So, but the thing is, Chip, money, is just a piece of paper. I mean, it's not going to really do anything when the crap hits the fan. Money, even if you have gold, anything, the precious metal, uh, you might have a little bit of a leverage point with a little bit of precious metal, but let's face it this way. If you're hungry enough, you're going to trade a peanut butter sandwich for an ounce of gold or an ounce of gold for a peanut butter sandwich if you're hungry enough, right? So it
Yep.
basically everything gets devalued. Diamonds are just a rock from the ground, but can you eat a diamond? No. So, uh, this is the way they empowered themselves by putting value onto things, whether it's gold, whether it's silver, whether it's jewelry, uh, you know, emeralds. They're just rocks from the grounds that they shine up, but they place a high dollar value on it.
Yeah.
What better? They're digging it out of the ground. They're paying cheap labor, and they're putting a trillion percent markup on it. So people that just want to look beautiful and look good and this and that. That's all it is. It's all about stature. So, you
Yeah.
know, the like 12 years ago when people were telling me, "Hey, buy gold, buy this," I'm like, "No, no, 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 no. Buy ammunition because ammunition you can hunt, you can unalive an animal to eat if you're hungry. You can survive off the land, but like I said, gold, you know, material objects are absolutely worthless unless
Well,
it's
they can
a
be if things hit the fan. You're right that other than things that can be easily bartered with or traded for goods, not many of the typical like digital resources like Bitcoin or there's no power. You can't even look at your stock portfolio. It can all be taken by the government. It's silliness.
absolutely. So that's why people are like, "Oh, buy bitcoins." I'm like, "What the hell for?" It's just numbers on a computer screen. That's all it is.
All right, let's do
Don't
this.
stress
Thank you
with
for
the
making those
money
points. By the way,
because that
well, we can't just let you know that one of the things that was said was that there was a recommendation made to do something with your money. We can't do that. We can say that, in my opinion, I think this is going to happen, but we can't give any financial advice to anybody or suggestions because that's just not appropriate. But let a couple other people jump in. Hold on, Abdul, too. I want to keep everybody muted if you don't mind. So I think the
Yeah,
next person I
go
wanted
ahead.
to come in was, I think it was ABD. I can't jabber, and then it would be Dr. Ibrahim, and then Swarsha.
Hello, can you hear?
Hello. Yep.
What did you think about Senator Schumer's statement the other day? That kind of threw me for a loop. Do you think it's the pressure of the demonstrations and the pressure of all the contacting of his office in disgust with the genocide that's going on presently?
Yeah, I think it plays a role. I think all the statements we've heard from different members of the Biden administration are due to public perception turning against Israel, and of course the Biden administration for having supported it. By the way, if you don't know who Chuck Schumer is, he's the majority leader in the Senate, and he is somebody with tremendous power and influence. He's a very publicly committed person to the state of Israel. However, he came out and said something critical about the Netanyahu government. He basically said that there should be a change of government, that this is the most extreme right wing government, blah, 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 blah. But as long as this war is going on, Netanyahu's not going anywhere. And Chuck Schumer, for whatever blather he's saying to the public, that's to score political points and keep him from getting hammered or keep his colleagues from getting hammered in the next election. The only thing that can be done to change the behavior of Netanyahu's government is to put in specific consequences for their actions. Like, we're not going to supply weapons, we're not going to supply money, we're not going to provide you cover at the UN. Absent any of those three, they don't give a damn. Doesn't matter.
Now, Chip, I read something earlier where, the U.S. is considering, like kind of like, I don't know, like controlling or shrinking in a certain way, the aid that they, not the aid, but like the weapon sales to Israel. Now, how true do you think that is? Like, that's something new
Not,
that was released. I mean,
not, I don't believe it. I don't believe a word of it.
but yeah, me neither. Yeah, they might just be talking to make themselves look better, like they're not involved, but in one way,
I always say is actions, not words, is all I care about when it comes to this issue. Actions, not words.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the second subject, Chip, I'd like to discuss is the rumors that that Meta is the one that's creating indirect takeover or trying to take over TikTok. Well, what do you think about that?
I've not heard anything to substantiate that. I do know that the former Treasury Secretary, that guy Mnuchin, Stephen Mnuchin, who's a real piece of work, a real selfish, self-centered, oligarch dickhead. He's Jewish. He's very, very Zionist. I don't know if he holds dual citizenship, but he's trying to lead an investment group to buy it out, saying it should belong in America. But like I said earlier, imagine if a Chinese government said to an American app developer that the app has to be sold to a Chinese government because they don't like the potential negative influence of an American-owned app. We'd be like outraged, like, what the hell? Who the hell are you to say that? But then again, the Americans do it, and it seems to be like, somehow okay. It's such a double standard. It's so hypocritical, and it just makes me sad that that's where things are today with our government.
Yeah, I agree. But going back to that subject, it's been reported that the Mnuchin, the former Treasury Secretary under Donald Trump, he's just like how do you say it? A fly on the wall. It's really Meta that's making this effort and creating these oligarchs or these billionaires to make this move, to make it look like, hey, this is possible.
Could be. I just don't have anything to substantiate that at this point. If you do, please share it. I'd love to have it. My email's in my link in bio.
Well, I'd like to send you a couple of my research videos. And when you see this one person who's actually got evidence from Google and from Meta, and he's got all kinds of evidence. He said he was thrown for a loop, and then when he researched it, he found it was APAC, it was Google, it was some other media companies who are jealous of the fact that TikTok is killing it right now.
Yep.
And that's all I have to say. Thank you for letting me talk. I know all your listeners have been very frustrated and upset from all the trolls trying to debunk them and ruin their TikTok sites. Please, people, remember, God is great. This is number one thing in the Muslim religion and in the Christian religion and Judaism. God is great. He is number one, and he knows everything, and it will happen. If not today, there will be tomorrow. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thanks for being here. Hey, just to let you know in the comments, if you disagree with what somebody's saying, that's fine. Making comments like this person's wasting our time or just don't be a dick. That's all I can say, or a BITC. Just be civil, okay? Try to be decent. Try to add some value to the conversation rather than trying to put out stuff that's criticizing. Everybody has a chance to speak their mind on here, and I enjoy everybody's comments, even if I disagree or just not entertained by it, because it's more important for them to get a chance to speak for their reasons, not for my reasons or your reasons. Okay? I think in fairness. We have Dr. Sabri Ibrahim. How you doing?
Hi, Chip. How are you?
Hi. I'm okay, thanks.
Great respect for your courage and your fairness in presenting facts and your opinions. I want to give this dead horse a peace and stop, hopefully educating people about the anti-Semitism and anti-Jewish people. You cannot be a Muslim at all if you say and claim you hate Jewish people. It can't. This is one of the fundamental expectations to be a Muslim, to accept Judaism and Christian faith. So, but some people, or many people, I admit, who are Muslims, in their speech, they say we hate Jewish people. Now, I tell you, as a fact, if you dig in a little bit in questioning him, what does he mean by that? He will tell you, I hate Zionist people who took my land. But I admit they are at fault the way they make that claim, because they give an example that people just jump on and see they hate Jewish people. They're anti-Semite. They're not. Simple fact, there's 50 million Muslims living in Europe. We don't see Muslim people killing Jewish people in Europe. We have over 3-4 million Arabs and Muslims in America. We don't see them killing Jewish people. Why? Not because they're nice people only, or regular civilian people, humans, but it's against their article of faith to attack a Jewish person or Christian person. You can't be a Muslim by doing that. So please, stop this. We are in 2024. There's enough knowledge and research and videos explaining what we mean by that. Okay. Now, on the other hand, Chip, Netanyahu and his ministers in government currently were the first ones after 7/11 to give implications that this is a religious war, not a political war over land or policy. They are the ones who claim that this is a religious war. On the other hand, you don't see the Etch group claiming to be that they are calling for jihad or destruction of every Jewish person. They are simply fighting for human rights. They want to be able to live with dignity and basic human rights. Chip, I'm an American citizen. Of Palestinian descent. I tried to enter Gaza 6 times since 2006. 6 times from Israeli side and from Egyptian side, and I was not allowed. These people are living under severe bad conditions. I have close relatives and very dear friends, doctors that live there. I have a friend who's American. He's an engineer. After many years of living in America, he wanted to go visit his mom and dad in Gaza. His family, his wife and kids are in the United States. He's been there since 2011, unable to exit Gaza. So we are in 2024, that's 13 years. As an American citizen who went as a tourist into Gaza, he's locked in. And what did the American government do for him? Absolutely nothing. Can you imagine this? He went there for a summer vacation to visit his mom and dad and not allowed to come out.
And I got a question. He was born in America, correct? Or
He was born in America, yes.
oh wow, and
He's an American.
he basically
And
went
this
there as
guy,
a tourist to
this guy,
travel.
this person he has a YouTube channel and TikTok channel, and that's it. I mean, he accepted.
Wow. Yeah,
He
you
goes
see,
live every once in a while.
yeah, for everyone that's watching, do you see what kind of like dehumanization the Palestinians in Gaza are going through? They can't leave. They can't, they're like basically it's an open air prison. You know what I'm saying? So it's an open air prison and they're living under a siege, they
But
don't
Abdul,
decide what comes in
Abdul,
and what goes out.
sorry. You and I and Chip and everybody on this live, we hear open life prison, but we really don't comprehend all the aspects of it. Only the people living in these conditions understand. Now, Chip, put aside all the 30,000 casualties of civilians and 75,000 injured. You have to keep in mind, Chip, all the people that are critically ill, that need medications, all the newborn babies, over 30,000 babies were born that don't have access to milk. I talk to people over there. Their conditions are so bad. It's basic human lives situations like, Chris Chip, you go into the bathroom. Do you know? I ask these silly questions because I'm trying to put a picture in my head of what their living conditions are. They live in a tent. They have a bucket inside the tent. The tent is 2 meters by 2 meters. You have a family there, anywhere from 4 to 7 to 10 people. And sometimes you have your relatives in there. You go to the bathroom in a bucket inside that tent. Try to imagine the picture in your head as I'm describing this. You have a woman, a child, a teenager, an old man. They go into a bucket inside that tent to do their thing. Imagine the smell. Imagine the humiliation. Imagine Some families are like brother and sister, two brothers with their two wives. Your brother's wife is doing her thing in front of you in the corner. You're trying to make sure you're not looking at her, but you know what you're imagining what's going on, and you hear and feel and smell. This dehumanization. What do you expect from these people, these kids, Chip? I ask you this question. I want you to please, because you obviously a wise man. What do you expect from these kids 10 years from now? Do you expect them to go and be peaceful? Would you be peaceful if you were that child, Chip, and see what's going on to your basic human rights? Your mom and sister and mother and grandmother and auntie and uncle are doing shit behind you, in front of you. You're living in a tent that smells, all the tents. Can you imagine what that area with thousands of tents smell like?
Well, imagine too what happens if the Israelis, as they tend to do, just decide to drop a bomb in the middle of a refugee camp and blow up, 100 people because they can. And in addition, the children that you're talking to may not even survive because of health issues or because of, aforementioned bombing, snipers, whatever the case may be. So I would be angry as hell, and I would want to find any way to get back at those who had killed my family members, who had made me live so miserably, who were trying to destroy my people and try to push me out of my land.
Chip, I leave you with these 2 points because I don't want to take time of my other friends and fellow people waiting on this. I had a call with a very close friend about 3 weeks ago. He's from the north of Gaza. He was able to connect with me for less than a minute live video. He was crying and he showed me the video. He flipped the camera on his son who's dying of hunger. He was crying not because his son is about to die. He was crying because he said, I want my son, I want myself to be bombed and killed that way. I can't because bomb kills you instantly. But to watch his son dying of hunger in front of him is more painful. Like he was praying for a bomb to just struck them. But watching his son dying, his son is less than 3 years old. He was already born with some congenital diseases where he already cannot eat any food. He was dying of hunger. He cried. And I can tell you, I swear, I couldn't sleep for 3 nights. I wish I didn't see his son dying very slowly, very painfully of malnutrition. This is inhumane. I don't want to hear. We live in a world where these things should not happen under our watch. This is so wrong. That's not beyond revenge. This is genocide. This is hate. This is hate speech and hate doing. These people don't deserve this. What are each group are calling for? They're calling for freedom of movement, for free access to better life. What are they asking for? They are not trying to clear the land occupied by Israel, all of it. They just want to be able to live with dignity. That's all. That's all. They want the basic. They don't aspire to have our American life. They simply want to be able to be treated medically, to be able to leave and come back. They want to be able to work and provide. People think that these people don't like life. They love to die, while the Israelis love life. That's the most absurd, ridiculous claim, because you're dehumanizing them. No, Chip, you and I and everybody else, we want a better life for ourselves and our children. I don't care where you come from this earth. We're humans. We don't wake up in the morning to raising our kids so we can send them to bomb themselves and be killed or kill ourselves. That's ridiculous. I don't care what background, what religion, what faith. We don't want harm to our children. Period. 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 No faith in the world can convince me to send my children to bomb themselves. This false propaganda has to end. Please. These are humans. Disagree with their thinking? Fine. Disagree, attack them verbally? Fine. But don't kill them because you decided that they are human animals, like the Israeli minister said the first week of the war. And imagine, Chip, if this same words were said by the leader of the Etch group. Imagine. Why the double standards? How can the Ministry of Defense says in public, in front of camera, or live in the news, these are human animals? So automatically he justifies killing them. We have American politicians from the Congress say, turn Gaza into a parking lot. How could we as American citizens be okay with this? How? Thank you, Chip. I appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, yeah, thanks for being here. Yeah, I think a lot of people are outraged the same way you just shared, and some of those details bring to light. I've lived in circumstances where you have to deal with those horrific life basics, and it's unpleasant. It's very unpleasant, and the modern facilities we have are amazingly convenient and helpful. And when those go away, it's a whole different life. So, okay, I think just one sec, Daganos. We're going to bring you up in. I think we have the order is Swarsha, Shaq Speaker, and then we'll go to Daganos. Thank you for your patience. Swarsha, how you doing?
Hey, Chip. I'm building that email for you, by the way. It's almost finished on the project we were speaking about before. So
Okay.
I wanted to just put in perspective something that came to me as a revelation about a couple days ago, and I've been kind of postulating on it and assessing the evidence as objectively as I can. And let me just share it with you all. I'm 10 years into the material behind who is running these things, what their motives are. And I want to share it with you all. I don't expect you to believe me. I do expect you, however, to do your research.
Can you just preface your comments? Can you just preface your comments by either others allege? Just don't say with certainty, okay?
So this is 10 years of research. Alleged. This is allegedly. I don't know how to frame it, Chip. So this is alleged. This is all allegedly.
You can say
right?
you can say some people have alleged that, and then continue your conversation.
So some people have alleged that, and this is some people have alleged that these people do not worship what you worship. They don't worship what we worship. They don't.
Who are these people? Who are these people?
The same people that are behind the ownership of the international banks. And
Who are they? Who are those people?
They are the family. They're the bloodlines from Canaan. They're the bloodlines from the deity worshiping, Canaanite deity worshiping. They believe in a pyramid of power, and this is what we're. And let me tell you what their objectives are. Their objectives are to accelerate our prophecy, not theirs. Our prophecy, because they want us to wipe each other out. That's what this is, and they are pushing with financial resources our push against each other, and so we're ending up in a field where we're fighting each other, and this is exactly what they want. And so I know it sounds horrific and ridiculous, but believe it, these people are evil beyond evil. They're the same deity worshiping families that were. I don't want to go too deep, Chip, but these are the from the 13th tribe, the house of Dan. They were not the 12 tribes of Israel, but this is the 13th tribe that were pretty much cast out. And if you go deep into this material, you'll find that the houses. I want to say they're out of Europe, but I don't want to say any names, but you guys can do the research. These people have an objective to accelerate us on our with prophecy, and for us to kind of end ourselves so they can reset everything. And they've been doing resets for thousands of years. And so I know it sounds conspiracy. Trust me, I get it. I'm not a conspiracy. There's no flat earth on my side. But I do want you to just put it in your mind as a possibility. Don't even listen to what I'm saying. And then start doing the research to figure out what the motives are. Why was there a delay behind Jace?
Where would people go to dig deeper about what you're sharing?
Right. So use Yandex. Don't use Google. Google's a BlackRock kind of operation, and they kind of push us in one corner, right? Use Yandex.
What is it called? Is it
Yeah,
a
it's
different
called-
search engine, or what's it called?
It is, Chip. It's called Yandex, and it's just a different search engine. But I seem to get
Is it spelled Yandex? Yandex?
that's correct. Yeah, it's
Okay.
yep. And so, shoot, I mean, I don't want to dilute what I'm saying by adding useless information.
What kind of search term should people put in if they're going to look for what you found?
Good question. So I would put in, this took me 10 years of just unpacking this information. I have no idea how to answer that. I have no idea. Okay, I got one. So start with this. Start with the 2022. Everybody get a pen because this is so vital. And there's no conspiracy because this is a video of what actually took place. Start with the 2022 Birmingham Commonwealth Games ceremony. They've, as you all know, they've been putting this stuff in our face using The Simpsons or whatever. I don't really ascribe to that stuff, but they use ceremonies to put this stuff in our face. And the Birmingham Commonwealth Games has nothing to do with sports. It's got the ceremony, right? It's got nothing to do with the culture behind Britain. These are the people putting on the ceremonies, and you can see kind of and ask yourself, why would they put Baal and Babylon burning and all these things, all these statues in the ceremony when it has nothing to do with the games or the Commonwealth of the UK? Or just start asking questions about why you see what you see.
What's the significance of what you're referring to? Why does it matter? What's happening that you're referring to?
Right. So good question. So the reason I'm putting that out there is because whoever is putting on these ceremonies thinks that Baal, the bull, right, the golden calf, the idolizing worship of Baal and the light of Lucifer, which is pretty much what these people are bringing. They're bringing these shards of crystals they're illuminated, and they're bringing it to the bull to pacify the bull, so Babylon stops burning. So basically, when everybody adopts the light of Lucifer, that's the only time when they're going to not burn Babylon, which is meaning conduct wars and all kinds of chaos. So that's the significance. I don't know. Did I make that clear, Chip, or am I?
Well, in other words, I'm a layperson, and
Yep.
I don't know the historical importance of what you just mentioned. Why don't we do this? We should do this offline in like a Zoom call with people if they're interested, because this is the kind of stuff on TikTok that goes in the terrain we probably get in trouble for.
That's right.
So let's do this. If anybody's interested in being a part of that, my email address is in my bio. It's just chipbarnesonline@gmail. If you want to fire me, please don't spam me. But if you're somebody who wants to do that, send me an email. We'll schedule a Zoom call, and then we'll invite people who want to come, and we'll listen to more. Okay?
Yeah, let's try to stay on topic. The topic is Palestine, Gaza.
Yeah, the thing is, Abdul, no doubt, I hear what you're saying. These are the roots. I'm looking at the roots, and I know they're deep, and I know they're dark, and I know people don't know this information, so I know it's going to get pushed back. I get it, but I hear what you're saying. You want to stay on topic, no doubt. But much love to everyone, really, all for humanity and the freedom of our people to exist in a loving environment, the way we were intended to be. So that's all I got, Chip. Much love. I love
All
the
right,
platform,
Scorcher.
man.
Thanks for being here. I appreciate it, and I'll have to look more into that. Of course, I'm an evidence-based thinker, so I want to make sure we get evidence. Just real quick, I want to let Dagnos know that he's going to be next after Shaq, and then we'll go to Brenda. But I want to quickly ask the audience, just real quick. I know Shaq's anxious to speak. Please invite other people. While I was listening to the last speaker, I invited the rest of my mutual friends. The reason is not everybody who is friends with me gets the broadcast that I'm live. So unless people know I'm scheduled, they don't a lot of times know that I'm actually live. So this will bring other people in for us. And in addition, I'm going to tap on my face for a couple minutes here just to add some likes to the live. We should be up to about We probably should be closer to 75,000 by now. If you don't mind, thank you, Sarah, for sharing it.
Chip, do you think I can get big screen just for one moment? I want to.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. This is my little this is a little temporary intermission. I'll go to you just a sec, and then I'll let Shaq speak while you're doing that. So just going to add some likes. If everybody can please do some invites. Thank you, Ping. Thank you, Sarah. And by the way, if you don't mind, folks, while you're waiting to speak, if you could please keep your microphone muted. That way we don't get background noise or have the temptation to interrupt each other. And by the way, I just want to let you know, if Diagnos is advocating, again, I say this every time somebody who's pro-Israel comes on, if Diagnos is advocating for Israel, please don't make any disparaging comments. You can argue the merits, but no personal attacks, just be polite as you would to a friend standing right in front of you. Okay? That's how I like to run things. And we can disagree, but we don't need to be disagreeable. Okay, Shaq, what's on your mind, my friend?
On the mic, it is on. Good evening from the UK, Chip. Always a pleasure to be listening to you. And you run probably one of the fairest live broadcasts on TikTok. And you're incredibly fair, and you give everybody an opportunity. You even give the enemies of humanity, the worshippers of Satan, an opportunity as well. By the way, I don't know how you pronounce.
In fairness, they don't. Hold on. They don't see themselves as that. They feel that they're right. So let's not be.
Oh yeah. They feel they're right, but
I don't want to call them that. That's not fair.
Oh, sorry. Okay. They do believe they're absolutely right, and this is why they totally are blind and oblivious to the suffering of children. I mean, now the number of unalived has way past 40,000. That's the known numbers. And there's an estimated additional 10,000 under the rubble that haven't been extracted yet. And may never be, just depend, certainly not in the immediate future. Because the quantity of rubble, the millions of tons, is just way too much. They've just gone on a rampage of destruction. But the gentleman, I don't know how you pronounce his name. Was it Soris or something like that?
It's pronounced Swarsha.
Swarsha, okay. You know what? He's speaking absolute fact and truth, and I 100% agree with everything that he's saying. They have although we know over 60% of them do not believe in the religion of Judaism. Okay, by the way, Judaism is a very, very different thing from what these Zionists believe in. They have this, Netanyahu and his cult, they're referred to as messianic lunatics. And they've got this, there is an agenda. And he was absolutely right. I don't want to go too much deep into that, but I encourage people to look into it, and you will not find it through Google. He's absolutely right. Google, they've got it covered. You put anything. I remember doing a search once on something for information that I needed, and it literally popped up a question. Why are you searching this? Unbelievable. I couldn't believe my eyes on what I'd just seen. Google was now asking me why I'm even searching for something. Okay, so you've got to look off Google and look up other search sites, but don't search Yandex on Google, because that's not going to help either. Just go and download the Yandex search tool yourselves. Now the thing is this, somebody else mentioned it in the comments as well. People who are indigenous and native to the land do not go about destroying that land. I'll give you an analogy from a Bible story. There was a dispute between two women. A woman had claimed that some other woman had stolen her child, and the case was brought before King Solomon the Wise. Okay. And he thought, he was very, very clever, and he thought, okay, I'll settle the dispute. We'll cut the baby in half and you can have a half each. The woman who was falsely claiming to have ownership of that child basically said nothing and was happy to see the child destroyed and cut into two halves, which is what the Zionists are doing. The mother, who was the genuine mother who loved that baby, could not bear the thought of any damage being done to that child, and said, no, let her have the baby. Straight away, King Solomon the Wise knew who was the owner of this child, and he had the other woman punished. Now, The Zionists are that thieving woman who are stealing somebody else's property, claiming it's their own, and are happy to have destruction, reckless, wanton destruction upon that land. Nobody who's a genuine insider of their own land and an indigenous person would ever want to see one brick damaged off that land, even if they genuinely believe somebody else is living in that property. They'd want it kept intact, and they'd want to keep it all in good order as it is. And before these lunatics went on the rampage over many, many years, I mean, I'm shocked. I've looked at the photographs of Gaza, and it's stunning. It competes with any of the top holiday destinations in Europe. The beach houses, the hotels, the river, the seafront properties, the way the beach is maintained. It's unbelievable. It's absolutely beautiful. It had a beautiful airport and everything. They destroyed everything, and they keep talking about all this lie. Oh, the people, they didn't invest in Hamas, H group, didn't invest in the infrastructure. How can they not? They had 36 hospitals. They have an education system that is the envy of the world. They have the highest number of PhD per capita in the world. This is Gaza under sanctions, has the highest number of PhD graduates in the world per capita. It has the highest literacy in the world, 98% literacy, okay, despite their incredible lack of resources. All of this requires infrastructure. It requires schools, it requires nurseries, kindergartens, colleges, the whole education system from top to bottom. And then it requires a health infrastructure to try and keep the health of those people. And they've bombed virtually all of the hospitals. I think there's maybe just a handful left that are barely functioning. Even those have been attacked and damaged as well. So not a single hospital is left undamaged. And the ones that they haven't literally blown apart, they've destroyed the energy generators and the solar panels. So they can't harvest electricity, and they cannot operate their machinery. They've gone inside and damaged the machinery. Yet they claim their tunnels are underground, but they need to damage the solar power. Okay, they need to damage the energy generators. These people are born of a lie. They occupied this land on the basis of a lie. They came in as refugees with their begging bowls, and the Palestinians were the only people foolish enough in the world at that time, because nobody in Europe wanted them. Every European country turned those ships away.
Hold on. If the Israelis want to use those terms or whomever to talk about Arabs or Palestinians, that's their version. I don't want to use the word them, which is pejorative. You can say that nobody at that time were willing to take in Jewish people. That's a fair thing to say.
Nobody was willing to take in those refugee ships full of overloaded with white European Jews. Okay, white European Jews, by the way, not Middle Eastern Semitic people. Okay, Ashkenazi Khazars. This is who was in the...
Shaq, just try to tie it up in about a minute or so. Here. We got a lot of people waiting.
And those ships went all the way across the Atlantic to the USA, Argentina, Canada, Cuba. They turned the ships away even from there. Why? Because they knew what trouble they'd be in for if they allowed them landing authority. So they
What trouble would that be?
Well, the same sort of trouble that they're providing, the same sort of trouble that's in the USA now. You've got a Israel Firster lobby, a so-called ethno-religious group that has got the politicians by the short and curlies, we say that in the UK, by the balls, basically. They choose, basically, they've got $100 million war chest to fund candidates they want. 90% of candidates that are backed by AIPAC money get elected. So it means that they're in total control.
I'm sorry, I'm playing the devil's advocate here. At that
yes,
time
I understand.
In Europe, well, let me finish it. Let me ask you this question. So if somebody were to say, because that was not the case in 1910 or 1925, what if somebody said that's anti-Semitic to ascribe those attributes, given that those weren't the situations at that time?
I don't care about the language they use. They'd have to prove to me they're even Semites. Because they're not Semites, the word means nothing to me. That accusation means absolutely zero to me. I don't respond to it, okay, because they're not Semites, and we know that. Okay, they even by some of them by their own admission, they confirm it. People like Rabbi Yaakov Shapiro.
Hold on, real quick. Let me address that point. This is something where I had an argument with Fiona Ryan. I understand in terms of the actual accuracy of the nomenclature, that's probably technically correct, but I think most people in the world colloquially refer to that term as being anti-Jewish. So I'm not going to argue the point of where Semites come from in terms of linguistics and ethnicity. But the term anti-Semitic, if you said that to the average person walking down the street, they would say that means somebody who's not fair or dislikes Jewish people, right? I think that's fair. So my point was, why would somebody say if somebody claimed that was against Jewish people, because at the time they didn't have the power, what problems do you think were the reasons why they were not allowed into the countries they were trying to reach? That's my question. I think that's a fair question.
Okay, so basically, the German, I mean, look, if you listen to the speech of Benjamin Friedman, okay, who was a leading Zionist, it's 1961 speech at the Willard Hotel. It's famous. You won't find it on YouTube. It's very difficult to find it there. You'll have to go to Rumble and BitChute now because they've removed the speech. It's about a 2.5 hour speech. He was a leading Zionist, and he openly spoke about the Jewish community in Germany were amongst the most successful. There was no anti-Jewish feelings at all. The German H group, if you want to call it that, what they'd done was they resented the overrepresentation of the power that they held, and the very severe money lending practices that they instituted, which were damaging the economy. When the Germans put an end to that, within 6 years, the German economy became the most powerful and fastest growing economy in the world. And the Jewish community resented their sudden drop in revenues because they couldn't leverage people at extortionate interest rates all of a sudden, etc. He shut down all the strip clubs. He shut down all the degeneracy nightclubs where the worst things happen. And Berlin was a global center of prostitution, basically. And that community, unfortunately, were the leading players in it, just as they are now. And you've got a rabbi who owns Pornhub, which is the biggest porn site in the world.
Okay, real quick, I just had to do this for a reason. So unfortunately, our other guest dropped. I really wanted to talk to him. It just took forever. Shaq, we've had about 9 minutes of going on this. I want to give you more time, but I need to rotate. So really quickly, by the way, I appreciate the things you're sharing. I think many people probably, and I'm not agreeing with them, I'm just seeing their point of view, when hearing things like the things that are being shared right now, would say this is just over the top. We're being blamed for usury. We're being blamed for unsettling economies. We're always the bad guys, people. And they're going to chalk it up to pure anti-Semitism, and not that any of these things legitimately had or have an adverse impact on societies for which there's reprisal. Let me do this. Let me go to Brenda, and then Chad, and then Dharma. Brenda, how you doing? Oh, sorry, Brenda. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Hey.
Yeah, there's a lot of really interesting discussion going on, and I think one of the main points that I do want to make is I think the reason that a lot of pieces are not coming together for a lot of people, I think is precisely for the reasons that Shorsha, is that what was his how he pronounced it?
Yeah, Swarsha.
Schwarsha. So I think there's just like there's so many things that are connected, so many things that we have to unlearn and deconstruct about the way our society is sort of built up. And there are so many things that people in the past have called conspiracy, but I think a lot of it we're starting to see that a lot of these things that we used to think were conspiracies were not are coming true, are becoming more and more. It's like thinking about 20 years ago, what we ever believed that our governments were capable of. We would have never thought that 20 years of what our governments are doing now. But then now we see what's actually happening. And it's like, I made this analogy on Wally's live about how we've been the boiling frog. we've been sitting in water that has been slowly, the temperature has been slowly turned up by the people who do control everything. And we've just been sitting comfortably. I think things are starting to become so uncomfortable now that now a lot more people are starting to question our way of life. Like, are we the good guys? You know? And there's a documentary that I wanted to share to add on to what Swarsha was saying. There's a documentary by this guy called Peter Josh. I saw this documentary maybe like 6 or 7 years ago, and it was one of the things that really kind of woke me up to this point that I'm making about really understanding that nothing is as it seems, is that the governments are not for us. We don't live in a democracy. Capitalism is not for the people, and it's not free. And so the documentary by Peter Josh is called Zeitgeist. Have you ever seen it, or have you ever heard of it, Chip?
Yeah, I've watched all the different iterations of it. Yeah.
So you watched all three, right? So it's like a series. And I think they do a really good job of, showing just sort of like our history in the last couple of decades, and to kind of start putting pieces together. And I saw this such a long time ago. I'm actually going to rewatch the series to see how it's relevant to what's happening now. But I do recommend this to people who are still kind of like on the fence and are still really hopeful that our votes count and that our governments are working for us. So the series is Peter Josh by Zeitgeist. And the last point that I wanted to make is that I understand having a dialogue and talking to people, but I think one of the main things that we need to start really looking at is starting to have conversations with people who are actually wanting to learn, who are actually wanting who have an open mind. Because let's face it, I think I've been in a bunch of different lives with you and other people in which 99% of the people who are advocating for Israel right now are not those type of people. I think seeing a lot of people were not pro-Israel before October 7th, and now that we have the evidence, it's really not a way for you to continue supporting what's happening and to not really want to learn and understand and question. Because I think one of the main components in changing your mind and causing that cognitive shift and paving new pathways in your brain is to deconstruct what you're learning and to come to a conversation with an open mind. And so like if you
Real quick, Brennan, I'm sorry to jump in. People were asking about the spelling of that documentary that you asked for, so I'm just going to share that with the audience. Zeitgeist is spelled with the letter Z and then EITG EIST. No, maybe it's IEST. Zeitgeist. No, I think in this. Anyway, if you type it in one of the other ways, you'll find it on YouTube. It's a free documentary.
GEIST, Zeitgeist.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I highly recommend that. But just going into conversation with people who are wanting to learn, and we know right away. We know right away, because when somebody comes into a conversation making accusations and wanting to change your mind, we can feel that already, because that's when our blood starts boiling. And so I think that is the purpose of these conversations a lot of time. And I think like if we're going to engage with those type of people, we need to really be hitting people with facts and like staying calm, because unfortunately the oppressed side are always the ones that have to make an argument for themselves. We're the ones that have to humanize ourselves. As we know that our system is still very much based on the establishment of white supremacy in the world, just because of the rhetoric of, calling people T-word, calling people savages, and thinking that all the land in the entire world is, colonizers to give, or they are the ones that want peace. And there's an argument. I saw this video from the 60s, from the civil rights movement, of, a couple of African Americans having a conversation with a few white people, and the white people were asking the black people, well, why don't you just have peaceful talks? Why don't you just talk? And then they had a very eloquent answer that I'll summarize just briefly before I drop off, that peace only benefits the status quo. It only benefits those because you just want to basically just kind of roll over so that you don't inconvenience the people who are doing the oppressing. That's what peace is. And as we know, there shouldn't be any peace without justice, because peace without justice is just giving up. So that was just a message that I wanted to put out there for everybody. Thanks, Chip. Have a great afternoon. I'll be listening from the background.
Thanks, Brenda. I appreciate you being here. There was something in the comments that said someone said they live in Israel. I think the person said about themselves, I just want a peaceful two-state solution. I want to say that I agree with that. The point that I make more than anything is I think most people who live in Israel, and even those who support Israel from outside, they want security, which leads to peace and prosperity. And what you can argue both sides of this as to whose fault it is that there's no security right now. But I know that both it takes two to tango. I agree with that. The thing is, when the rubber meets the road, it's the peace negotiation process that determines the outcome of whether that happens or not. And when you really dig deep and you challenge the narrative that the Arabs don't want peace, that they've turned it down 5 times or whatever that claim is, you realize that it's not true. That's the problem, is that the Israeli government wants the public to believe that they're the peacemakers, that they've offered these people all these great deals, and they're just violent savages who just don't want to be peaceful. That's how I always thought when I was younger. And then when I actually did the research and I started reading and learning of the individual agreements, it's not the case. And all Palestinians want is freedom, autonomy, and dignity. And any agreements that don't include those 3 things are going to be rejected. As Israeli officials have said, if they were offered those deals, they would have rejected them if they were Arafat or Abbas. That tells me everything I need to know when Israeli officials are saying the deals were not good enough to be taken by Palestinians. So therein lies the problem. And if you look at what's been happening over time, more and more territory that the Palestinians used to live in, you phrase it how you want, is now occupied and lived on by Israelis and Jewish people. That's just indisputable. And what we're seeing in Gaza, and even in the West Bank, unfortunately, with this rabid settler movement that's taking its course, under the cover of what's happening in Gaza, more of this is happening at an accelerated pace, with the entire northern half of Gaza being completely flattened like a moonscape, and starvation and sickness and death at a record that's just unimaginable. So you can paint it how you want, but more and more land is coming under the umbrella of Israel, and less remains for people who have lived there for many, many generations. That's just indisputable. Okay, I think Dharma was next, and then Beyond, and then Danny. Hi, Dharma.
Good evening, Chip, and good evening to the panel and the people down in the chat. So, for me, Chip, through this entire journey, I've got to thank people like yourself, people like Sokal Smitty, and so many other informative lives that I've been on, because, boy, have I learned a lot. The one thing that I've learned more than anything is to become more critical, more analytical, and to ask the right kind of questions. Because only when you ask the right kind of questions are you tempted even to go in the right direction searching for answers. And what I've found was that now us pro-Pali people, because I'm not Palestinian, I'm South African, us pro-Palestinian people are not only having to fight for the rights of the Palestinian people, but we also have to fight for the rights of true peaceful Jewish people to say their say and not be labeled as self-hating Jews. Because the biggest danger now to the true Jewish folk are the Zionists. Because from the word go, the Zionists have hijacked this faith and have now created, I think, a global dislike, if not hatred, of Jewish people, which now us on the outside are having to say no, but not all Jewish people are Zionists. Some Zionists are even Christians, some are even Muslims, some are even Hindu, whatever the case may be. But the fact of the matter is that the biggest dismantler of the Zionist propaganda machine will be the Zionists themselves. The way they behave, the things that they think, what they say, because what they say is not what they do. These two things will never come together. It's like, the manipulation, the darvo that everybody deals with when dealing with Zionists. I really have great empathy for the people of Israel speaking out against their government, and then they're maligned, they're ridiculed, because they don't really stand for what their government is standing for, and they themselves can see that what their government is doing is not right. So when you get a Jewish person saying, but I just want peace, and we are saying, yes, we say peace for you, but peace for the Palestinians as well, justice for the Palestinians as well, the right to self-determination and all the things that you wish for yourself, for them as well. Nobody's saying, no, we want to get rid of you. Yes, the world, I think, wants to get rid of the Zionist ideology, the apartheid system, the chaotic way by which they gain everything that they have. This is not right. But here we are, not only now trying to protect the Palestinians' right to exist, but also for through peace-loving Jewish people who don't agree with what the Zionists are doing. And so it's like, do you realize that you are so chaotic in your own movement, in your own belief systems, in your own actions, that one has to be insane, actually. You have to be absolutely insane to go along with what you are proposing. And I made a video, I think just this morning, that I said, whenever you see this video, ask yourself, at which point did you realize that October 7th and everything that happened after that was never about October 7th? It was never ever about October 7th. You don't have to like, you don't have to repost, you don't have to share. Just ask yourself in your own mind, when did you realize that October 7th was never really about October 7th? And that really, I think when you realize that what is really going on, it sets you apart. Your humanity at this point sets you apart. And that is something that's so important. At the core of everything, it is your humanity, because humanity will tell you who the Zionist is and who the Jewish person is. Humanity will tell you that the plight of the Palestinians is absolutely real. It dismantles so much confusion. When people tell you, oh no, it's complicated. No, it's not. There's nothing ever complicated about what has happened here. Okay? So for me, once again, I'm going to end this off with, I thank you for the knowledge that you've shared, for people like SoCal Smitty and the like that I have learned from so vehemently. I love your lives. It is peaceful. It is calm. It is informative. That's all I can say, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dharma. Appreciate that. What I wanted to mention a couple things really quickly. So there's a document, again, I think Dapper's in the chat. Dapper's very outspoken pro-Israel. I'm a little tired of Dapper calling me anti-Semitic anytime I bring up an issue that he doesn't like the fact that I'm focusing on. I can promise you, Dapper, if that means people don't like Jewish people or want to see, that's not me. I want a homeland or a safe place for Jewish people to be. I think the issue most people take is, I've heard most people who are Jewish are also Zionists. So if you're anti-Zionist, you're anti-Jewish. That would make sense if that was the case. However, I think desire for the homeland, the reason why there's a homeland, a desire for it, is because people want safety from persecution and a place to have self-determination, just like Palestinians want. So if that's the case, it's not a bad aspiration. The question is how to go about attaining it in a way that has the least amount of harm or doesn't create total discord in a region as this has. Shaq had recommended, Dapper was saying in the comments that everything that Shaq's saying is what people said before the Jews were persecuted in World War II under the Third Reich, and that there's no evidence to substantiate a word that he's saying. So I don't know for sure. A lot of this stuff I'm still learning about. So Shaq recommended that we look up, and I found this on Google, Benjamin Friedman's speech at the Willard Hotel, 1961. So I've Googled that. I think I've read a bit of it before, but for those of you who are curious, just type into Google, Benjamin Friedman's speech, 1961 at the Willard Hotel. I'll read that, not to the audience, 18 pages long. I think if you read that, and I don't know if Dapper's going to read it, he may just dismiss it outright, but I like to look at stuff. If people say that that kind of thing has some indication to back up the words that are being said, I read it. I may say it's garbage, or I may say there's something to it, or I may say there's a lot to it, whatever. So for what it's worth, it's a puzzle piece on the table that I'll look at. I hope everybody else will too. That's how we learn. Dapper, I don't know if you read that before, and if there's something specifically wrong or factually incorrect with that speech, if you want to share that, that's fair. To blanket statements say that it's just not true and there's nothing to it, I think is equally insincere. So I hope you'll keep an open mind, like was just suggested, because being closed-minded, I think, is one of the worst human attributes. Confirmation bias, echo chamber, all that crap. It's so easy to fall into that trap. It's good to question our beliefs and learn and be willing to learn. That's why I like to listen and repeat back to people what they say. Okay. Lastly, I just want to let everybody know my schedule, because I try to do these lives. I was doing them 6 days a week. It was just too much. I do them on an impromptu basis here and there. I did one on Friday. I did one Thursday, but my normal schedule is Wednesday nights from 7 p.m. Eastern time to 9 p.m. And then, of course, Saturdays like today from 12 noon to 3 p.m. Eastern, sometimes longer if I have the time. I have a little more time today. I do want to get to all the guests, so I would ask each person if you can keep your comments to like maybe 2, maybe 3 minutes, and then we'll let other people get involved. So I think the next person was Beyond Vision, and then we have Danny, Brian, and Bartolov. How you doing, Beyond Vision?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Okay, thanks. What's on your mind?
Yeah, thanks for sharing. I've been listening to all the amazing guests, and typically, if I have like a few thoughts, when I get to speaking, I forget about them. So I wonder if everybody's like keeping a notebook or something in front of them, or if they just have much better minds than I do. So good job, everybody. But one idea I wanted to share and get off my chest is this movie called War of the Worlds. So when I think of the analogy between that movie and what's happening in Palestine, I see a lot of similarities. And so one
Is
of
that the
them
one
is
with, is that the
that,
one with Tom Cruise? Is that the one with Tom Cruise where the aliens come in, or so those big things come in? Is that what that is?
I watched it like 10 years ago or whatever, however many years it was when it came
Let
out.
me
So I
type
don't
it
really
in.
remember who the actors were, but I have a picture in my mind of what the general story was. So the idea is these aliens come in and then they're able to put into or affect the minds of the people, take over the minds of the people so that they think they are, so nobody else can tell that they are not really human beings, like they're aliens. But their goal is just to take over the planet because the aliens, whatever their world is messed up, so they want this planet. They really covet the world. And so the similarity with what's happening in Israel is if you look at Bezalel Smotrich, for example, Ukrainian heritage, and he comes and says, these Palestinians, they are not the natives. We, referring to himself, the Ukrainian, we are the natives. And so that part is eerily similar to the plot of War of the Worlds. And then you have, sadly, I think as human beings, there's a lot of people who are gaslit in Israeli society and even here, and they spend so much on controlling what we consume as information that a lot of us, we have no idea as to the truth of what's happening. Just the sheer barbarity of the occupation, neighborhood by neighborhood murder and theft that they're doing, and then we just kind
Hey,
of go about
Jan,
our daily life.
sorry, can I just
Go
ask
ahead.
you a question? So, as devil's advocate, if you were Jewish, let's say you're living in New Jersey and you're an American Jewish person, you support Israel, you come from a family that practices the holidays, but you're not super religious, but you want to advocate for Israel and its safety. If somebody was talking about, quote unquote, the Jews control the world, or do you think it's fair for somebody to look at that and question it and think it's sort of unfair to Jewish people, or would you think it's acceptable for people to make those allegations?
So I wouldn't say that the Jews control the world. I just want to say, okay, so first of all, I think a lot of Zionists are, population-wise, are Christian in the United States. They do put some Jewish people as the heads of the corporations, and that's because for whatever reason they have. I mean, I don't know how it became that way. So I think even the Jewish people themselves are gaslit into supporting Israel. Just if you watch one documentary from my recommendation, it would be this podcast called The Thinking Muslim, where a Jewish historian is interviewed talking about how the Jews of Iraq were scared off into migrating to Israel because the Zionists, they orchestrated a series of bombings of synagogues in Iraq to get the people to panic and run to Israel. So what this tells you is that Israel is not about safety for the Jewish people. It is this colonial project where people use all manner of deception to get their way. And so the first people they sacrifice are Jewish people.
So are you saying that
But
because
go ahead.
the cause of colonizing historic Palestine is greater in their minds as well as the greater Israel, they're willing to harm unalive to further their cause? Is that the idea?
Exactly. Plus, if you take into consideration what Biden said in terms of if Israel did not exist, we would have to invent it, that tells you that there is this whole other reality where people are doing it for calculated reasons. And I think one of the reasons is what's happening in the monetary world, where if you look at what is actually wealth, and so since the 70s, right, it's been the petrodollar, the fact that petrol, something that is the lifeblood of economies all around the world, is priced in dollars. That actually allows the United States to be the superpower that is able to run trillions in deficits without suffering the consequent inflation that should be there but is not. So I liken it to this. You can be rich by having a gold mine in your backyard. Every time you need money, you know what? You dig up some gold and you sell it. Or you can be rich by being able to print as much paper as you want, and you could buy the gold, and basically nobody is the wiser. So then if the power to have your paper, your counterfeit paper, respected as actual money, if you have, as long as you have that power, you will be the wealthiest nation in the world. So I think control of the Middle East is not necessarily about a specific gas field or a specific canal, but it's about keeping this illusion of the purchasing power of the dollar alive and well. So not
Okay,
only do they
Beyond. Yeah,
control Israel by
that's a
that,
good
but
thing to say.
the whole
That's a
region.
good thing to say. Yeah, they're bringing the fact that we have this fiat currency that's being inflated away crazy. I want to give Danny a chance, but before we give Danny a chance, this is just a photograph of Rachel Corrie. If you don't know who Rachel Corrie was, she was a pro-Palestinian activist that was in Gaza trying to stop a demolition of a home in Gaza, and unfortunately, and people believe intentionally, she was run over by a bulldozer operator and she died. And it's very sad. She was one of the few Americans to go into Gaza and advocate for Gaza, for the Gazan people, and gave her life for that cause. So this is the anniversary of her having died on that day. So thank you for the remembrance of that. Danny, how are you doing? What would you like to say, Danny?
Thank you very much, Chip. I appreciate you, and it's very sad to hear that news with that lady.
No,
and
that's
that.
an anniversary, not recent. That's going back to 2001.
Oh, okay. No, I thought I heard something like that just recently happened.
Well, there was a Palestinian in Gaza who had had his hands bound behind his back with a zip tie. He was laying face up, and a tank drove over him from foot to head, slowly crushing him to death.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's
Pretty
horrible. I
awful.
mean, the atrocities are like endless, and what I wanted to get to the point of the monetary thing, just like the last gentleman was saying. So to just get around the BS, it's like every head of treasury in the U.S. is a Jewish person, so that should tell you something. And going back in time, it's like the monetary system is invented so that the people that invented it take advantage of it, which means that when you have Like, it doesn't take a genius to, use money to make money. Therefore, this manipulated power, which comes from money, it gives these people power. So the root of the issue that we're having right now is, where is all this power coming from? It's coming from the money that they have. And I feel like it's all manipulated, and it should be, taken away. So if there was a way to kind of eliminate that power, eliminate the money that's giving them this power, I think a lot of problems would be solved. My train of thought is a little skewed, but I wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I talk about that a lot. Let's just assume for a second that there was zero influence from any other country or religion or ethnicity. Just the capitalist system just happened to work itself out this way, that corporations and high net worth individuals and money in politics has created an imbalance where the public is left in a bad situation vis-a-vis where it would have been otherwise. I think it's fair to address that in and of itself, to try to look for ways to rectify that. So in my opinion, I'm probably called a raging socialist, but I think we should redistribute money, because I believe the systems through which the money was accumulated were inherently unfair to start with. The game has been tilted or rigged towards benefiting a small group of people who have basically siphoned the money from the lower classes up through the upper classes, through lack of taxation, through centralized chain stores, limiting local competition, destroying small businesses that otherwise could compete, government policies, and of course just the money in politics and all that stuff like that. So because of all those sort of crooked factors, I think something substantial, something maybe larger than would otherwise be considered, should be put in place to more level the playing field and correct some of those injustices. I don't know exactly how you do it, but I think that there's got to be some fair way to engineer it that would shift the balance of power. Of course, those who get to choose how that would be done are the ones who don't want it to be done. So the chances of it happening is minimal, unless there's some sort of a greater pressure to change those power dynamics, which would be, protesting and not working and blocking stuff and all the stuff that I talk about. So I don't see it changing anytime soon, just like I don't see the Israeli government's policies vis-a-vis Gaza and the West Bank changing anytime soon, unless there's something that forces those changes. So I think you're right. Something needs to change. I think, again, like everything else, when it gets to be too excessive, it topples under its own heaviness, because people just go ape shit and they rebel, which is probably going to happen at some point, although maybe not right away, because things aren't quite as bad for the average American as they would need to be for that to occur. Okay, thank you for your point, Danny. I think Brian was next, and then Khalid, and then we'll go around the horn. Hi, Danny.
Yeah, I just wanted to address what
Brian, sorry. Hi, Brian. Sorry, I got the name wrong. Sorry about that.
It's okay, no problem. This puts me in a very uncomfortable position when people like Shaq are saying what they said about, for example, this speech by Benny Friedman, because I am very pro-Palestinian, pro-human rights, However, we have to really be careful, because, for example, quoting a speech from Benny Friedman, well, this guy he is a Holocaust denier, raging anti-Semite, even though he was born Jewish. And, I want to make the point that even if somebody gives a speech, for example, even if it's a Jewish person giving a speech, you have to be critical of both what's said and how you present it. Because, for example, he had addressed about, the Jews were controlled, they were having, what was it, like bordellos, strip clubs, whatever, in Germany, and, there was no anti-Semitism, and Jews were well integrated. First, the history of anti-Semitism is very well established in all of Europe. I'm actually American, but I've lived in Europe since 2006. And it's really important that, you have to, if you want to say you're pro-Palestinian, you support their rights, okay, that's one thing. That's absolutely correct. I'm totally down with that. But when you start presenting, I don't mean you, Chip, I mean somebody who says they're on the Palestinian side of things, when people start taking out this, here's a quote from this person and blah, 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 and it's in a speech, it has lots of information. Well, even in Germany, for example, like Theodor Herzl was a raging anti-Semite. He was he's the father of Zionism. He despised Yiddish-speaking Ashkenazi Jews. He despised them. He hated their religion. He hated the way that they dress. He hated how many of them were living in poverty, especially in, for example, like Ukraine and other and even, for example, like right now I live in Hungary, and I live close to a city that used to have a population of like 100,000 Jewish people, and now they're just gone. So we need to take into account that the anti-Semitism in Europe has been real and had real consequences. And, when he started to say like, well, that there was, after they removed these Jews from having this, I don't mean to misquote Shaq, but basically there was good effects from removing Jews from their businesses and from their positions within German society and all these things. Well, the problem that I have with that is, okay, everyone has freedom of speech, but you have to have some responsibility, because I don't know if Shaq is Palestinian, probably not. Like, I speak with Palestinians almost every day in lives, even direct from Gaza and from West Bank.
Real quick, Brian, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if I can remember what Shaq said, I don't think he said that when they removed people from their businesses. I think what he said is that when the situation of the interest or the effect on the economy shifted, that the economy was able to grow at a pace that it had, and it was setting records in the region. That's what I think he said.
That's exactly what I said. This is a known and recorded fact of history, that when they curbed
I'm sorry, don't interrupt me, Shaq.
Shaq, let's do this. It's okay to.
You don't mind?
Let's let Brian. Go ahead, Brian. Please finish.
Yeah. So, you can't take that as an indicator of, okay, this was a success. For example, we remove usury, like, for example, interest on loans and all these things. This is a very shallow take on an economic situation, because at that time, the move within Nazi Germany was actually to nationalize these businesses, in terms of lending money for business growth and for employment and all these things. You cannot take something that's isolated like that and say, oh, well, this was the benefit. These do not exist in isolation. And I'm coming out with, this very hardcore anti-Semitic stuff just as, oh, this is a fact. Well, even less, you have the issue that, correlation is not the same as causation. Just because 5 people ate peas before they got into a traffic accident, this doesn't mean that if you don't eat peas, you will not get into a traffic accident. I think this is very mentally lazy. And if you're going to say that you're on the Palestinian side and you're pro-Palestinian, repeating this sort of stuff into, like, if somebody comes along here and they said, oh, this is a very interesting topic, and they hear this stuff that was being said by Shaq, you have to, what I'm saying is, if you're going to speak on the Palestinian side, my opinion, don't start dredging in this anti-Semitic stuff, because you are the representation of Palestinian people who cannot speak for themselves. If a Palestinian person wants to.
All right. So, Brian, I'm happy to have you share your views, but I don't want you to tell other people how to think or speak, because they're not doing that for you. I did want to ask you a question. You seem like you're pretty knowledgeable about this. Did you read the entirety or hear the entirety of the Benjamin Friedman speech at the Willard Hotel? And I was trying to glance through it as we were speaking here. There was one thing that came to mind, and I'll let you back on in 1 sec here, that I wanted to share with the audience. It's about 18 pages, so I couldn't read the whole thing and still listen to it very well. But there was something that somebody said, that he claims somebody said, which, here's what he says. This is a guy named Mr. Untermeyer, came back to the United States from the World Conference of Jews in Amsterdam in 1933, who was head of the American delegation and the president of the conference. He went from the steam room to the ABC radio network and said the following. His words, just for the record: the Jews of the world now declare a holy war against Germany. We are now engaged in a sacred conflict against the Germans, and we are going to starve them into surrender. We are going to use a worldwide boycott against them that will destroy them because they're dependent upon their export business. The fact that 2/3 of the Germans' food supply, this is not him speaking, but this is the author, Benny Friedman. 2/3 of the German food supply had to be imported. It can only be imported with the proceeds of what they exported, their labor. So if Germany could not export, 2/3 of Germany's population would have to starve. So that's I bet that may allude to why there was discord in Germany. Do you think that's anti-Semitic? Or what is the purpose of him sharing this? And if he's Jewish, why would he hate Jewish people? Brian.
My microphone's back on.
Yeah.
I think this is something that is, you have one person saying this. Let's say, for example, it's an absolute fact of what he's saying. You have to look at what is the motivation, excuse me, what is the motivation of the person saying these particular things? Like I brought up a transcript on archive.org that I was skimming through. I didn't have a chance to read it fully yet. There's just the point that I want to make is that, as a person who fully supports, I do not support Zionism at all. Okay. I just want us to, whether it's spiritual Zionism, peaceful leftist Zionism, you cannot have the state of Israel exist without the boot of the neck of the from the Israelis on the necks of the Palestinians. But just, and I'm not saying how people should speak. This is just my opinion. Everybody can say however they want to, whatever they want to. But I think it absolutely doesn't do any justice to Palestinian. This is just my opinion. Like I said, this doesn't do any justice to the Palestinian cause. If people are saying, getting into like, what is the benefit to start getting into the Jews control the world? The Jews are the money lenders. Well, historically, yes, Jews were the money lenders in Europe because they were the only ones allowed to charge interest. I'm just saying that in my opinion, as somebody who, we have to be, I just feel like we should be careful about what we're saying because this is a very easy thing for somebody to turn in to this particular discussion by Shaq and say, oh, look, you see, this is, and Benny Friedman, just from reading about him now, I hadn't heard of him previously. Like my sources of education on this subject are like, Avi Shlaim, Ilan Pape, Norman Finkelstein, all of these people that it doesn't do justice to this particular cause to start getting into this Jews control the world, protocols of elders of Zion. And even, for example, if somebody presents something as a fact, you have to look at that fact in isolation and what they're saying. Because, for example, in the U.S., we have, black people are more likely to be arrested by the police. They're more likely. Well, what is the purpose to saying this? Are you saying it because you care about the causal relationships between lack of education opportunities and lack of generational wealth? Or are you saying this because you want to make a racist point that all black people are born criminals? So you can take data, but it just depends on what you're trying to say with that data. That was it, basically. Thank you for the time.
Yeah, sure. Let me first, before Shaq responds, I want to give him a chance to. So I think this is a fair question I want to ask. I'm saying this with all sincerity. I swear to you. I don't have evidence to back up any of the things Shaq said. I looked at the speech. I mean, this is just somebody speaking, so I don't know if that's considered evidence. But I do have a question. If the very small fraction of people that hold the positions of power, who happen to have large ownership interests in some of the banking, especially central banking, which is very lucrative, and there are different companies and shareholders of these banks. Some are families, some are businesses, but they're not disclosed typically. And so if all of the lending that's going on at the core of most of these economies, which is in the trillions of dollars, the amount of money, a small amount of interest makes on that kind of money is huge. And so if the overwhelming majority of those people have to come from a very small group from the global population, why is that out of bounds to discuss? That doesn't mean that all Jewish people control the world, because most Jewish people are not a part of that small subset of very wealthy, influential people who may happen to be Jewish and may happen to support Israel and or Zionism. But the question is, if that very small subset of people who happen to come from an ethnic group do indeed hold that power, I don't know if they do or not, but I mean, that's what people are alleging. Why is it impossible to acknowledge and discuss that when if it were, like I said, members of the Mexican drug cartel or members of the Chinese mafia or whoever it may be? I'm not comparing the owners to, criminal groups. I'm just using examples of subsets of people. Why is that out of bounds? So again, I don't have the evidence to substantiate the claims, but I'm just wondering why it's automatically vilified and put into a corner as if it's completely false without further analysis. I think that's unfair for any issue for it to be, pigeonholed like that and tabled. Shaq, what would you like to say back to that, if anything? And please keep it about a minute or so if you can.
Hi there. Thank you very, very much. Yeah. I see what's happened is we've got to a point now over the decades where the indoctrination and the power has become so much that we are self-censoring. And you see that in Brian. Nice guy. He supports the Palestinians, so I love him for that. He's a brother. Okay. But I am done with remaining silent and self-censoring. I won't do it anymore. And the things that Benjamin Friedman said in his famous speech of 1961 can be checked and backed up. They did the headlines of the New York Times and all the major newspapers were Judea declares war on Germany, and they literally brought Germany to its knees. The people suffered tremendously. Why? Because the German people had had enough of this excessive banking control and usury that was destroying businesses and destroying lives. So there was a group of people who were leveraging the most, and the thing was, they were only a tiny percentage, and they enjoyed a very high standard of living. There's no harm in.
Real quick, I want to ask you. So, in the movies that I've seen that reference World War II and that fictional movies, they make it appear that in the rooms when they're talking about this quote unquote solution, it appears from the movies that I've seen that it's strictly of abject hatred for people who happen to be ethnically Jewish. Are you saying that the reality that there was more of a negative influence is purposely omitted to reinforce a narrative, or is it omitted because it's not true? What do you say about that? Those movies.
It's omitted to reinforce a narrative, and it just genuinely was not true. Okay. We've got to remember look, it's not the Jamaicans or the Fijians or the Pakistanis who run, or the Arabs who run Hollywood. Yeah, it's we'll just say it as it is. It's East European Jews, okay, who control Hollywood. They run Hollywood. And so they decide on what the movies are going to be and what the narratives are. So it's imagine like if I got offended if somebody said, listen, you Pakistani people run the mango trade. Yeah, we do, and we're proud of it. We make the best mangoes in Pakistan. Okay.
Right.
And so I can't dispute that. Okay. So if somebody says there is, disproportionate power in certain communities, hands or overrepresentation in political influence, in political lobbying, this is not an insult to any community. It's a statement of fact. And if you listen to leading people like Alan Dershowitz, he boasts about it. He openly boasts about it. There's a famous Hollywood journal where they boast about it. He boasts about their control of the movie industry. So if you control the movie industry, you control the narrative that is being put out there.
Okay, let's do this. Shaq. I'm sorry to stop you. We just have to give other people a chance. I appreciate your following up with that and sharing your point of view. I can't read the name because your pictures, it's something Wolf, I think.
Khalid, my name.
No, not Khalid. Hold on. There was somebody else that's of
the
I'll
Wolf.
get you. Yeah, there you go. What would you like to say, sir?
Yeah. I'd like to touch on a few things. Where do I begin? My mind goes about 1,000 miles an hour. First, I want to recommend everyone looks up the book Mind Camp. Mind Camp. Yeah, it explains why Hitler wanted to unalive all the Jews back in the times, which I totally disagree with his methods. It was a gruesome method of unaliving any human being or animal, for that matter. Along with the Jews that he did unalive at the time, there was a load of Turks and other races too. But do look into that book. That's one thing. I lost my train of thought. You jumped on me suddenly.
That book stands for My Struggle in German.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So you know about this. I've only recently found out about it. I have lost my train of thought. It did throw me, but I mean,
Well, real quick,
what I want to say is many people.
you said that his solution, quote unquote, they had this thing called the solution. I won't say the actual word. My
Okay,
understanding was is that in the process of trying to focus on this thing that they perceived to be problematic, they tried to find places to deport people first and foremost, like find places for people to go, and they had tried to work out arrangements, but a lot of those arrangements could not be worked out the way they had hoped. And so therefore they took on another course of action. Does that sound accurate to you or not?
that's right. Yeah, and also it's interesting that President Truman had a video on YouTube, and I more recently looked at it again to show people on my live, and the part that it says the Jews wanted a strip of land where they could be placed and live happily ever after. He said this was not possible. Yeah, so we have to dismantle it part by bit by bit, which is what they're doing now. Over from the beginning, 1948 or 1917, whenever when the Balfour Treaty was given. But from that time, it began. The unaliving began. The Israeli settlers of the time at that time were placed upon high hills, and the Palestinians lived at the bottom of the hill, and they would roll barrels of petrol down. And when the Palestinian was fleeing from the fire, they would pew them with their snipers. Now, I don't want to stick on that. The other point was Theodor Herzl. He was actually following his father's book about Israel and everything, and he actually stood up in front of the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire at the time, Abdul Hamid II, and he asked for a strip of land in Kudus. Yeah, Abdul Hamid II refused and said that that land belongs to the Palestinians. And I keep hearing that Palestine was never a place it was controlled. It was always occupied by this one, that one. In all of the history, have we ever heard of the amount of unaliving that's going on now? Have we ever heard that any one of those occupiers in all of history done what the Zionist people, the IDF people that are doing now to the Palestinians? No, we haven't, So we need to put aside who's right, who's wrong, whose land it is, because the statement that it's the Jews was promised that land by God, you're not waiting for God to allow you to have that land. Yeah, you're just literally unaliving everybody in between. Now, going by the flag, the two blue lines, yeah, do we know what that stands for? Chip, I've got a feeling you might know.
From the river.
Well, it has a
The two
longer
blue lines.
historical context. Well, it has a longer historical context well before it was used by that particular group, I believe.
Yeah, well, the information I got was when Theodor Herzl, they had a secret meeting in Turkey back in the times before it was called Turkey, and it's it's the River Nile and the Frat. Yeah, so everything in between, they want it to be Israel, all the way up to Syria, part of Turkey, Iran, Iraq. They don't want to stop with just Palestine. They want to take the whole between the two. That's why those two blue lines are there. Everything between, they want it to be Israel. That was the other thing. Now, my belief is, as our brother Shaq mentioned with the movie, now, if we've all watched Z Nation, where I think it was Brad Pitt, yeah? Do you remember the scene, if you've watched Z Nation, when the zombies was trying to scramble up the wall and they were nearly getting over the wall, and these helicopters came and they unalived all the zombies, yeah? Now, that was a subliminal message to say it was in Israel. That's the wall we're talking about, yeah? And that was literally trying to subliminally get people to accept that the Palestinians are the zombies. And it didn't matter if you unalived them, because they are monsters. That's the way they see them. And movies do tell us a lot, as our brother Shaq said. They do run all corporations. That they've grown themselves into such a position that no one can interfere with them as far as occupying America, because they've literally occupied the American government. Everyone in a position that would need to vote is a Zionist. We know they've got twin citizenships. Now, I don't want to monologue too much further. I've mentioned a few things I wanted to mention, may have forgotten some. But Chip Barnes, I've not been in your lives before. I've listened to many of your posts and everything, and I love your intellect and your input that you give out there. And I will continue to follow you. I've wrote about 9 poems. I've wrote 9 poems now for Palestine, and I'd like to conclude my part of the time with with one of my poems. I do ask for people if they would like to record screen recording possibly, and then make a post of it, because I will eventually publish my poems with a few other poets that I've met
Just
along the
real
way.
quick, this is recorded and we posted within an hour of being done up on my YouTube and Rumble channels. And right now we're at the 3 hour and 15-minute mark. In case you want to know how far to go in.
Okay, so I'm gonna put a little echo in there. There is another poem I haven't written. It's for Aaron Bushnell. Sorry. Aaron Bushnell. What a thing to do. That just showed to me that he didn't want to live in this world with all the corruption and everything that's going on. I have a poem part in my mind for him. Inshallah, I will finish it off. But the beginning goes, man on fire with his heart's one desire. Free, free Palestine. He cries out louder as the flames rise higher. And at the moment, that's as far as I've got because I haven't put it on paper. But now I'll continue with Crimea River and I'll conclude there, Chip Barnes.
Okay.
Crimea River, all the way to the sea. For Palestine will for sure be free. For my heart wrenches to see you suffering like this. Can no one else see you suffering like this? Can no one else see what my eyes see? Ya Allah, don't break me with these horrific images and give strength to those deep in the midst of this catastrophe. Babies, children dropping down like flies as they try to flee. Am I the only one that can see this evil war crime in the midnight matinee? And the ones who are guilty are you and me, for we stand back and watch it like it's a movie. This is not how life is meant to be. I cannot wait for the sequel where Palestine is finally free. This is not how life is meant to be. Oh, my mother, why did you give birth to me? For my heart is not built for what my eyes can see. From the river all the way to the sea, all that I can see is a river of blood from those innocent babies. Oh, my dear mother, why did you not warn me? Ya Allah, please take me, as I feel so guilty to be living in comfort while those children, babies, are trying to flee. From the river to the sea, all that I want to see is Palestine finally free, free, free.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. That'll be recorded and put up on. It's about 3 minutes and 16 minutes, 3 hours and 16 minutes into the live if you want to look it up. Thank you for being here. And we look forward to hearing the one when you want to finish. Aaron Bushnell, come on and tell us the rest, okay?
Can I just say that was very powerful, amazing.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
That's fine. Thank you for being here yourself. If you wasn't here, I couldn't be here. We are all people. We need to unite. We need to unite. We need to unite. That's all I can say. Put our differences, colors, everything aside. We need to unite. We can overcome these governments. I've got on here the dollar, the yen, the euro, the pound. We need to break this money system. We need to learn how to live off the land. We need to stop spending money where we don't need to spend money. Don't keep buying new products. Don't keep following the Christmas scenario. Every year your children want something new, the better product. You buy a nice car, then you come out your house. Next day your neighbor's bought another model that is better than yours. Learn people. They have put greed into us. They have put greed into us, and we need to win that greed before we can win them. That's all I can say.
Great points. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you very much. Have a nice rest of your day, or evening, I should say. Yeah, powerful stuff and great points to remind us of that. I want to let you know the batting order so people don't have to wait too long. It's going to be Khalid and then Random Dude and then Khalid Tabas, I believe it is. How you doing, Khalid?
Hello, how are you? It's wonderful to be with you again.
And I listen to you, and I like the diversity of opinions and thoughts. It's amazing, actually. And what I want to share with you, that yesterday I was watching on the YouTube a rabbi in Israel, and he was saying that the Arabic leaders are only fit to be the donkeys of Moses, of Prophet Moses, and they are not serving us as much as they're supposed to be. And other interviews with other Israeli chaps, young chaps, saying, well, you guys, we need to unalive you, all of you, even in Europe, even in America, because you are not serving us nicely. You are not doing what God ordained on you to be, servants for us. That is very serious, mentality. This is a bad ideology. And it is not dangerous for the Palestinians only. I think it is dangerous for the whole world. And as a matter of fact, the Palestinians never talk in their names. I know that because I am a Palestinian. Whether Syria talk, Hafez Assad used to talk about us, or Jordan till 1998, and Egypt, and then the Arab League, and then the United Nations. This is the first time that the Palestinians talking for themselves. And it happened that the diaspora of the Palestinians, the third generation, who went out of this spiritual prison, that they've been imprisoned in the diaspora, because remember that the Palestinians were massacred in Jordan and in Lebanon and in Syria and in Iraq as well. And they've been persecuted in Europe and in America. And that's why they kept low profile. But 7 October ignited the third generation of the Palestinians who are young and educated and start talking. And remarkably, in Gaza and in Palestine,
Khalid, can I just ask you a question? I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
For those of who listening and they're wondering why the attack on October 7th happened, in your opinion, why did the H group attack Israel, including the military that it engaged with and the civilians? Why did it do what it did? What was the reason behind it?
I'll tell you why. And I am telling you from information, not assumption or analysis. Because Israel was attacking them on the 9th of October. So it was just a preemptive attack. And the plan is there, and it is on the internet, the plan of the Israel. And from the 1948 and the strategy and the milestones and how they will cut the water and the electricity and the gas and the food, it was all of it written there. And whether they feel that the people are idiots, don't read or they are so much arrogant to put their policies out, and they carry it out without remorse and with impunity as well. And this impunity is very dangerous, because Israel has assassinated extrajudicial in many countries, in Emirates, in UK, in so many. I can name all of the people that they assassinated them overseas, from the Palestinians or other nationalities. They don't care. So that's why I'm saying, when I look at the ideology and I understand that this ideology is dangerous to the world altogether. And I think this is why you, Chip, and your colleagues here, your esteemed guests, and so many people around of the world, they feel the threat to themselves, not only because they are sympathizing with the Palestinians. And I know for a fact, in South Africa, not only sympathizing with the Palestinians, they went to the ICJ. I'm a lecturer at the University of South Africa, and I know the deep details of the social structure there. So they want to continue their revolutionary project as well. And that's one of the methods to continue their revolutionary project, because when the African National Congress became in power, of course, a revolutionary party becomes in power, becomes stagnated, and they need to ignite it, to rejuvenate it. So that was a good plan for them. Besides that, they want to shift
No audio, Chip.
we couldn't hear
Sorry. I
you.
want to say we want to keep people to 5 minutes or less. That's why I stopped Khalid, but I'm happy to hear more. If you want to come up in a little bit, please stay here. Random dude, what would you like to say?
Hey, Chip, thank you for having me. So
Sure.
I just want to add some nuance to the conversation that's happened a little while ago about the state of
Okay.
Germany in the 1930s and 40s. So one of the things I guess we sort of lose is when we talk about a lot of these subjects is nuance, which is extremely important in this. So just giving you an example, right? A lot of places around the world see America as sort of an oppressive country, and in a sense it is, but it's not necessary. It's not the fault of the people, more or less. It's basically a ruling class that's pursuing those sort of oppressive policies toward other countries. Or when you look at Muslim countries, they basically there are T groups that exist, and then the perception within US is that those represent all the Muslim people. So sort of you can expand that how things were back in Europe. There were basically Zionist or Jewish imperialists which sort of identify with Zionism a lot, that did a lot of sort of oppression toward people. It didn't and people sort of but again people expanded it to the whole Jewish population in Europe. And if you look through the history, there has been many like orders of magnitude more Jewish working class in Europe that suffered through the same problem. But what happens is that when people want to use an excuse, when you have a sort of a leader like the mustache guy that wants to sort of get into power, he uses these excuses to oppress a whole group of people. And that's generally what happened. Again, it wasn't like every Jewish people, the 6 million were sort of, they were basically poor working class people. And you could argue the ones that were sort of unalived in Edgecast were actually the poor working class, because the sort of wealthy ones were wealthy and got away. They whole started the whole Zionism. Even if you look through the early 1900s, again, there were a Zionist movement, which was an imperialistic colonial movement, basically the rich people were leading it. I mean, unless you're rich, you can't have set up a congress in a fancy place in Switzerland and make plans for, I don't know.
Can I ask you? I'm sorry, no. Can I just ask you a question? Because I know what Shaq said earlier. This is what I'm confused about. Let's just say, for example, there was an economic impact by some of the members of a group that was having a negative impact because of the interest or whatever was going on in terms of imbalance. Why wouldn't they just go after the individuals causing those problems? Why would they go after a whole group of people if they didn't have some sort of hatred towards them?
Well, the fundamental reason is when you have people don't have, as a society, it's hard to have nuance, especially when there is not enough information being distributed, right? If you hear like their Jews are doing this, you naturally extrapolate it to the whole population, and that's one of the human's shortcomings, because it's easier for us to hate a group of people rather than a few members of that group of people. Humans are very sort of we like to make association, right? For better or worse, we like to make association when we say and that's how a lot of these stereotypes come about African Americans, like white, black, sort of Asian, what have you. It's because our brain likes to make association, right? So that's how things happen in general, as in every single human, and then it spreads through the society. And you couple that with leaders that want to take advantage of this, right? So they see the pattern that our minds are making, and they will start to expand it into the whole society to get into power. Like basically, if you look at basically especially the populist leaders, they take advantage of these predisposed notions and expand it, and it amplifies the hate. So again, Trump has done that towards, let's say, Mexicans, immigrants, so on and so forth. Again, it's basically taking advantage of some few people and just expanding it over a whole set of culture, whole set of society, a whole set of people, just for their own benefit. And then it's a sort of a positive feedback that feeds up on itself and makes it sort of seem real to everyday person. Does that make sense?
I understand. Yep.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, when we want to think about when we want to think about history, yes, we categorize into groups, but there is a lot of nuance. There was millions of Jewish people in Europe. Most of them were poor working class, and there's evidence of it. As a matter of evidence, if you look at Jewish labor Bund movement, which started in 1898, 1 year after the Zionist movement, they were a working labor class movement from Jewish people that were anti-Zionist. And they were pretty much working class. They hated those rich bastards, for lack of a better word. And what those Zionists did is actually first of all, they fought them off. They basically made the whole working class disappear, at least culturally. That part of the reason the Zionists picked Hebrew language was in opposition of the labor Bund, which spoke Yiddish, which basically took pride in keeping Yiddish as their language. That's part of the reason they adopted Hebrew. They wanted to have nothing to do with the working class Jewish people. And the other thing they did is they used those working class people as human shield, literally. Like they basically, anytime they needed, the populists were against them, they used those working class Jewish people as a human shield to sacrifice for their own sort of thing. And that's and that does couple well with how Israel was started. Like basically, I mean, the Zionist movement, we know how they sort of wanted to sacrifice Jewish people. They sort of all had all those contracts with Yazdi of Germany to sort of expel Jewish people into Palestine, and had agreements with other countries in Europe and the United States to not take Jewish immigrants. And Ben Gurion, the founder of Israel, is quoted on saying that if I can save all Jewish people and bring them to Britain, or save half of them and bring them to Palestine, I'll choose the latter. And that's my goal. So he basically sacrificed it. And again, if you go back through history, a lot of the crimes against Jewish people, I did actually some research, at least in the Middle East one, was committed by quote unquote either Zionists or the imperialist Jewish movements, which wanted to have more control over their own populace. It's a crazy thing. So that was sort of, just wanted to introduce some nuance in it, because it's important to make the distinction.
Okay, well, thanks for sharing that point of view. Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, I think Ahmad was next, and I think Brian wanted to chip in on something that was a question that was asked. Ahmad, how are you doing?
Yeah, hello, brother. How are you? I'm
Good,
doing
thank you.
good. I don't know what's the topic about. I just enter, so I don't know what you was talking about. But
Well, I'll tell you what, just listen in for a second. Let me let Brian answer that question. And while you're thinking about what you want to say, we're talking basically just about the history of this. When Germany did what they did, what was it based upon, if anything was valid or not, and also just the current conflict as well. Brian, what did you want to answer?
Yeah, you were asking, for example, about whether it's anti-Semitism to point out about the Jews, for example, in the U.S., being in high positions in financial groups, for example, like capital groups and banks and whatever. That is not, as an obvious thing to point out, this is not where the problem lies, I believe. So, for example, to state a fact is not a problem. That this is not anti-Semitism to say that these heads of these studios and blah, 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 they're all Jewish. But I think also what needs to be said is that, this is you have, for example, a transference of, there was a culture of, in Europe, for example, there's a thing where they said, oh, the Jews are hiding money, they're hoarding gold. It was the big theory that, oh, they're all hiding all of their gold and everything. And you start to have these sort of stereotypes, but actually, of course, they're based on a bit of truth. And that's because every fifth, especially in Europe, for example, like Poland, Ukraine, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, every 50, 20, 30 years, there were pogroms to burn them out of these areas. And actually, a lot of the reason why was it was not necessarily even directed at the, like as Danny was saying, the average working class, people there. Especially the Yiddish speakers were living in abject poverty. The issue was that this was a way for people who owed money to the Jewish moneylenders. And actually, this was one of the few professions that they were allowed to have, that they would basically chase them off after the local rulers started to owe too much money. So this was one of the things about being financially conservative and about focusing on money, not for the working class Jews or the Jews that were living in poverty, but this was more for the new middle class, the merchant class, and later on the upper class, like the Rothschilds and all these things. So this is actually a continuous line of, we better be good with money because we better stash some things away because we're going to get burned out of our houses. And in the US, this hardcore tradition of money management, of being fiscally conservative, of course, this lends itself to being involved in these. And actually, I don't know if you know this, but especially, for example, for socialist Marxist Jews in the even before World War II in the US, that actually they formed lending pools where they would lend each other money to start certain businesses and to grow existing businesses. And this is where for example, you get the heads of these early Hollywood studios. And I don't want to ramble on too long about this, but the real problem that I see is not the fact that they're Jewish, but in this context of controlling the narrative, the real problem I see is that, in fact, Zionism was very shunned by the average Jewish person prior to the Holocaust, I guess I have to call it that. And then after the Holocaust, especially, and with the advent of the State of Israel, the real problem became that Zionism started to infest Hebrew school, Hebrew this daycare stuff, these summer camps that they have. They started to infest all of the synagogues. And then now this is where you have an issue of like TikTok being banned, and somebody like Steve Mnuchin or whatever his name is, that he wants to buy it. And this is, of course, a problem because he has ties to Israel. He's a hardcore Zionist. So I want to point out that I don't see a problem stating that, but it's more about what is the intent to state it. And the second part is that, yes, it's a problem because these people, they were indoctrinated since the 1940s to be hardcore Zionists. And now that's become the norm. And people that are against Zionism, that are Jews, are now being labeled as self-hating. So this is what I wanted to point out. It's not about saying that they're Jews. It's more about what's the purpose to say it. So thank you for letting me respond.
All right. Thank you, Brian. Okay, Ahmad, did you want to share anything about that, or?
Yeah, hello, brother. About the German and Jew, the history, that's what he was talking about, Brian.
Mhm.
I
let me say one thing, Ahmad. I want to ask this because this is fair for people to ask. I know that Brian said that when people wanted to make money so they could stash something away in case something bad happened. Here's my honest question. I don't know the answer to this. Why is it that people have it out for a group of people called the Jews? Why? What did they do? What is it about them that people don't like? Where does it come from? I just don't understand it. I've never felt any of that in my life. I have no clue what drives other people. Why would they behave this way? What do you think that's about?
Brother, can I ask, Brain, is Brain, he's a Jewish person?
I think he's pro-Palestinian. I don't know if he's Jewish or not.
Okay, he's pro-Pali. Brain, you are pro-Pali, yes?
Say that for myself, like if you don't mind. I'm actually Native American. I'm Native American. My tribe is Pomo tribe from Northern California.
Yeah, but I mean, you stand with the Palestinians in this case, or you just let me know where you stand.
100% anti-Zionist. I'm 100% pro-Palestinian and human rights. I do not support the United States. I think they're a war criminal and need to be brought to justice.
So we are on the same way. Okay. About this, I just want to say that we don't have any single problem with the Jewish people. I got very good friends, very close friends, Jewish people, but they are always pro-Pali like you. They are against their government. They are not living even there on the land. Some of them, I know them personally. They already gave the house that it was taken as a thief from the owner. They just give it back and they go away. So those people, I don't have any problem with them. Now about the Germany and the history with Jewish, I don't want to talk about. I just enter. I don't know what was the topic exactly. What was the question? But for me, يعني the mustache man, he say one very famous sentence that I will keep some of them for you people, for all the world, just to see that those people is rubbish people. He didn't mean the Jewish, because they in the history also he was mean the Zionist entity, what they was trying to plan for doing now. And he was so right, and I was so happy about what he make. And to tell you the truth, I'm a big fan for him. And the most thing I love about what he did, when he did them oil, he make them oil for his trunks. It was super good idea. They deserve 100%. Again, I say not the Jewish people, but the Zionist entity. So I love what he did, and I just I'm a fan for the mustache man. I don't know other things, so I don't know the topic exactly what was. Just I'm letting you know this.
Thank you, Ahmed. There was somebody in the comments who was pro-Israel, and I would love to have somebody come. I'd like to have a more balanced panel, quite frankly. I've probably invited 10 different people to come up today, and only one of them has come up, and then he left. So I don't know what else to do with that, except for that I have tried to make it more balanced, because quite frankly, it's more interesting for the audience and even for me to hear different points of view and then, share our thoughts back and forth. So if there is somebody in the comments who is pro-Israel, we have about 15 minutes left in today's live till I have to go walk the dog and handle some other things. But if there's anybody who wants to come up, please do, because I would love to hear your point of view, be respectful, etc. So a couple people in the guest queue. Apple user 739787. I hope you're pro-Israel. I'd love to hear your point of view. And by the way, if you don't come through, it's not that I'm keeping you from coming through. Sometimes TikTok has an issue. The best way to fix that
Hello,
is to...
do you hear me?
Oh, there you go. Yes, I can hear you now. Yep.
What's that Palestine flag?
Hello.
What's that flag you're flying?
Are you asking what the flag is that's Palestinian?
Yep, the Jews own that land.
It's a flag that represents...
Who created this world? Who created this world?
Just one sec. You asked a question. I'm just trying to answer the question for you, then I'll let you finish. It's a flag that represents a group of people that have aspirations to have self-determination.
God. If God chose...
Hold on, just one sec. I'll let you talk, I promise. You asked what the flag was. Let me finish the answer. It's a flag that represents a people who identify with living in a region as a unique identifier tied to a land that they believe that they are originally entitled to, that was taken from them, and they want to have some sort of autonomy and self-determination as time goes by.
And why have they not got that land? Right? You look at Israel, surrounded by Muslim nations, right? Untouchable. God is in control of Israel. And God, not one person said about the Israel hostages, the 101. They're all talking about genocide, right? What happened when Nazi Germany killed
Surrounded
children?
Muslim countries.
That doesn't matter.
Wait. No, you
Muslims,
wait.
Hold on. Hold on, just real quick, guys. You said you
No,
made this statement.
listen.
No,
There is a lot
Muslims
of
matter
Muslims
in
here in
this
the
history.
viewers.
Hey, hey,
You need to
Ahmed, please,
So it's
respect them.
okay for a Muslim child to
Time
hold
out,
an
everybody.
AK.
Time out. Time out. Time out. Time out. Time out. Time out. Time
It's
out.
okay to
You made a
teach children with
Apple
guns.
user. Listen, if you unmute again, I got to let you go. I don't want to let you go, but here's what I had to say. You said no one's talking about the hostages 3 times in the comments today. I've answered people saying I hope every single hostage comes home quickly and safely, have no harm. So it's
Right, I
been
will
talked
ask you
about.
another question. Right, I accept
Yeah.
that. Right, you see these people protesting, right? They believe in
Yes.
God more than we do, right? Does their God tell them to kill people for Islam? You know,
I don't believe
like
so.
you go over to a Muslim state and you kiss or you be gay or do what, you get your head cut off, right? So
Huh?
they come over
That's
to
not
our
true.
listen. They come over to our nation.
Hold on. You're making a broad sweeping claim. First of all, not every
They
nation
come over
handles
to the
different
United
things.
States of America.
Hold on. You can't make blanket statements
9/11 to
like that
kill
when they're not
people.
true. You're not listening. So listen for a second, or I have to let you go. I don't want to let you go. But you're making a broad sweeping statement that if you happen to be homosexual, that people will cut your head off. That is not true. Please
How
continue.
is it not? You prove to me now. You go to
People are not
over
beheaded for
to
being homosexual.
Syria, they'll cut
Hold
their
on,
head
hold
off.
on. You said in every Arab nation around that region, if you're gay, you get your head cut off. I'm telling you that's not factually correct. So please continue.
How is it not? Stop
Because
blogging me and
it's
tell
not
me.
what happened.
Right, you tell me
It's
how it isn't.
it's not what
You can be
happened.
jailed for kissing, right?
That's not having your head cut off.
Yeah. So, do you want me to show you videos of gays being beheaded and priests, Christians
No, thank you.
beheaded?
Yeah, bro.
You want to see them? No.
No, thank you.
No.
No,
Say,
thank you.
you hit the truth. You know, it's okay for you to bring your genocide on other people.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
You
When you
don't
say
like the
you hate the
truth.
truth,
No, you're not
are you
forced.
addressing me or another group of people? You use the word you, so that I would think that meant me. You're saying I hate the truth?
You keep blocking me all the time.
I'm
Right?
asking you a question. You said to me, you hate the truth. Are you referring to me or others who you think don't
You
identify
stop
with the truth?
blocking
and
me,
hate
I'll
it?
tell you. Stop
Go
blocking
ahead, I just
me.
asked you.
Give me a
Go
minute.
ahead. You
Every
won't stop
time I
talking.
ask you a question that you don't like, mic me off, right? You do
What
not
did you
want to
ask me?
put your foot in my shoe. You want
Hold on. You ask a question and then you
me
won't give me
to
a chance to
listen to
answer it.
you, but you won't listen to
If you're
me.
going to ask a question of somebody, if you're going to ask a question, you have to give them a chance to answer. You can't keep talking.
Right? You
So if
ask
you're
me a
saying
question and I'll
you can say to me, Chip, do you hate the truth? Then you shut up and let me answer, and then I'll shut up and let you talk. Okay?
Right.
That's what I call a conversation. Okay, go ahead.
Right. First of all, and I want you to be totally honest, right?
Of course.
How did this war start? Don't go on about history. How did this war start and why did it start?
It started because there was an illegal ongoing blockade, which is an act of war against which the H group resisted, broke out, attacked military positions, and unfortunately also killed civilians.
You talking about Israel when they came down in gliders. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that they attacked an ongoing blockade which was preventing them to have freedom
I'm
and autonomy.
talking
That's what
about the Jews that were massacred, raped, babies beheaded. You said that was planned.
That didn't happen. There's no evidence to indicate. In fact, the Israeli military, government, and press have claimed that there's no evidence that that did not happen. No beheaded babies.
That is
So
pure
stop
rubbish. I've seen it. I've seen them come.
What? You have not seen evidence of beheaded babies because it does not exist.
Oh boy, you need. Well, I'm going to tell you this before I
Doesn't
go here. Right, I'm going to tell you.
It
Give
doesn't
me a
exist.
minute and a half.
Go ahead.
You remember?
But you can't keep spouting
Do you
falsehoods.
remember the
Go
Bible?
ahead.
Do you remember the Bible? They laughed at Noah and they mocked him, and Noah built an ark. And that ark, they laughed and they mocked. They mocked God, Sodom and Gomorrah. They mocked, and God promised that the 8 that came from the ark would be the 12 sons of Israel, Abraham and Isaac, and they would come back from their land to the land that God promised them, right? So God said he will not destroy the world with a flood, but he'll destroy it with fire and brimstone. He said they'll gather north of Israel, and God said, I will make the nations turn on each another, and I will fire down fire and brimstone to the world. They'll stand as they burn, right? So you don't believe in God, so you know right and wrong. Any child
Sorry,
that's
Apple.
been murdered,
Sorry,
any
Chris,
child that's been
can
murdered.
I just ask him a quick question because he's
You
bringing
ask me
religion.
a quick question because I know what you are. You're a Muslim full of hate. So you
I
tell
wanna,
me.
hold on, guys. Hold on. Hold
You,
on, real quick. So, Apple user, you asked me how the war
my
started,
name
so I
is
gave you my.
Jonathan.
What is your answer as far as Jack? Stop it. Apple user, you asked me how the war started. I gave you my answer. What's your answer as far as how the war started, please? Ruby, hey, stop it. Did you want to answer that? That was a question. I'm giving you an example of what to do when you ask a question. You stay quiet and let somebody answer.
Who did Hitler kill? Hitler died because he wanted to kill so many Jews, right? You hate Jews. Do you
Hold on.
hate Jews?
I don't know if you heard the question. I want to make sure you heard me. I asked you, before you go off on that issue, you asked me how the war started. How do you believe the war started and why? That's all I was asking you.
Right, I'm going to answer that if you stop miking me out.
Go ahead.
The war started by lies from government leaders, Russia over oil and land. I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to be totally honest, because
what were you talking about?
Why do you hate Jews so much?
Hold on. I asked you a question. You asked me how did the war in Israel start, and I just gave you an answer. Then I asked you how did the war start. You talked about Russia and oil.
Yeah,
So
well,
can
I'm
you
going to
please
tell you
explain
about
it to me?
that. I'm going to tell you about because God gave the rich land to the Muslims, and He gave the land of Israel, that greater Israel, Palestine, the Jews own. The Jews only own one nation. There's 48 Muslim nation countries, and God chose the Jews to have one land that they all do not own at this present time, and they will own, because God said the Jews will return to their homeland and they will own their land, and I will come down to put the sinners to the lake of fire,
Can I just
right?
ask a
To the
quick
lake of
question?
fire, Mount Zion.
This guy's going on and
The
on.
devil's last war against God has come, and who wins? God. And Jesus Christ, Mary Magdalene was a Zionist Jew, and that's why God chose the Jews to have that one nation. God created.
Okay, let's do this. Apple, I've let you go on for about 10 minutes. Let me give one person a chance to respond, and then we'll come
It
back.
was
to you.
exactly 2 minutes.
All right, 1 minute, mate.
Hold on. No, it wasn't 2 minutes. It's been more than 10
Exactly
minutes.
2
So
minutes.
So, all right,
hold on.
Jonathan, can I have a chance to speak if
Just
you
let
don't
someone
mind?
else talk for a second. Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
So, what this guy is basically portraying is religious fanaticism. And it's quite funny how he started off his statements by trying to portray Muslims as the religious fanatics, but yet he comes on here proudly saying that God gave these foreign people essentially this land, and therefore they are entitled to this land by any means necessary.
Right,
And
I'm
he
going to
also,
answer that question for you.
sir,
Hold on. Apple, you got to let
right?
somebody else talk, please.
And then he also followed up by saying that the whole of Israel is going to be taken. So therefore he's just admitted to ethnic cleansing, and then he acts confused as to why Palestinians resist these occupiers. With all due respect, none of us believe in your Bible, none of us believe in what your scripture says. That is something personal to you. But for you to use your religion to justify the ethnic cleansing, the genocide of Palestinians for over 75 years, You are the extremists. And what you did earlier is you projected onto the Muslims and made out that Muslims are the intolerant religious fanatists, whilst you literally use your religion to justify what is going on to the Palestinians. So this person, unfortunately, is a radical, and this is what we have to start calling these people, because I'm sick and tired of Muslims being portrayed as the radical religious fanaticists, when actually it's a lot of these Christian Zionists and a lot of these Jewish Zionists who literally use their scripture as a justification for what they're doing. If a Muslim literally said, the Quran allows me to just colonize lands and take over and do as I please because God said so, we would all be called religious extremists, jihadists, but when they do it, oh no, the Bible said, so therefore it's okay. I'm sick and tired of the double standards, so I just wanted to point that out. Thank you, Chris.
Okay, real quick, I want to just announce this. There's one person trying to connect in named Dapper. Dapper, it's timing out. I'm not keeping you off the panel. I'd love to have you come up. I do want to ask one request. When you come up as a guest, again, it makes for a more interesting dialogue. Please, when you're not speaking, please go on mute, and that way we can go back and forth. I will always give somebody a chance. Now, if you say something to me like you don't love the truth or something like that, that's got to be documented, because I try my best to get to the truth as best I can. I'm not perfect, but I try hard, and I don't want to take a side without something to back it up. So that also saying that your God gives everything, therefore there's no conversation to be had. Other people have their religious beliefs. Why are theirs any less or more valuable than yours? That's a fair question to ask. I would never take somebody down who's being decent, but I had to take down the other person because they kept unmuting their mic and they kept interrupting the other speakers. I gave the person at least 10 or 12 minutes, more maybe, and then one person wanted to speak for 30 seconds and they couldn't help but interrupt. I run a very fair panel. If you're someone who can't get in like Dapper, please exit TikTok, come back into TikTok, and then reload. You'll probably be able to come in, okay? Let's continue. I think the next person on here was, is it Democracy, I think? Is that right?
I didn't talk about.
Who said, is it? Oh,
It's me.
Khalid Bothing? Go ahead, please.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Ship, for your really priceless work, and thank you for standing with us as the Palestinians who have been suffering for 7 decades, you know. And just to remind my friends here, I'm Khalid Tabacha from the Gaza Strip. I have left Gaza Strip 4 weeks ago to Egypt, and I still have 38 of my family in the Gaza Strip. And every day I'm talking to them and see their suffering. I don't know what to say exactly, but really the situation there is very difficult nowadays. For example, and this one who's his name Abel, who was here, you know, he say why you hate us and why you hate Israel, blah blah. So as a Palestinian from the Gaza Strip, and when I was in Gaza for 4 months and a half, and I have seen literally kids without head and women without belly, women without arms, you know, how what do you expect from me? To love you or what? And the same question of the people when they ask why the 7th of October happened. Before you ask what happened, sorry, in the 7th of October, then you have to ask why this or these events happened in the 7th of October. You know, I'm Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, and I have been suffering for 30 years under siege, without work, without job, and suffering all the time. And I have lived many wars in Gaza, 2008, 2010, 2012, and I have lost a lot of my friends. And recently I have lost my home, my business, everything in Gaza Strip, you know. So what do you want from me? Do you want me to love you, or to say, what should I say? So, Mr. Shep, I just want to tell the friends here, because I'm in touch with my family and friends every day. For example, today I was in touch with my friend, and he just told me, sorry, my brother, I have sister-in-law, she about to give birth, and they are at the sea with tent, you know. And my brother tells me I can't find clothes for the new baby.
Nobody cares about you, brother. You should stop crying like a little bit.
Hey, Lloyd, the man's sharing his experience in life along with his family and friends, and they're suffering. You're welcome to talk about yours, or you can criticize him, but don't interrupt. Hey, don't be a rude guest. Come on, man. I'm fair to everybody, but please don't do that. I don't want to drop anybody. Please continue.
Thank you,
He's
Mr. Shep.
lying.
I'm just trying to.
He's lying.
Lloyd,
I'm lying.
last chance. I
What
want
am
to.
I
I
lying?
want to
I
keep you
have
up
all
here,
the
but
proofs, by the way. I have videos. I have pictures. You know, my name is clear. I know many stories happened, and the name of the people who were unalived, and I have pictures. I have everything. You know, so I'm not lying at all. You know, I'm Palestinians in Gaza. You know, I have been in Gaza for 30 years,
Nobody
and I'm
cares.
not.
Nobody cares.
one
What?
second, Lloyd. Let me ask you the question. Why are you jumping in and saying these things? What is it about what he's saying upsets you so much?
One cares about what he's saying because it's all bullshit. That is what I'm
Why do
saying.
why would you say that though? That's what I'm like. What makes you think you know that, or why do you think what he's saying is not correct?
That's why I told you I am fan of the mustache man. Look to this hyena هذا.
Hold on, I want to give Lloyd a chance though. So Lloyd, you came in and said everything he's saying is BS and nobody cares. You're speaking for yourself. There may be other people in the listening audience who may care a lot. So, but please tell us why you think what he's saying is incorrect or why no one should care.
He's talking nonsense. He's coming on the app and looking for sympathy. Sympathy, they bombed us. Now we're bombing them. Now they're crying. Now Rizza's gonna go. Monday to Friday, there's no Rizza. What are you gonna do? You're coming and crying all the time. Don't cry. Stop bombing us. For 70 years we're bombing every single years.
Hold on, Lloyd. So let me make sure I understand this correctly. You're saying that who's bombing whom? My understanding was there was an attack on 10-7 with small arms, which is rifles and grenades and rocket launchers, and they came in through gliders and on ground. And then Israel over the last 75 years, and if you're talking about bombing, rocket fire with a crude unguided rocket is a lot different than dropping a 500 or a 2,000 pound bomb from a US made aircraft on a highly populated area. A random rocket that gets knocked down 99.9% of the time by an air defense system called the Iron Dome is different than dropping, more cumulative bomb weights than Hiroshima and Nagasaki combined times 2. Is that what you're talking about? Are you talking about the
Brother,
rocket
let me
fire? Or are you talking
explain
about
to you. Wait, let me explain to you slowly. They have been bombing us since 1972. They tried. It
who's
was
they?
called the
Who's
Nakba. Now, hold
who's
on.
they?
I'm talking about the
Who's they?
Palestinians, the Egyptians, every.
Hold on, Lloyd. When you say they're bombing us, just clarify who the parties are. Who's they and who's us? Okay, that's all I want you to do.
Talking about the Arab countries attacking Israel. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Are you silly? That's what I'm saying. That is what I'm talking. The Arab countries are attacking Israel, and we are fighting back. That is the problem. So there must be about 50 countries that are linked to the Arabs, and they are attacking Israel for
Are you
100 years.
Israeli? Are you even Israeli? Sorry.
You don't worry about what I
Oh,
am. Who the hell are you? Where are you from?
ولا
Who
كياد
the hell are you?
so
Who the
you're
hell
not
are you? Don't
Israeli.
ask me
You're just
stupid
jumping on the
questions.
bandwagon for the sake of jumping on the bandwagon.
Don't ask me stupid questions. Who
Hold
the hell
on.
do you think
Listen.
you are?
And you sound drunk.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a damn about what you think I am, bro.
Drunk
I don't.
South African. That's what it is.
Shaq, Shaq. If you don't stop talking, I'm gonna hold on, Shaq.
I
Please
am
do
not
not
white.
interrupt.
Stupid.
Please don't interrupt.
I'm a
Okay, I
black
don't want to
man.
end. I'm gonna end.
I'm a
Guys,
white.
listen, everybody, for a second. Okay, my name's Chip. I run a fair live. I try to do it respectfully.
I'm not
I don't want to have this become the Jerry Springer show.
racist.
Okay, if everybody doesn't want to do that, that's fine. I'll just end the live, and we'll have other guests come on who want to work within the system that I operate. So,
why you kick
so
up? Why you kick off Zubaida?
please let Lloyd finish his thought, and then I'll let others come in and share their thoughts. Okay. The
Yeah,
reason I
but
kicked them off is
but why you kick off
they kept,
Zubaida?
they kept interrupting like you're doing. So
No,
I'll drop you
never
too.
interrupt.
You
Who
wanna listen to
interrupt?
me? That's fine. Guys, I'm as fair as they come, okay? But if you keep jumping in and interrupting me or the other guests, I gotta let you go. I'm always fair, but you're making this into a mockery. It's uncontrollable. It's noisy. Nobody can hear each other. That's not how I do things, okay? Now, Lloyd, if you're to make sure I understand what you're saying that the problem in all of this is there are a bunch of crazy Arabs and all they do is bomb and attack Israel. They hate Israel, and therefore that Israel has a right to do what it's doing in Gaza to destroy the place completely, and it's all the other people's problem. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that is one of the reason why all the Arabs hate Israel is because Israel has all the money in the world. They are the biggest bankers. They are the Rothschilds. They are every big bank is owned by the Israel. They hate the fact that Israel has so much money and they are so rich. They didn't expect Israel to be so prosperous. If you go to Israel, they have the biggest IT sector. They got the fourth biggest IT sector in the world. They have the biggest apps that they are selling. So they hate us because of that. So they are attacking Israel because of that, and they need to.
They hate you because of
They are
money.
trying
They're
for
supposed to hate all the guys.
Hold on, guys. I'm almost done. So Lloyd, let me. So you're saying that it's a combination of hatred and jealousy. Is that what you're saying? And so let me think of it this way: is it possible there's any other possibility as to why the people who attacked on 10/7 or at other times did that, or is the only explanation jealousy and hatred? Your mic should be open, Lloyd. Okay, he dropped. So here's what I want to ask the group and the panel. And I want to let Daganos talk too, because he's been waiting forever. He had to drop earlier. But these are fair questions to ask. Is Lloyd right? Is this simply hatred towards Israel and these people will never stop attacking Israel and they hate Jewish people and that's just never going to end? They're always under assault as like a victim. Or are there things that Israel has done and continues to do that prompts the responses by others or some combination of the two? What do you think, Daganos?
Hi, good evening from Israel, Tel Aviv.
Hi.
Yeah, I think it's for a long time I realized since I'm living here since day one in Israel, I think it's all about jealousy and hate to the Jews and to others actually. If you ask me, the Jews in Israel is just the start. It will spread all over the world soon. And this is what I think. It's all about jealousy. And I think that I listened to you the past for a few minutes today and 2 days ago. There are so many, I don't want to say lies, but so many half stories that was told from the middle of them without any background. So when I'm actually an Israeli, when I see those stories on TikTok, and I'm actually feeling that you're talking about another place that I'm not living in. So this is what I feel, because it's
what's one thing that I've said that you think is incorrect or only half true?
For example, when you saying that you talked 2 minutes ago about the October 7, that you denied all what happened, that there's no beheading, no. You claim that the attempt to attack us only the IDF bases. That's not true.
He said babies beheaded. I said there were no babies beheaded. Is what I said.
Okay, let's put the facts in. We know this type of. That's why I asked you before if you ever know what happened in Israel, if you know what's going on here, not even from October 7. I'm talking about before that. We are basically on a daily basis. We are being attacked. I remember I asked you what happened before 2 days here. There are 2 attacks inside Israel. Just keep sending us T attacks, individual or sometimes
What happened?
organized.
The audience. Can you tell the audience what happened? Because I'm not sure what you're talking about.
2 days ago, it happens every 2 days, most of the time. the sending they invade to our territories, and they're committing attacks even by shooting, stabbing, driving over bus
What
stops.
happened 2 days ago? You said there was an event two
There
days
was
ago. What
attack.
exactly
One
happened
man
2 days ago?
killed. One soldier was killed. Is one. I think he was even off duty in a restaurant. He was attacked, and there was another attack that people injured. We are so trained to react quickly. That's why it doesn't end all the time with dead people. But
Was the Warsaw, in your
even
opinion,
near
this is
my
honest, do you think
sorry?
in World War II, was the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, was it legitimate? Was it
That's
okay, or
another
was it
thing that
wrong? What do you think in that? What was wrong with that?
that's another thing that I was angry to hear from you, which you dare to compare the ghetto Warsaw or other ghettos from the H times to what happened in what is going on in Gaza. I don't understand how can you compare that? Do you know what was in the
Well,
ghetto?
would you
With
think
slavery
is it
and
fair to
starvation,
say that
intentionally starvation and slavery, and they shot them from time to time. They kill them on daily basis in the showers. You probably know. I don't have to remind you all the stuff that they done.
Well, what I'm saying, in other words,
To compare it to what Israel is doing.
hold on, people in the Warsaw Ghetto were not in the death camps. The ghettos were an intermediate step from people being forced out of daily society and into holding areas, albeit in horrific conditions, but they weren't being unalived in death camps at that point. So my question to you is this: I consider to be that an oppressive situation, maybe not to the same degree in Palestine, but if you're under oppression, is it fair or reasonable to want to break free from or fight against oppression? If the answer to that is yes, which I believe it is, then why would it be any different from people that are living under a blockade, which is an act of war, or an illegal military occupation in the West Bank, which is an act of war, which is also pushed back against by everyone in the international community, including the United States in terms of the settlements? Why is it illegitimate for a citizen militant to fight back against an Israeli soldier on duty or off duty? That in terms of being a consistent, now I know the magnitude is different, but in terms of consistency.
Sorry, but apparently you didn't listen to me. They're attacking us. I mean, us is not the military. We are civilians in Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv is. Don't know if you even know. I guess you've never even been in Israel. Tel Aviv is in the middle of Israel.
I know where it is.
What?
I know exactly where Tel Aviv is. Yeah, I'm a little more studied than the average guy. I know exactly. I know the history and geography of Israel quite well, and the politics.
So then you have to understand that they are launching missiles even to Tel Aviv, which is far away, and they are sending people to rockets, missiles, whatever. Don't
Missiles and rockets are not the same
don't
thing.
try to minimize it. These
They're
rockets
not the same
are.
thing, though.
But it kills people. That's
No, it doesn't.
What's the intention to when they send it?
So let me ask you a fair question, okay? Of the tens of thousands of unguided rockets that have been fired in towards Israeli territory, and yes, the intent is harm, person, property, both. How many people have died over all the years in terms of rockets? Just give me a number.
Shot on the first day of October 7
How many
and
people?
other days before.
Hold on. The question was, let's just be clear. We'll move on. How many Israelis have died as a result of Palestinian rocket fire from Gaza into Israel ever? How many?
That's not the point. They died.
How many? So it is the point. Because the point is, you're saying they're trying to wreak havoc and harm Israelis. So the question is, how effective is it? If at all, have 0, 1, 2, 3, 100, 500, 10,000? How many Israelis have died as a result of those efforts?
Not only the missiles, as I said before, the T attacks. I can send you a list. Look for attacks in Israel.
Let's try this again, but I'll do it slower because I know we don't speak the same language. You speak Hebrew as a first language. I speak English. How many Israeli civilians or soldiers have been killed as a result of the tens of thousands of unguided, crude, homemade rockets since they've been fired since the beginning of time? How many people have died?
I can answer
Okay,
you
let me tell
also.
you. Let me tell you. 10. 10. How many Palestinians have been killed or unalive by Israeli soldiers and police since 1948? Sorry, go ahead.
Did you look at the list of the tea attacks? How many died from tea attacks on buses?
I'm just trying to cover. I'm just trying to cover
Why
balance of this.
trying
You're saying that the rockets
to
are
minimize? Why trying to focus on the missiles and and
brought 'em
trying
up.
to minimize it?
You brought them up. That's why I'm saying you brought it up.
Because it looks. I'm showing you a proof that their intention is to harm civilians, not only the army. You're always trying to put it like they're trying to attack only the army. That's not true.
I didn't say that.
Thank God we managed to develop the Iron Dome, but that's not our fault that we are.
I didn't say it was. I simply asked you how many people have been effectively killed by that particular threat, is what I asked you.
I don't have the number, so I won't
I
answer you.
told you
But
10
it's not 10.
Israelis
It's
have
not
died.
10. I know it's
Threat.
not 10. I know it's not
It's
10.
10. It's 10.
So
I guarantee it's
you
10.
know what? You're basically saying that if I'm in Mexican, if I was in Mexico, I could launch missiles on your house, and you intercept it. Will it be fine?
If Mexico
What
were
would you do
blockading
if I
America,
fire
not allowing
every day?
anything in or out, and was
I
periodically,
will.
hold on, you asked me if it was okay. I'll just tell you the answer. If Mexico was blockading and murdering Americans periodically at its will and controlling the movement of goods in and out of America and controlling the movement of people, destroying the infrastructure so there was no airports, no water treatment, and making people miserable, then yes, the Americans have a right to attack the Mexicans, which are perpetrating an ongoing act of war.
Using an inaccurate data. It's not true what you're saying.
What's not true?
How many Jews and IDF soldiers have been in Gaza since 2005? Do you know?
They withdrew the settlements in 2005, and then after rocket attacks and other activities, they decided to enclose and blockade the territory in 2006.
No, they don't blockade. They we just build a fence like every other.
That's the definition of a blockade, just so you know.
No, so is it okay to build a fence between U.S. and Mexico? What's the difference? It's a border.
No, it's an entrapment, is what it is, and they're not allowed to
I tell you
travel
why
out
we
to
did it. I tell you why.
because the border between the U.S. and America, goods are allowed to pass through. Israel controls everything. The U.S. doesn't control Mexico, and Mexico doesn't. It's free trade.
No, again, you're telling false things.
What's wrong about that?
The fence was built because they always invaded Israel to commit the attacks. So
what about the water? What about the waterway? What about the ocean? What about the Mediterranean Sea? Were they launching massive naval attacks and bombardment on the Israeli Navy from the sea? From the air?
There are several attacks from Israel to Gaza and also from Egypt. I didn't hear you say a sentence about the border between Egypt. What
about the waterway? Why does Israel control the waterway and the airspace? Why do they do that?
Because they don't have dependence. We told them that they can build their own. We supply them for free, water and electricity, and everything else. But they decided to take the money and to build tea tunnels for the tea persons, and not for the not the shelter.
Do Israel and the United States spend money on defense and military? Yes or no?
Yes. defense,
Okay,
not
so
attack, not
if
attack,
it's
defense. Do you know?
legitimate for the United States and Israel to take a portion of the money that would otherwise help the population, but spend it on militarism, why is that a different standard that are being held to by the
We
people
wish
who want to
we wish
resist
we could
military
spend the
occupation?
money on good things instead of military things. But unfortunately, we have bad neighbors. Not only Gaza, we're surrounded by 4 enemies, including Gaza and other places inside.
By people whose land you stole. You're surrounded by people who you
We didn't
Hold on, hold
stole
on. Let's
them.
not jump in. Hold on. Let's let him finish. So, Joe, just in other words, here's the question I think it's fair to ask, okay? Do you think that Israel plays a role in doing something, anything, that leads others to want to do something in return? Yes or no?
What again? Come again, please. Couldn't hear you.
Somebody's talking in the background here. Can you guys please? Here's the question I want to ask. Is there anything that Israel does in the West Bank or in Gaza that would make somebody want to do something like what happened on October 7th? Or is it just abject hatred towards Jews in Israel?
I think that they always attack us for some reason. I think it's jealous or I don't know what. When they attack us, they're shouting "Itbach el Yahud," which means kill
Did he say
Jews.
jealous?
So this is religious stuff. They want to kill, to unalive us all. And regarding the West Bank and all.
I want to make sure I understand you correctly. So, in other words, the reason why there is a resistant military force in Gaza, and the reason why people like what happened a couple days ago in Israel, where a soldier got harmed in Tel Aviv, I'm sorry that happened, an off-duty soldier, or other civilians, whatever the case may be, with cars and knives and whatever. Here's the question. Is anything that people do in response to something, or are they doing it simply out of jealousy and hatred?
I don't find the reasons because it's always like the guy before me. I don't remember his name. Like it told you, it always starts from their side. They always attack first. It's like a method.
So in other words, it's always the fault of the Palestinians or the Arabs because they won't leave Jews alone and they hate Jews. So let me finish the possible thinking process. Hold on, whoever that is, give me a sec. There's another possibility, just to paint up, just a theoretical picture. Could it be that the reason why any resistance group forms anywhere in the world, including what happened in the Warsaw Ghetto, but they're not whatever you want to say, whatever went through people's heads in the ghettos that prompted them to take some form of action other than just enduring the status quo, put it that way, in the American colonies, in Gaza, in the West Bank, there's usually something that precedes a behavior that is violent resistance. And it usually goes through a process where it doesn't become violent until other means have been extinguished, such that violence is the only method left with which to act. I'm sure the people in the Warsaw Ghetto probably wanted to get out of their situation and ask some guards, hey, can we leave? Can we please stop this? This is horrible. And then they decided after a while, when they saw no other opportunity to overcome their plight, they decided to try to physically attack somebody. That's a normal human response. You think that has no involvement in this situation at all?
Again, I think you don't understand what is going on in Israel. We are always trying to, I will explain to you, try shortly. We are always trying to, you know what, I tell you that by my story. I was born actually a year after the Yom Kippur war. So I guess if someone thinks about it, I guess they think that I was raised on hate about what the Arabs done to us or something like that. But since day one that I remember myself and all my generation, we were always we thought about peace and with our neighbors and not on hate. In fact, the 3 words that I remember that I learned to write is Abba, Ima, and Shalom. which means mother, father, and shalom. This is show you how they raised us, at least my generation, on which is it was very important, the peace part, and also the things that we learned how to draw is the pigeon with the olive branch. So this shows you how I was raised on Israel, on peace, although it was the wartime. And if you look at I know you like the TikTok and all the YouTube, look for how they raise their kids. They raise them on hate, and you can see it
Okay,
now.
let's do that. So let me do this. I'm sorry to interrupt because we've gone a long time and no one else has a chance to talk.
To show.
Hold on, people are starting to complain that we've gone on. We've gone for like 25 minutes. So just 1 second. So I'm going to make sure I understand his point of view. Just give me a sec. Hold on. I'm going to let somebody else in. I want to make sure I summarize the positions. So in his point of view, he went through a process growing up where peace was emphasized. He seems to believe that from the other people who grow up, it's the other way around. It's conflict and violence that's emphasized and trained, indoctrinated, and that it's jealousy over Israel's ingenuity, innovation, technology, money, as well as it's the fault of people who just happen to not be able to stop being violent. And therefore, Israel's only responding to someone who's just pretty much violent and hateful. There's nothing that's prompting them to behave that way. I think that's what I heard in the conversation. So let me bring in, who was next, I think, here? I think, was it Magic that wanted to talk next, I think?
I just say what I have to say before I forget what I have to say. But the first thing that I want to address is there is nothing to be jealous of. Palestinians have absolutely nothing to be jealous of in regard to Israeli. Palestinians have established their own culture, their own identity, their own music, their own dialect. Even certain towns have a different dialect of Arabic. The Arabic is centuries. The dance, the music, and if Palestinians were so jealous of Israelis, then why is Israelis constantly copying songs and music that Palestinians create and try to make it their own? So just for the record, there's nothing to be jealous of. Like, Palestinians have nothing to be jealous of on Israel. Now, there definitely is resentment because of the history and the past of what from Israel established. Zionism was created, we all know that it was created back in the 1800s by Theodor Herzl, who was born in Hungary. So this was before the Holocaust even happened. The plan to colonize Palestine was already in the works before the Holocaust. So that's what people need to do. I encourage people to read books, do their timeline history. And another thing, what he says about Palestinians are taught to hate, that is absolutely untrue. I even have a video on my page of an Israeli professor talking about the curriculum that is shown to Israelis, and they aren't taught anything about Palestinians. They aren't even looked at as a people, and part of their timeline is only taught until a certain century. It's not like they don't teach them about who they are. So they're already from young teaching Israelis that Palestinians are nothing more than just an extra kind. They're not acknowledged about their history, the blockade, the occupation, the Nakba. They're not informed about any of this. I've had the opportunity to go to a pro-Israel Zoom meeting to hear how they feel, because I understand their frustration when in regard to the hostages. If, God forbid, my family was a hostage, I would be just as upset and afraid for them. However, it does not justify slaughtering and killing thousands and thousands of innocent civilians. And if Israelis were so peaceful and so moral, they wouldn't be taking Palestinians' lingerie and their toys after they slaughtered those children and those women, sniffing them, posing with them, and taking pictures with them and putting them in their dating profile. So we've all seen all of these things, and people need to, like, I don't understand how people from Israel just don't see that. And in the Zoom meeting that I was in, they said that they don't see what is being done to Palestinians. Very little is shown in Israel on the Palestinians suffering. Barely anything is shown. The atrocities. So I just wanted to say that there is nothing to be jealous of, and the only reason why, huh?
From where did you see that photos that we are killing babies?
Oh, if you want, you can send me your social media, and I will be glad to send you everything.
From where did you get it?
Everything is from there's pages on Telegram from all of the IDF. The IDF posts it on their Instagram pages
Oh,
too.
Telegram. And did you see what on Gaza now published on the October 7th?
So a lot of the stuff that happened on October 7th, yes, there was an operation that happened where hostages were taken, and hostages were taken because there are over 5,000 Palestinians that are being detained.
Excuse me, sister. You keep saying hostages. They're not hostages. Those are criminals. They're prisoners.
They're not
Whether they,
criminals.
what? Yes, they are. Listen, sister. Please understand. Whether they understand they're committing a criminal act or not, that's another story. However, if I come and take you and lie to you and put you in a place where you're not supposed to be, you become a trespasser, whether you know it or not. What our resistance warriors have, we have prisoners. We do not have hostages. What they have in their jails for ever since they established their evil colony, whatever they put in their jails are hostages, because they don't exist. They don't have the right to exist. So their whole system is illegal. Therefore, even if they take a murderer, even if they take a murdering Palestinian, someone who committed murder, he's still a hostage. He's not a prisoner in their jails, because they are an illegal entity. They're an illegal entity who brought innocent people, if they're innocent, and put them around Gaza, right, as trespassers, as human shields. Now, whether those people understand that they're behaving criminally by simply being there or not, that's another story. But the fact is, they are prisoners because they are trespassers. And who do we blame for that? You blame the people that brought them.
Okay,
Can
so
I just jump in and can I please have
yeah.
my chance to speak, please? That's all right. Okay, so first of all, I just jumped up because I was on the panel or down in the comments actually, and my sister Zubeida and my brother Ahmed were up on the panel. Now, Zubeida is probably the most well-educated, most knowledgeable person on the planet. No, please don't laugh. On the planet that I know, okay? And she can everything she says, she comes with receipts, okay? And that is Zubeida. Now, Ahmed, my brother, he is also on the most amazing hosts you can ever meet in your life. If you went into his live, you would see, okay? So that's them points. Now, they were dropped because they interrupted, I presume, for some reason. Now, my problem is this, and Chip, I don't know if you're there listening or where you are, because it was you I wanted to kind of speak to. So, is he there?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Chip.
I'm here. I just had to grab my shoes and
before
take my dog
No,
out.
yeah,
What would you like to ask?
Yeah, Chip, basically I wanted to speak to you because, okay, you dropped my brother, my sister, just for interrupting. And above them was a guy, he was so vile and disgusting. You let him speak, and you dropped my brothers and sister. I mean,
Well,
like,
hold
for
on.
me,
Just
okay.
one sec. Hold on. So I try to be fair. I asked people at least 9 times before I did that to please not interrupt. So if people just don't listen, no matter what side they're on, I have to run the live other than Jerry Springer. I don't run my lives that way, and they just wouldn't stop interrupting. So I had to drop them down. They're welcome to come back up as long as they play within the rules. I just can't have that chaos. That's all.
Continue, Lulu. And after, let's give the mic for Abu Abdullah, and then I gonna talk to him on my way. Don't worry. Just continue. Let's give the mic for.
Please.
Okay, Abu Abdullah. Go.
I just want to
Yeah,
finish up. So,
I haven't really
no, can I
got
just,
in. I just
Liberty,
put in a little
please?
comment.
Liberty,
Yeah,
just sorry, because I
real
just
quick.
want to finish this up, you know. I understand you don't want people interrupting, that's fine. None of us like that on our panels, okay? But then I suppose when you have someone that's spouting so much poison in a corner box and we have to listen to this, it's just like, you know, if you took the time to actually listen to Zubeida and Ahmed, you would see their knowledge. And as well, I'm sorry now I'm going on, but Chip, like I sometimes like I don't understand you, okay? You give the good speech of you know, Palestine and whatever, and okay, fair enough, you're fair in what you say and you're fair, but I think you give a lot of importance to the Zios. Like you really do, and you give them a platform that I think is just it's too much. And then when it comes to us, we interrupt. We anything you drop us, you know. And so for me that
All right, I'm gonna interrupt you when you say that right now. So first of all, in just all due respect, if you want to run a live a certain way, you're welcome to have one. The reason why I give people a chance to speak is I believe what they say tells the world how absurd it is. But we have to hear it. If you think that's giving somebody a platform for hate speech or whatever, most people who come on don't say things that I believe are hate speech. They vehemently say their point of view, which is fine. I have mine, they have theirs. That's how I like to operate. I like to think of everything from all angles, let people make their decisions, let people share their point of view. Plus, it's a better audience to do it that way. People enjoy the lives more when there's a deep and rich debate. I do as well. So my point is, the reason I took down, I think it was Shaquille and whoever else was on there, is they kept loudly and persistently interrupting and didn't listen to a word I was saying. That's why. It could have been anybody doing that. It's not about Palestine or Israel. That's just how I do my live. So I said, please, 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 please. They kept doing it. I said, okay. And I didn't just drop him. I dropped somebody else too at the same time who was doing the same thing. So I'm not discriminating. And if you don't like the lives I run, there's plenty of other lives to watch. I take your information in. I just disagree with you because everybody has to choose how they want to do it. So if there are others to listen to. If you like the others better, God bless.
Yeah,
But I'm not doing it to try. I'm not doing it to try to sit. And just because you disagree with what they're saying doesn't make their speech invalid according to them. They believe it. So I think it's fair to listen to it, and then we can respond in kind. I'm a free speech advocate. I don't like to cancel people because I disagree with them or I hate what they say. I like to say things in response to that I think make a hell of a lot more sense, and let the public decide what they want to think. That's my approach. If you disagree with it, I respect your decision. There's plenty of other people to follow.
Okay, and look, I respect that, right? This is how you run your life, and that's up to you, you know. Everyone runs a different life every day, all day. I suppose, and for the past 6 months, we've heard so much, like everything I suppose the guy in the corner said, we hear every day, all day. So I suppose just for me, I think you would benefit a lot more, I think, from listening to somebody like Zuida, because I don't know if you've ever heard her debates and her her knowledge. And Ahmed, as I said, is a fantastic live host as well. So for me, I just found that insisting and degrading that you would just drop it. And that's just where I
Yeah, I
stand.
mean, just give you an example. We all know who if Norman Finkelstein had been on here, who's a very renowned author and scholar about this issue, and he wouldn't stop interrupting every single time somebody else was talking, I would have dropped Norman. So it's nothing personal to your friends. I'm sure they're quite knowledgeable and very articulate. Again, there's a time and a place to do it that way. That's their choice. They can interrupt if they
Wait,
want to.
you had Norman Finkelstein on here? You had him on
No,
here?
I said if I did have Norman on, he's probably the most authoritative source, and he was doing what they were doing, I would have dropped Norman. That's just how I am. So if you disagree with that, like I said, I'm happy to listen to what other people have to say. We just have to do it in an orderly fashion, because otherwise it's like Jerry Springer and no one can hear anybody. One thing I've noticed is when I'm going to other people's lives, when the hosts don't do that, it's impossible to hear anybody, and you have to just go on.
Yep.
It's a total waste of time. So
Yep.
that's why I do it that way. So your point is well
If I
taken.
can piggyback on that too, sister, you can maybe have a point for what you're saying, how Chip runs the live, but I promise you, there are many, many, many Palestinians that run the lives worse than this guy's doing right now. Just to let you know.
Yeah, but here he's disrespectful for our sister Zubaida. We all love her. We know what she do for the cause.
What happened? I don't know. I didn't pay attention. What happened? I thought
She
she
got
came up
dropped.
and she
I
just.
didn't even know, by the way,
She
I didn't even
got
know who it
interrupt.
was.
She
I
got
didn't even know who it
interrupt
was.
from
Hold on,
Lloyd.
hold on. Listen, guys, if you're going to make this into a pissing contest about how the live is run, I'll just shut it down. I don't even want to deal with this bullshit. I didn't even know who the
That's
person
not.
was. I didn't even know
Hey
who the
guys,
person
let's
was.
drop.
So it wasn't me disrespecting a particular individual. I didn't know who was speaking. And she may be the most effective communicator in the world. Maybe she's better than Norman Finkelstein. But if she comes on my live and is acting in a way that's completely off the chain, and I ask nicely to stop interrupting, and they keep interrupting 5 or 6 more times, I'm not going to keep doing that. I don't care who it is. It could be God himself. I'm just not going to do it. That's my choice. If you don't like it, go to your own lives or follow somebody else.
We're
That's all I
not
got to
your
say about it.
children, Chip,
We're
and
not going to say anything more about that, okay? That
guys,
conversation is over. If you want to
Yeah, Abu
leave, you leave.
Abdullah.
If you don't, stick around. I'm happy to have you.
Can we hear
Okay,
from Abu
that's all.
Abdullah and then from me?
That's all we're saying about it. So let me see who is next here. If I can remember who is going to be next. Gosh.
A chance, really, I accept
Yeah,
actually
go ahead. Go
interrupting
ahead,
once or
please.
twice.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
please.
so I just want to, and I want to address what the gentleman said, well, not a gentleman, about jealousy and all that BS. Ever since um, in the late 1800s, there was a famous quote that we look at in retrospect today. That quote says, the lady is beautiful, but she's married to another man. The bride is beautiful, but she's married to another man. That was a warning of a delegation that was sent to Palestine from the Zionists of Europe to scout the land, to start the transfer. By the way, the people that funded this delegation were the extreme Christian Zionists. Yes, Christian Zionists of Europe of the late 1800s. They funded this delegation to go check out Palestine for the possible transfer of the Jewish people of Europe to Palestine. That delegation came back with a warning. The warning says the bride is beautiful, but she's married to another man. Obviously, that warning fell onto deaf ears. They continued to implement the Zionist project anyways. They began the transfer of quote unquote Europe's garbage. That's what they called it. The extreme elite Christians of Europe. They started transferring them over to Palestine. As a matter of fact, we have pictures and documented video of when these people were coming out of the ghettos and the slums of Europe and arriving at our shores. They smelled so bad, they were so dirty and disgusting that we had to spray them with pesticide before we allowed them into our beautiful Palestine. Fast forward to the 1940s. They got enough numbers to now decide to bite the hand that fed them, right, and start unaliving Palestinians, the only people in the world that decided to help them out. In the Nakba, they started unaliving us. They forcibly transferred some 800,000 Palestinians. They unalived over 200,000, and ever since then, on an average, they've been killing 2,000 Palestinians every year. On an average, since after the Nakba until October 6th, they were unaliving, on an average, 2,000 Palestinians every year. Okay, so now you come and tell me October 7th, October 6th, and Shmereris. No, sir. You guys came, unalived us, took our lands. We have every right to fight back and resist by any means necessary, which means the entity, the Zionist entity, and whomever they went around the world and brought are illegal on my country and are a valid target. I'm sorry. If you brought children into a war zone, you are the problem. You're bringing children to a war zone. You are the Shmererist, right? Now, they keep saying, our hostages, our hostages. There are no hostages. There are only prisoners in Gaza. The hostages are in the Israeli jails. The Palestinians that are in the Israeli jails. Okay, and just to then Daganos, whatever here, buddy, you, your wife, your mother, your father, your children are all fair targets for us, brother. You're all fair targets because you're on my country illegally. We came out 2 years ago from Gaza, or 2018, in the Great March of Return, and with white flags saying, please let us back into our country. Please lift the siege on us. Please give us food and medicine. Please let us breathe. What happened? Your disgusting, monstrous soldiers were sniping us off one by one, unaliving our children. They'd go home and be proud of killing a woman, a pregnant woman. They even went as far as to make memes and shirts that say 2 for 1 with a picture of a Palestinian pregnant woman on it. Then it goes, you guys are by far the most evil, most sinister, most disgusting people to walk the face of this earth in history. In history, you make the Nazis look like angels. Because if the Nazis did this to you, for you to turn around and do it to another people, you have to be much more evil than the Nazis themselves. So here's what I'm saying to you. A couple of months ago, one of our great heroic resistance warriors came out one of the leaders, and said, October 7th, we'll do it again. October 8th, October 1,000, October 1,000,000. So yes, we agree with that 100%. Until you guys up and leave our country, we will keep coming after you. We will keep coming. You will never, ever, ever live in peace. You will never, ever, ever have security as long as there's a state called Israel that exists. If you're a good Jewish person and you want to live in Palestine, you come and apply. You come and apply. You come and apply for immigration like regular people, good people of the earth do. You don't just come unalive the inhabitants and try to take it over. Because you know what? The inhabitants, their children, their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren, their great-great-great-grandchildren will never forget. They will always come back to take what is theirs, whether you like it or not. So my advice to you, Daganos, if you have kids, if you have children, man, it's time to gather them up, get a few suitcases, and get the fuck out of Dodge, man. It's time to go.
Let's keep the language friendly for the TikTok live. Since Daganos was referred to, hold on, he was referred to, so let me give him a chance to respond, and then we'll let, trying to think, Mr. Y, I think he's been waiting very patiently, and then we'll go to Sammy, and then, did Abu Adala, did you go yet? I don't think you didn't go yet, did you? So let me let Abu, and then Mr. Y, then Sammy, and then C-Tank, okay? Diagnose, please go ahead, please.
You see, this is what I'm talking about. When they get furious, the truth comes out. This is their target, to describe it.
The truth comes out, yes.
Yeah, you just described what you want to do to the Jews. And by the way, in Israel, there are 20% are Israelis, which are living in peace with us, and we live.
Yeah, Daganos, listen, buddy. You guys, you keep forcing us. You keep
Liberty, come on, let him finish, please. We gotta
They
be fair.
even don't want you inside Israel. They don't want you to rule them. Ask you can view videos of Yusuf Haddad. He's a Muslim Israeli Arab. He's proud to be Israeli. He served in the IDF. Is just one example of what the Arabs Israelis are, how they love that we collaborate together in this country.
Okay. All right, James. I need to weigh in on that real quick. Hold on. I need to say something about that because I've watched Yosef Haddad for a long time. Plus the other thing, the son of one of the H Group founders. These are two people who I think are absolutely disgusting human beings. They're not balanced. They're one-sided. They don't look at the facts. They spew propaganda, and I think they're both paid to do so, if I had to guess. Anyway, that was my 2 cents there. And someone in the comments said there's no such thing as Palestine. I want to make this very clear. Golda Meir, the only female prime minister in Israel's history, is on video on YouTube in an interview with a British interview saying that I lived in Palestine. I'm a Palestinian. I carried a Palestinian passport from 1921 to 1948. I'm a Palestinian. So she was Palestinian. So there is a such thing as Palestine. And I think as far as the comments of liberty, here's the thing. If you lived in a country and your family was somewhere and somebody else came in and kicked them off, you'd feel that way too, I would believe. Now, whether it's practical for that to happen, given the politics, I can't speak to that because I don't know for sure, but I can understand the sentiment. I think everyone would feel the same way if that happened. I'm sure the Native Americans feel that way here, and they deserve to feel that way. Okay, I think Abu was next. Please go ahead, Abu.
Thank you. Take too long. I just want to make a couple of pointers. My first pointer is the Zionists abusing their position that God gave the Jews a very, very long time ago. And they feel that that God had favoured them a long, long time ago, that they have the right to still feel that they're a chosen race, that they can come across and abuse people to the effect of committing a genocide in front of everybody's eyes, live on the TVs and live on the telephones. That's my first point. My second point is that if we even just go back over the last 1,300 years, the Muslims actually had the whole of Jerusalem for 800 years. The Christians had it for 304 years, and the Jews only had it for 206 years. I mean, I don't want to go into long debates because I've been listening to people having too much time on this on this situation. But the reality is that the Zios believe that they still have this favor by God, that they can take out and commit all types of atrocities against whom they please, how they please, when they want it, how they want it. And the rest of the world has got to sit back and basically suck their thumb while they actually get away with it. That's not going to happen because their position of being favored by God doesn't exist anymore. God took that away, and God said, and I'll quote this Dagonos, God said that he will send the believing people against the Zios, the Jews, and the second time. And that second time is happening now, where the Jews will be evicted from that land by the believers. So a religious argument, because I know that you guys don't want to listen to too much religious aspects in that. But if you want evidence, and whichever, this will be a long discussion. I can quote many evidence of what I'm saying. But getting back to Dagonos and his arrogant attitude, just like all the Zionist Jews, they've got a seriously arrogant attitude. And that arrogant attitude is their own downfall. The way they've gone about this situation, they have created so many enemies, not only by the Muslims that took them in, that opened their arms to them when nobody else would accept them. Fastly, not slowly, the whole world is now fastly turning against the Zionists because of what they're doing. These people have got their heads stuck up in cloud number 9, that they believe that they can do anything and everything that they want, and nobody's going to stand up against them. Now, the situation is that when they behave in this mannerism, they're bringing a problem not only to Palestine, they're bringing a problem to all around the world, because there's going to be people that's going to take it on a personal level if this situation doesn't stop. And even if Netanyahu, even if he thinks that he can make some kind of peace deal with Joe Biden and give the Palestinians their right, it's not up to them to give the Palestinians their right. It's up to God to give them their right, and that right will be given to them by God, not by the Zionists and not by the American establishment or the UK establishment. God will give the right, just like he promised the Jews in the first place that he favored them above others when he placed from among their brethren many prophets and messengers and made some of them kings, and they persecuted and also slayed prophets and messengers of God, and they disobeyed the commands of God, and this is why they was evicted from the land in the first place. And it will happen a second time, and this is their downfall, with their arrogance of what they're doing towards innocent women and children and men. Now, there's no words to describe in any mannerism that this situation can be justified by any Zionist Jew that comes on this panel or anywhere else on the face of this earth. It's not going to be accepted. They've gone too far. So my second and last point is, thanks for allowing me to say that, but my second and final point is, my sister Zubaydah did not interrupt you. You made a mistake by dropping her, because I've been on here for a long time. It was the other person that interrupted, and you decided to throw.
You are muted, motherfucker. You are.
Hold on. Yeah,
You're muted. You son of a bitch. Why you mute Abu Abdullah?
No, Ahmed. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm going to stand up for Chip here. Listen, guys. Hold on. Let me just finish the statement. I'm sorry I was on mute. I apologize if I took down the wrong person. My perception as the host trying to manage the mayhem at that moment was, and by the way, the interruptions did stop when I dropped that person.
Thank you so much. That's what I want to apologize and finish.
That's okay. Now listen, if I mute somebody, it's try to maintain order, not because I'm trying to be mean-spirited or try to cut off dialogue. If anybody here does more to allow dialogue, I get criticized for letting, as I did earlier, I get criticized for letting pro-Israel people talk too much on this platform. That's my choice, because I think it's good for spirited debate. It brings more users, everybody enjoys it, I enjoy it. But if you want to go to a panel that's an echo chamber, there's plenty of those out there. Go do that. And also, if you think that I'm doing stuff intentionally to be mean to people, you're out of your mind. It's just not how my brain doesn't even work that way. So if I did something wrong, I'm sorry to whoever that was. They seem to be a very important and influential person in the movement, and I'm not doing something to step on people's toes. So if they want to come back in, I will gracefully allow them in and give them time to talk. That's just how I am. So that's that. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Okay, if this person's crying to the wind and complaining, enough. It's not that big a deal. People in Gaza are getting bombed and they're being starved. Let's remember that shit. Okay? All right, enough said about that. Sammy, did you want to say anything?
Yes, assalamu alaikum to everybody on the panel. How's it going, Chip? You know, I've been following you for many months. You're a very fair host. Abu Zubaydah, she's a great speaker. I know her well. I've been following her. He's not disrespecting Abu Zubaydah. It's just that what it is he has rules. And he's not sitting here intentionally muting people because he's favoring one over the other. His rules on this live is he wants people, whether you're with or without that side of the group, he allows people to voice out their full thoughts and their opinion. And it's a very effective live that he runs because I'm Palestini and I got to sit here and hear these Zionists say disgusting stuff all the time. But I have to hold my mouth quiet and listen, because the tactic that Chip uses is that if these Zios, they speak, they hang themselves. And it's about the people who are on the live that's here, the people who are on the 495 people that's on this live is who Chip wants. He wants those people to listen. Okay. And Chip is just basically balancing it out. When we speak things, he lets us speak it out. And if a Zio interrupted, he blocks them too. I know Chip very well. And you guys are coming up here. You got a little disrespectful with him because you don't know him. Ahmed, this isn't towards you, Liberty, and all my other Palestini brothers, sisters, and supporters here. You guys, that was wrong to jump on the host that way. This is not how we are, okay?
But when he want to disrespect somebody like Zubaydah, brother, we will
No,
never.
brother, he did not disrespect. He
No,
did
no, he
not disrespect.
disrespect.
No, brother, he did not
Brother,
disrespect her.
okay, you know
Bahar, it's not
something.
Yazan Bahar. He did
It's
not
finished. It's
disrespect
finished,
her.
brother. It's
He
finished. It's
he
finished.
asked her. He told her kindly, and I respect Abu Zubaydah. I follow her, and she's a great, very educated, well-spoken woman, mashallah alaiha. But I'm just going to stand up for Chip on this. He did not disrespect her. He did ask her a couple times to just be patient, okay? And that's it, guys. I know Chip. Chip, believe me, he stands for the Palestinian cause, and he stands is against oppression around the world. That's all I wanted to say. You know what I mean? I
Thanks,
just
man.
want to set that record straight. So he lets people speak out their whole whatever thoughts on their mind fairly for both sides. If we're going to hear things that we just discussed we have to usper. We have to be patient. We have to let that message out, and then he'll give you the chance to respond. That's all, guys. Thanks, Chip. I'm gonna go down now. Salam alaikum to everybody.
Thank you. Yeah.
And he's also done it to me.
While it's quiet, may I speak? Yes.
I'm sorry, who's talking? I'm sorry, man. I see everybody mute. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Everybody mute. Who's talking? I can't figure it out. Who? We didn't even, well, yeah, I didn't see you. Okay. For everybody, guys, I see too many too many wrong things in here. I don't know what's happening. Take it easy, guys. Take it easy. Take it easy. Hey, dude, I didn't see anybody. It's Palestine. It's gonna be Palestine. It's gonna be Palestine forever. Fuck all the Zayos. I don't give a shit about it. And you, fuck you, host. I don't give a shit about you too. You idiots. I'm down. I don't give a shit.
Hold on.
I don't give a shit. I'm down.
Listen, guys, I'm going to end this live because it's going nowhere fast unless everybody shuts the fuck up when we start talking about the topic, okay? That's all I got to say about that. Next person that talks about me
Okay.
or the live, that's it. I'm done with this shit, okay? Fair enough?
Host,
Okay. I
host.
think Mr. Y was next. Let's let Mr. Y come in.
Okay.
Roof. I'm South African, born and bred, and Israel's been compared to apartheid state all over media. And there's always the debate of whether it's not, whether it is. And as a South African who emerged from the apartheid state of apartheid itself, the comparisons between the two go too far, or not go too far, but there's too many to count on why it actually happens. Such as one of the things that listening to the live over here that popped into my mind was the creation in South Africa of what they refer to as homelands. Now, what they basically said is people of color, specifically those regarded as black, would be forcibly moved into these homelands, and they were told that this is their country. But these countries would be governed, would be policed, would be funded by what was considered the largest South African government, which was the apartheid state of the time. Which the comparison to what's happening in the Gaza area and for what is considered Palestinian territories is, unfortunately, it's too close to the bone. What it also creates is that it takes away your citizenship, because anybody who came from these homelands would not be able to buy property, they would not have a say in the greater community of South Africa, and they basically would be second-class citizens. So that's point number one. Point number two, in reference to South Africa versus what happens in the Israel-Gaza area, is that you have this level of what I can only classify as indoctrination. And this I take from the way that people respond to facts presented to them. So they come with statements that are very fictitious in its nature. They don't speak to the facts. They don't speak to the logic of the situation. Also, something about apartheid that most people don't realize is that apartheid is a concept of divide and conquer. So you create us versus them. And unfortunately, in this case, it's along religious lines, which already evokes emotion. Furthermore, you use the education system, you use the media. And what you're effectively doing is creating a generation of people that are indoctrinated to believe in a specific kind of way. And watching the lives, unfortunately, it becomes apparent because no matter what facts you present to people, they cannot absorb the information you're trying to give them because they're taking it from an emotional space, not a logical one. And that's what a system of apartheid actually does to people. It keeps them constantly emotional, constantly either prideful, or in the apartheid case of South Africa, fearful of the greater population. The one thing that basically is my standpoint, whether you pro-Palestinian or pro-Israeli, there's a line in the sand that no society should be allowed to cross. And that line in the sand is the death of children. They have no place in a conflict. They have no place to basically shed their blood for what adults are fighting about. And the minute that line was crossed, that should have been a no-go no matter what God you pray to. Because kids should never deserve to die in that way. And that's my 2 cents on the matter.
Yeah, thank you. I agree wholeheartedly with that. That's a great point. I think who was next? Was it, I think, Ask the Doc is the last person that came in. How you doing, Ask the Doc?
What's going on?
Hey.
My question to you is this, Chip. is that you're up here trying to represent a fair panel. But in my opinion, I see that these Zionists are sitting there minutes on end, uninterrupted. But when an Arab or pro-Pali, or a Muslim for that matter, speak, it's boop, throw them out of the panel. My question to you is, how much do you really care about the Palestinian people?
I said no more conversation about the way I run the live. I meant it. And if you guys want me to end it, I'm not trying to be a spoiled brat here. It's just not the point of the exercise. I'm a guy on TikTok. If you don't like my style, swipe on. Okay, it's that simple. Now, if you come to my live, you watch, they're all on YouTube, they're all archived. Go listen. If you think I'm unfair after watching a couple of them, don't ever talk to me again. The reason I let people up is I like to have exchanges. I went to the pro-Israel march. Okay, I'm not a lover of Israel. I'm against every single thing they stand for and they do. But my job as somebody that is trying to understand people and understand concepts and try to be fair and balanced, that as a host is a good thing to be. I'm not here to cheerlead for one group or the other, jump up and down with pom-poms. I'm here to let ideas get out. And as others have said, when certain people present ideas that are objectionable, the best thing to do is to let them air them because they're easy to refute. Now, the reason I go on sometimes longer with people who are pose the issue is it's a good thing. It brings more people in. People enjoy spirited debate, not an echo chamber. So that's why I do it that way. It's not about favoritism, for God's sakes. And like I said, it lines up a lot of issues with which we can then speak. I always give people a chance to speak. I always do. So no more about this stuff, please. I'm asking you nicely, okay? I think C-Tang was next.
Hey,
Oh, sorry about that. Please go ahead.
so I was pissed at the gang. The gang is the person, because I think what he said was wrong, and there are kids being detained, and even not in Gaza. But I think it's so important for all of us to stay calm when we talk. This is America, and the U.S. government consider the H group as a T group. So no matter how violent, no matter how justified you feel anger is, there are a lot of lives that I'm going there now. I feel like people are becoming, and I understand the rage. I feel it too, and I'm not Palestinian, but people have to be careful about what they're saying. You're not helping the cause. There are still a lot of people who are not necessarily completely knowledgeable on everything, and there are older people and there are people of different personality. You still have to try to win them over somehow, and it can't become just a rage kind of let's I don't know. That's how I feel. I'm just telling you, yeah, I think there are different lives with different reasons, and I think your life is fine, and you should just keep it that way. I know sometimes designers get a lot of talking point, and it's really annoying, but you know what? That's what they do. That's their job, and our job is not to be provoked by them. So, free Palestine.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Okay, who was next? I think that I can't remember. I can't see your name because is it Bardawolf? You read the poem earlier, right?
That's right. I did lose train of thought as well, but yeah, it did get a bit messy, but I will stick up for you, host. You do give everyone the fair chance to speak, and I have stopped coming on lives purely because of all the echo chambering, everyone trying to talk to each other. It does my anxiety something chronic. So respect to you for the way.
One thing, just the other thing is nobody can hear anybody. So if four people are talking at once, nobody in the audience can hear. It doesn't do any. The Palestinian voice doesn't get heard, nor does the Israeli voice get heard. Maybe that's the point of that. But anyway, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, exactly, host. I can't handle it anymore. Before this one, earlier this afternoon, I went into a live, and before I knew it, I blew my temper, and that's not what I want to do. I don't want it to affect me as none of us. There's enough evilness going on to affect us morally, psychologically, so, we don't need us to do it as well, as I've lost my train of thought and I lost a few of the people I wanted to respond to, but there was a lot of good things said. I do have another poem, if I can read one out.
what you can do is, if you want to prepare some stuff and send it to me on email, I can maybe play it. But we don't want to make this a poetry forum. This is not a poetry reading session. This is a conversation about
I appreciate that,
Palestine.
but they are all about Palestine.
No, it's okay. That's not my forum, but I appreciate the fact that you're creating stuff and you want to do it. So, maybe there's some other lives where you can read that out for those. I'm sure they'd love to hear it.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Hi,
Thank you
Chip.
so much.
Hi, Chip.
Hi.
Thank you for bringing me up.
Hi.
I think one of your moderators keeps dropping me because I tried to come on your panel like last week as well, and you accepted me, and then I was dropped when I was waiting for my turn. So does your moderators have powers to drop guests?
Well, they do, but normally what I do, I normally message my moderators and say, please don't bring on guests or drop guests, and please don't mute people unless they say something absolutely over the top. Because again, I'm for free speech and I'm for everybody to have a chance. So a lot of times what'll happen is people are trying to connect. They think they're on the panel, but they haven't connected through, and then it drops. And so if that's the case, the best thing to do is leave the app, come back in and re-request. But if somebody did drop you on behalf of the moderator, it's my responsibility. I apologize for that.
Thank you. So I'll wait for my turn.
Okay, I think you're probably going to be next. So why don't you go ahead?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, your lives are very informative. So I tune in from England, and you're very, very fair, I have to say. And I think the way you handle your lives is superb because we have a diversity of opinions and perspectives, and that's the best way to communicate something that is so complex going on in the Middle East. And it's really important because it's educational as well. So by coming to your lives, I've actually learned lots of information as somebody who had very little knowledge on the conflict. Yeah, I'll wait. Thank you.
One sec. So people have accused me of this before. I think Fiona Ryan accused me of this. Somebody says here, yes, at Wild Farmers, that I'm a Zionist. Are you kidding me? Have you watched any of my videos? Have you watched my lives? That is beyond an insult. I'm so critical of Zionism, and I'm so incredibly critical of the behavior of Zionists and the whole movement. So that's one thing you can't call me. Okay, I don't want to kick people out of the live, but please refrain from that. That's worse than calling me an MF or something like that. I understand a lot of people believe that thing. I'm not trying to denigrate them, but that is not me. And I've known about this since 1989. I'm not just some Johnny-come-lately here. And I've advocated for the Palestinian side of this for 34 years. How many people do you know from the United States who have advocated for the Palestinian side of the issue for 34 years? And they accuse me of being a Zionist. Are you kidding me? So again, I could be all one-sided and just have people who want to pat me on the back and tell me how great I was. I've done that. That's no fun. It's fun to listen to diverse points of view. I'm a political science guy. I like hearing it. I learn some stuff sometimes by doing that. So if you don't like hearing other people, go in. There's plenty of echo chambers on TikTok you can go into. Go there. But I'm not a bad guy. I'm not mean-spirited. Give it a chance. Listen, and you'll find out. If I drop somebody who was super influential, who had their feelings hurt, I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that when people interrupt like Jerry Springer, eventually I just clear the queue. That's my way of dealing with it. It's either that or end the live. I didn't want to end the live. So that's where it is. Okay. Let me see. Danny, are you there, Danny? Can you hear us? Or?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Thanks again for bringing me up. I love your live as well. What I wanted to say is it's like a lot of corruption and a lot of deception that's being told to us. A lot of brainwashing, a lot of lies, and it's been going on for many, many years. So I don't like to consider myself like a conspiracy theorist, more of like using common sense. So when we talk about like October 7, everyone says, the atrocities that happened, but like I didn't see any videos. I haven't seen anything actually about it. It kind of reminds me of like 9/11, where the story was kind of impossible to believe. So I'm feeling the same vibe with the October 7th story. It's it's really hard to believe. So are we all like 100% in belief of exactly what happened on October 7th? Because there's no real true facts. It's just more everyone just talking. I haven't seen any real videos or anything. Like what is the real proof of October 7th?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, asking you and the panel
Okay.
because like
All right. I'll be happy to share my point of view. Again, I got to be careful in how I answer this though, because people have had their lives taken down for addressing this head on. So I will say, as I always do, some people have surmised, they've thrown around the concept that there were a lot of questions about what happened. Not only what happened, not only why things may have happened, like the reason why it was, if it was allowed to happen, if it happened by chance, and then what actually happened during the day. There's a lot of questions around this. So some have surmised for political reasons for Netanyahu and his group, and for reasons that he was under corruption charges, as well as the unrest that was happening at the time because of the changing of the Supreme Court powers. There were a lot of people angry in the streets. So to diffuse that, something popped off. Whether you want to say that was connected or not, I don't know. Now, I've watched video from two separate IDF soldiers, both of whom used to work on the Gaza border. They're since retired. And what they said was, these are their words. I got both videos stored on this phone right here. I can find them if I need to substantiate what I'm about to say. Their words said, there is no way possible, holiday, no holiday, doesn't matter, that this happened by accident. And that if a bird landed on the border fence with their sensors and security equipment, they would have known about it. They have eyeballs on it 24/7, 365. They have armed weapons with AI systems and sensors that are machine guns, basically, that fire at people if they get near the fence. And the fact that that was all disabled this day or somehow didn't function properly is, you put the puzzle pieces together. I can't come out and say it all together, but it was very unusual and highly unlikely.
I can explain. I'm Israeli, so I can explain to you.
I'm not done.
I'm happy to get your response. Let me address the other thing you said, Danny. As far as on that day, you mentioned the word atrocities. Okay, as a backdrop, Israel has a history of presenting things in a way that, let's just say, lack credibility, and that later turn out to be untrue. And so therefore, when broad sweeping statements were made, for example, that the use of assault was widespread that day and was used as a systematic way to mutilate and dancing and playing catch back and forth with women's upper two extremities, with no evidence to support it. Now, I can't deny it because I have not seen that it didn't happen. I didn't see all the events of that day, and I have no way to say it didn't happen. But I also can't corroborate it, nor can other journalists who have watched the compilation video that the Israeli government pointed to that verified all these atrocities that they say took place. So let me give you an example. I'll tell you what I have seen.
Sorry that I'm interrupting you, but you keep lying.
Hold on. Let me finish, and I'll be happy to let Danny hear this, and if he wants, he can let you respond. Hold on. I know you can't help yourself. I know it's hard, but this is the time when people get mad at me for letting people like you interrupt. I'm not going to do that because I try to be fair to everybody. Okay, so what I did see, just so you know, is I tried my hardest to get as much information as I could, not because I wanted to watch the gore, because I wanted to know the truth. So I saw videos from the body cam of H group fighters shooting. So I saw them shoot a dog. I saw them shoot some people. I saw them shoot some people in cars. I saw somebody walking down the street who got hit. I've seen a lot of civilians that were kind of picked off here and there. I also saw the results of what appeared to be, not the during, but the after of what appeared to be the large scale, firing of ammunition that ended up unaliving large groups of people at the rave, especially the concession stand and some people that were close to that. That's what it appears to be. But I don't know for sure who did it because I saw the aftermath, not the during math. As far as some of the other atrocities that were accused, there were some homes that were lit on fire, and presumably the citizens were inside the homes, either sheltering in their, whatever it's called, security box, whatever, safe room, and they did not survive that. And I have no reason to think that it wasn't done by the H group because of what eyewitnesses claimed. However, with that said, that I know happened. Those are the things I know that happened. What I don't know what happened was the extent of the Israeli response, and the more information that's coming to the fore says that because of the way the Israeli military responded, both in the kibbutzim as well as in the air against the people fleeing from the Nova Festival, indicates, as eyewitnesses have corroborated, as well as Israeli footage of the day from above, from drone footage, as well as cockpit footage that got released from one of the Apache helicopters, shows them firing in total on all of the fleeing foot personnel and vehicles. And having served in the military and having been by an area in the Iraq War, the first one, where vehicles were hit in the same manner as the ones that were hit during the Nova Festival, I can tell you from eyewitness, I stood 15 feet from seeing these vehicles destroyed as a soldier. They looked identical as they were hit by Hellfire missiles, which, if you don't know, Hellfire missiles are an incendiary round that when they land, they explode in a massive amount of heat and it burns everything with like a 30 feet radius, just instantly melts it. And if you look at the condition of some of the cadavers, that, by the way, the reason why the totals came down after the first day, they said 1,400. Guess why? Because 200 of those charred figures turned out to be H group militants that were sometimes driving in the vehicles with potential prisoners. And because of the Hannibal directive, the Israeli rules of engagement are shoot first and then figure it out later. We don't want hostages or soldiers going back if we can avoid it. That's what I saw. That's what the evidence indicates. If I have evidence to corroborate further, I will let the audience know. And who am I? I'm just a guy, but I'm just letting you know what I'll do. And if I don't, I can't say for sure, but I can't deny. That's the fairest way I can put it. Now, Danny, are you okay if I let Dagenos say something back? Because he seems to disagree with every word that I'm saying.
Well, I just wanted to say one last thing. Based on what you were saying, like for me, in my opinion, it doesn't really make sense. So if we use our common sense, it kind of seems like the story is not really fully told. Therefore, there may be some like misinformation here. So it kind of seems like a whole setup type of thing, and it reminds me of like we can't ask questions about it. You know, certain things we can't ask questions about, which shows that there is something behind it. There's some kind of a setup behind it, such as COVID. COVID was like, you're not allowed to ask questions about it. 9/11, you're not allowed to ask questions about it. October 7, you're not allowed to ask questions about it. Even the Holocaust, there's something that no one is allowed to investigate on it. So this shows that there's something behind it. There's a different entity with a different mindset. It seems like a setup. It seems like it's all done to create tension, and we're all basically pawns in a game that they're playing with us. Whether you're Israeli or Palestinian, we're both being played. And that's all I have to say.
Yeah, and real quick before we go to Dagenos, somebody in the comments asked, why can't you ask questions? You can ask them. Here's the thing. If you look at the political dynamic right now, first of all, when 9/11 in the U.S. happened, anybody who questioned that was deemed to be some kind of wacko and unpatriotic. In terms of what happened on 10/7, if you ask the question, I've asked this question in a very polite way in forums, and I've been barraged with anger and saying, they could never do that. How dare you say that? That's absolute lunacy. People will vilify you as a conspiracy theorist and an anti-Semite if you go there. So I talk about possibilities. I think it's within the realm of possibility that something were allowed to be happening both on 9/11 as well as in Israel, because look what was able to continue after that. I'm not saying it was good or bad. I'm just saying that the Israeli government, it makes sense that hardliners, if they had a bigger goal in mind, that they would do something as horrific as it was to allow the next step to occur where it otherwise wouldn't be politically feasible. Yes, Dagenos, what would you like to say?
So you're just blaming us for what happened? I don't understand. I can explain to you from what I know, because the reason that you can ask whatever you want, Danny, by the way, and get questions. But since we are into the war right now, we didn't investigate all the things by ourselves. I can tell you what I know and give you some background. The thing was happened on the holiday on Saturday, which is both, should be happy and calm days. And the focus was at that time, as I said before, by 4 hostile countries, which with 2 of them we have a peace, but we are on it, And there was alerts that Saturday on the West Bank, which the IDF focused there. So they managed to trick us on Gaza. We thought that we have a peace with them for a long time. We didn't. They didn't attack us, and we didn't reply, of course. So we thought that we have a kind of peace with them. Although we had some intelligence force alerts, but since we thought that we are in peace with them, there was a failure there. That's what I know. I don't think it's related to the case of Netanyahu, although I don't like him either. For other reasons, I don't think it's related to that anyway. There was some
So
further.
is it here's a fair question, just real quick. I want to hear your answer. Is it possible, not that is it likely, is it possible that the guard was let down purposely, like those Israeli soldiers said? I don't know why they have a reason to lie. They're former IDF soldiers, a woman in a totally different circumstance and a male in a different place. Both did videos saying the same thing, and they weren't collaborating about that. So is it possible that because there was a greater goal in mind, that the Olympic Day was allowed to occur? Is that possible?
Can I ask a question too, Chip? Is it possible for someone to dress up and pretend that there's someone else and do something and record it? Is that possible?
I would say anything's possible. It's a question of what's likely. Go ahead, Dak.
1,000. We caught about 1,000 of them. They are currently in jail and investigated. You can search on YouTube the investigation of them, where they claim that they got orders to rape and to kill babies, all the things that they've done. The thing is that you won't see photos of that because we are in I don't know other religions, but we respect our dead people. We won't publish photos of that by our own. What you can search on Telegram, unfortunately, and see all what these people shot by the GoPro cams. You can hear the shouting, the language. You can see the dress.
Yeah.
They're using a Kalashnikovs. What was that?
Again, anyone
Go ahead.
can make
Real
that
quick,
up.
let me just do this.
Just wanna
Let me
s-
respond. So, does anybody recognize the name Owen Benjamin? Because I want to make sure this is clear for the audience. So he's
Just
somebody who I've
don't
followed for a
understand.
long time. Hold on, real quick. There's someone named Owen Benjamin. You know, there was this compilation that was released by the Israeli government. They wanted to prove once and for all to all these doubting Thomases, HCOS deniers, they started calling people, of what actually happened on 10/7. So they did a showing. They showed Elon Musk. They showed a select group of journalists, among whom was Owen Jones, a guy I've been following forever on YouTube. I think he's honest. I think he's straightforward. I think he's a very honest guy. He came back and he said it was hard to watch. He saw a lot of troubling things, just like I did. I didn't see everything he saw. But what he said was he did not see and did not see testimony to any of the more egregious atrocities like the babies and the heads. And there was one incident when an H group member inside of a home, presumably in a kibbutz, had a hoe, like a gardening tool that had about an 8-inch metal end to it. And there was a Thai worker, not a native Jew, but a Thai worker or something like that. And he was nearly deceased. And the guy took a swing once towards his neck area, didn't do anything. That's all I saw. So that's of the evidence. There was a far more, the allegations were far greater than that. They said it was widespread. It was all over the place. The burning, the baby heads, all that stuff is not corroborated. Now, I know that Diagnos just said there's Telegram channels. I've been to all those Telegram channels. I've begged other people who've come on my panels and said, here's the evidence, go see it. So I went to the websites, I've been to the Telegram, I spent countless hours looking for this stuff. I did see some, which I've shared with you, but I've seen nothing to corroborate those other things that were said. So it's hard, and again, because of how Israel lies, it's hard to take their word for it, even though I would like to. I can't deny it, but I can't confirm it. That's the point I'm making. Yes, Danny.
That's the thing, you're stuck
Sir,
that
can I
Israel
jump
is
in at some
lying
point?
on everything. Let me just summarize it.
That's common sense, man.
What?
Okay, Queen wants to. Let's let
You
Queen
can.
say something. She's been waiting very patiently. Hi, Queen.
Yeah,
Just
so
I'll get
Chip,
back in a second.
you okay, so you mentioned first of all, I just want to say something that Dagonos said about how the Jewish people value the deceased in their religion, but he doesn't know about any other religions. Well, Dagonos, I'm in Britain and I've not traveled the world much, but I can tell you that every single culture, whether it's whatever religion it is or non-religion, values their deceased. So I just want to tell you that everybody values their loved ones when they pass on. Yeah.
With disrespect, I just wanted to
No, I'm not saying in a critical way. I'm just
explain.
giving you my.
No, I just wanted to explain why we don't publish the dead people of ours, and the other side does, and it doesn't symmetric. You understand? Doesn't look symmetric. If we published our deads, it would look different. But that's the reason that we're not.
But you have published the dead because I am part of a Jewish Telegram group, and I was just going to say, Chip, I've seen that footage of the Thai worker where the obviously somebody from Gaza is trying to decap them. They also actually, I've seen that footage. I don't know if it's in a group, and I've got them saved on my phone. I've seen some other horrific footage as well. To me, it looks like for somebody who's a layperson, it does look like the perpetrators of the acts are from presumably Gaza, just by the appearance and the speech, but I'm no expert, so I can't say for definite. But to me, as a lay member of the public, with some sort of balanced viewpoint, in terms of, I tried not to be biased too much. I do feel, and I've also spoken to actual members on TikTok who I spoke to on the Discord from TikTok who have confirmed to me that they are part of the H group, like they support it and they have family in there. And they did say on Discord to me, from what the conversations I had, that the atrocities that did occur on the 7th of October, they do say a lot of them were committed by the members of one of the groups, because apparently, from my understanding, what they've told me, there's a few groups. So they were saying that one of the groups was tasked just to go in there and remove the hostages. However, other groups had gone in and started to do the, other atrocities that were committed.
Okay. Okay, I understood. I think that who is it? Be Blessed was next. That's a chance to talk, and then we'll go to Adil.
Thanks. I'm very concerned about the levels of misinformation that's being shared across this platform, which is kind of what prompted me to jump up. First of all, I think, Danny, I know that you're confused, but I think that... Oh, can you hear me okay, by the way? Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that you're confused, but I think that confusion is something that you...
Hold on. Maybe uncertain is a fair term. Uncertain. He's not confused.
Yeah, uncertain is more accurate. I'm definitely confused.
All right, fine. Uncertain, confused, whatever it might be, that is something that you need to take up with the Israeli government. If there's questions that come out of this, it's the responsibility of the Israeli government to do what they were supposed to be doing in the first place, which is make sure that the correct investigations happen. That is not what has happened. What has happened is that they have allowed misinformation, they have allowed propaganda, they have allowed government-sponsored propaganda. That's why you're seeing all of these, WhatsApp groups and Telegram groups and so on spreading this information. So when I hear people like Queen saying, oh, I've heard people say, I'm sorry, but you have to accept that that is hearsay. Where we stand at the moment, the Palestinian people do not have the benefit of the doubt. The Palestinian people do not get the opportunity to go to the press and have their side being allowed to be heard. Not even their side. The truth is not being allowed to be heard. What we're seeing right now is that we're seeing government-sponsored propaganda in places like the New York Times, in places like the BBC, in places like CNN, and so on, that is allowed to fester. Furthermore, when I hear people like Dagnos being on here and saying a lot of Islamophobic and very racist things, it is very concerning to me. And I don't know why he was allowed to stay and other people were not. And I will explain what I mean by that. He came up here and he said, "Oh, it is not what's happening with the Israeli people is only the start. This is something that is going to happen to the rest of the world." That is Islamophobia 101. That is Arabphobia 101. What we do know for fact, is the way that Zionists have been operating
That's me.
around the
That's what
world.
your leader said. That's what in the Quran. You said that
You
you.
see what I mean?
Hold on,
Islamophobia.
Diagnose. Let's let her finish, and then we can let you respond
Okay.
if you want to.
So
Thank
what
you.
we do know for fact is that we've had Zionists ruin South America. We've had Zionists ruin parts of Africa. We have had Zionists ruin Palestine. And if you don't believe me, the history books are right there for anybody to be able to see. All you have to look at is the history of people like Sam Zamori and what he did to most of South America when he was trying to make sure that the state of Israel would be allowed for its partition plan to happen. So when we're up here trying to have a civilized conversation based on fact, and people like him are not being dropped when they're saying not only dangerous things, it is very concerning to me, Chip. That is why when you have people coming up and saying, hey, we're feeling like as if we're not having our side being allowed to speak in fairly, that is the concern. Furthermore, it's easy for you because you speak from a place of comfort where you can say, I can be fair, I can allow for these things to be said. That's not the same for black and brown people, because right now we know that
Mom,
there's
this is
been
Chippy's mom, and he's mentally unstable. I'm
I don't know
Chippy's
why this guy
mommy.
is on here. Can you mute and let me finish? Anyway, so we do know that a 6-year-old boy has been unalived because of people being allowed to say certain things, because what was being said in the press. We do know that 3, Arab boys had their lives put on the line because they were simply wearing a kafir. We do know that there's, another guy, I think he was Jordanian in Europe, who was being unalived. So when we say that we're trying to be fair, fairness has to also be in making sure that we do not allow misinformation to slide. It's not about taking side. We cannot allow misinformation. We definitely cannot allow dangerous rhetoric to be allowed to slide like that.
All right, let's let Diagnose respond. Please respond, Diagnose.
No, but this isn't just Diagnose, it's also for you.
Why do you decline
I'll respond.
from the what? Why do you decline all the evidence from the press, and you take the other side, which when they show on the press it's okay, and when Israel show the evidence on the press it's not okay?
Because the press lies.
No, let me clarify. That's
she just said we saw it on the press.
Hold on.
Okay, I have another question.
Let's answer that. Okay,
Hold on, can I answer the first?
Well, let me answer that first. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. So I agree with you. That's a fair point to make. Articles are not necessarily direct evidence. We have to be fair on both sides about that. However, there is a pattern of misinformation insofar as a couple things. We know that the New York Times had to openly acknowledge that they had hired a journalist, quote unquote, who used to work for the IDF, who penned an article, co-penned an article, claiming extensive evidence for the most atrocious claims of extensive use of SA on October 7th. Turned out to be completely false, no documents. They had to fire the girl and issue a retraction. Big embarrassment for the New York Times. This is how the Israeli Hasbara system works, unfortunately. Now, we never know for sure what's what in an article or whatever, so I agree with you. But there are some sources that tend to be more credible than others on a regular basis. We have to weigh and judge that.
So what you're saying basically is that we can convince you anyway. You always say that it's not a reliable source. It's we will show you a video. You say it's AI. You say I don't know if it's real or fake. We don't have the.
Do you ever use your common sense? Do you ever use your brain to think? That's the thing. You have to think after what you see. You can't just see it and then believe.
Danny, you ask if it's fake or not. The thing is that on the first hours of the October 7th, they actually brag about it in their Telegrams channels, in Gaza Now, and all other channels.
Who bragged about it?
The T groups.
Where? What do you mean?
They were fully occupied.
That's not evidence.
They had fully. They had GoPro cams, which they had pre-installed on the bodies. They film it all. They film it. They send it to.
You're not even saying.
Just let me finish. But
Dover,
after
you're not even saying anything.
after a few hours, they realized that it's damaged them. It's bad publicity for them. They removed all the data from all the movies from the Telegram channels, but it's still there on other channels. That's why you can find it on Israeli channels or other channels. But it wasn't. Yeah, I want to ask you another thing, but you can ask me. Okay.
Yeah, real quick.
One, why was it not allowed to go to the ICJ? Two, why is it people like Owen Jones, who, by the way, Chip, I don't believe he said that he saw somebody having their head taken off. He said that he saw.
I think that they send them
hold on, I haven't finished.
them.
You're interrupting me. I have not finished. You're
Yeah,
interrupting me.
D'Agostino,
So
let her
if
finish,
that
please.
is
Thank you.
true,
Yeah, let her finish.
if that is true, what you're saying is true. Why is it that the footage is only being allowed to quote unquote a select group of people, right? And I'm going to use Owen Jones's words right now, right? Who have been specially invited, who have only been allowed to view the footage once, who were not allowed to have a pen and paper, who were not allowed to take questions, who were not allowed to ask for the footage to review it again and make sure that they saw what they saw or examine the footage. None of those things have been allowed. We are now 5 months on and nothing has been allowed to be investigated by responsible journalists or by organizations like the UN. And before you mention people like Pramila Patten, she actually came out and said she did not do an investigation.
It's for the same reason that we didn't that I said before. We respect the families that didn't prove the.
What about the family of Gal
Abdush? Who?
Gal Abdush.
Cop out.
No, hold on, Danny. What about the family of Gal Abdush?
No, we wanted
what
to.
What about the family
to show
of Gal Abdush?
But in the Telegram groups,
hold on, guys. 1 second. I'm asking him a question.
I don't recognize the name that you're saying.
Okay, I'll explain to you who she is. Gal
But in the Telegram group, sorry, could be blessed, all the bodies of the poor Jewish people are in there. The women who are unalive, why have they posted them all in the Telegram groups? Thousands of images of them.
It's not a formal.
And they're not wearing clothes.
Formal.
Well, they're not wearing clothes either. So how is that disrespectful?
It's not a formal.
I'll answer that.
That's an underground Telegram. It's not published by the government.
Yeah, but it's government-sponsored. Diagnos. That's the why you have many people who are paid by your government as propaganda pieces on this platform, constantly telling people to go to hategroup.com.
No, it's just people like me.
You responded. Let me respond back. You responded. Let me respond back. Why are you interrupting me? Only because you don't like it? Or let me respond back.
No,
if your government if your government didn't believe that that information was helping them, they would have been trying to shut it down the same way they're trying to shut down TikTok. Instead, they let it ride. Why? Because that propaganda works for them. Because that propaganda relax 1 second, let me finish my point.
We are the only democracy in this region. What are you talking about?
The propaganda and making sure that it dehumanizes Palestinian people. Instead, Telegram is owned by whom? Who owns
Telegram? I don't
Telegram?
know really.
Who owns Telegram, Douglas?
I don't know.
Why can't Telegram be shut down?
I know another companies, but I don't know.
Why isn't Telegram being shut down, threatened to be shut down the same way TikTok has been threatened to shut down?
Who is on this? Tell me. I don't know. I really don't know.
You said that it's an unofficial
it's
channel.
Russian. It's Russian.
Channel. Oh, you're talking about the channel? The people that collect the things that was published by the groups.
Yeah, but do you know who most of those people are?
You're like me.
Your idea.
No.
Yes.
Let me ask you about me. Do you think I'm part of the government or something like that? Or the
Douglas, you need to learn to listen. Most of the people that are sharing a lot of this information, this horrific information of people being unalive that you find so offensive, right, is being shared by your IDF. So it is official channels.
No, I know that
state group army is sharing this information. It is your people. So don't come on here and start acting like, oh, we don't.
It's not. It doesn't matter.
Sorry,
you can see that they're shouting Allahu Akbar and Itbach Yahud. How can it be fake? You can see that
as you said,
they're
it's an unofficial
actually.
Channel.
No, but you can see them.
Anyway,
you're saying that we
fought
fought
this
against
guy's clearly
us.
spreading a lot of misinformation. If he's allowed to stay here, I'm out. Thanks.
No, wait, wait. I want to. I,
what they are saying and try to figure it
so
out.
do you want me to send you 1,400 graves of Israelis who died that day?
I mean,
That will be an
it doesn't prove anything,
proof.
Dogmas. I'm so sorry.
So how can I prove you that this is my point? When you see a photo from Gaza, which is apparently from Gaza, and then you realize that they send a picture from Syria, you believe it instantly. But when we send you actual proof that it takes time to prove it, you don't believe us. How can we deal with that?
That's not true at all.
It's true.
No, it's not.
I just gave an example of previous time that they published photos from other regions.
What I'm trying to say
claiming that the IDF did that.
What I'm trying to say is to always use common sense. Whether it doesn't matter which thing you see from which side.
I live in Israel. I can see that the families on TV crying about the dead people. They're actually showing evidence how they died. They're talking about the last phone calls recorded. They're saying here the terrorists are shooting us. Did you see the grenades that they throw into the?
That's not proof. That's called acting. It's a production.
Dagonas, what do you expect from people that join a white supremacist live like Chief Barnes? Chief, wait a minute. Are we all now?
Real quick. Shaquille, hold on. Mohammed, did you have a chance to talk yet, by any chance?
I didn't have the chance to talk.
Shaquille.
What do you expect from people
hold on.
that support
It was one incident
like
with
Chief
the
that
tank.
you say they are actors. They are all actors, yeah? All of them actors. You are all here joining to a live to a man who was outcast by the pro-Pali live community.
Come on, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
Not at once. So, Mohammed, go ahead, please.
Dangerous.
Okay, thank you,
Don't
Chip.
worry.
Thank you for all of you. I'm Palestinian, and my father was expelled in 1948 from Palestine. And now I live in Turkey. And it's my right to live in Palestine. And now the person who is talking from Palestine, which is now Israel, he's bragging or he's talking, all what he's saying is fake news. Exactly. I think that Netanyahu was infected by the Arab leaders. It's the lust for power. And he sacrifices his people just to stay in power. To me, all lives matter, whether Israelis or Palestinian or whatever from the world. But if it comes to
I want to explain to you why I'm here.
if it comes, your lives matter to me and our lives matter to me. But when you come and kill me and kill my children, all my family now in Gaza, part of them in Gaza and part of them in West Bank, and they are subjected to all what I say. You do whatever you want to do with them, and I just want to remind you by what Ami Alon, and he is the former Shin Bet director, and he said when the interviewer asked him, what would you do if you were in the foot of Palestinians? And he said, I would fight against Israel in order to achieve my liberty. This is what he said, and he is the director of the
Talking about
Shin
Ehud
Bet.
Barak, this is
Okay?
not what he said.
Okay.
This is
And
not
now
what he said.
let me complete, please. I was listening to
But
you
you're
about for
but
more
you're
than an hour.
misleading the
Okay,
audience.
just listen to me.
Okay.
Now, your lives matter to me, and now you are talking about what happened in 7th October. And what do you say about what happened in Kafr Qasim in 1956? What do you say about all the atrocities which happened in 1948? What do you say about the massacre which happened in Bahr al-Bakr, in Deir Yassin,
I
in
can
Kafr
say one
Qasim,
thing. You
in
started
Sabra and
all
Shatila,
this.
in Sabra
You
and
always
Shatila,
start the wars, and
6,000
then
people, 6,000 people were slaughtered by guns and by knives in 3 days. What do you say about them? Tell me. What do you say about them? In 3 days, 6,000 people in 1982. Now, what do you say about them? And now you come and tell me about 7 October, and you tell me, yes, it was a big event there. It was, I don't know what to say, but don't focus on that, what happened on October 7th. Tell me what happened about before that, from 1948 and before that until
Let's
now.
let him respond.
Every day,
Let's let him
every day
respond to
the
that.
I will tell you
Palestinians
what
and the
happened
Palestinians,
before that.
every day,
I
and
will
you
tell
don't
you
know,
what.
you don't say any word. If you want to live in peace, if you want to be secured, I give you advice. Give the Palestinians their right. And I tell you
We gave
something.
them. They don't
Where
want
we don't
peace.
look. We don't hate you as human beings. No, we don't hate you. You are educated. You are genuine state. Yes, but we are educated. 99% of the Palestinian people are educated. We have doctors, we have lawyers, we have teachers, we have engineers. Why do we envy you? Why are we jealous of you? This is not fair to treat us like animals, like Gantz
I
said
didn't
in
say
the
that.
beginning
That
of this war. They are animals, kill
I,
them
s-
all.
I
And
say
Netanyahu
that
come
because
and say, don't forget the Amalek. What is this? What are you saying? Are you calling the history to kill each other again? It's very simple. Admit the truth. Admit that we are human beings. Yani it's shame in this century, 21st century. At the time, humanity reached the Mars, and still we don't know if the Palestinians are human or not. We are still discussing this fact. We are humans. We are people. We have the right to live in our land, as you have the right to live. But I also have the right to live, and you know this. You will
we
not live
didn't
in
say
peace
that,
until we
and we
live in
let you
peace.
live.
Okay?
Let
You
me
will
speak.
not live in peace until we live in peace. That's it. No more, no less.
The
If you
reason.
don't like it, okay, you can go to Europe, you can go to Ukraine, you can go to Russia, you can go to Germany, you can go to
Okay.
the
So,
places
so let me explain to you and to
which you
be.
came from in 1948. We were the people who received you, and we were generous to you, and we let you enter enter Palestine, and at the end
Chip, can
you
I answer
toppled
him? He
and
said
took the
so
land
much,
from
so
us.
much things that I want to answer him.
Muhammad. Yeah, let's give a chance to answer some of those questions. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
I will. We didn't say that you don't have the right to be here. We gave you the land on the Gaza and everything you want. You just want and more and more. And as for you said that I should go back to where to Ukraine, to Europe. So let me explain to you what I'm doing here in Israel. My parents, both of the families were born in Iraq. You know what happened in Iraq on 1941? You always, all of you here in the panel said before that you respect us and you do the Muslims. I mean, you let us live freely. So in 1941, you can Google it, search for the Farhud in Iraq. See what they done to the Jewish people there for a few weeks. Your leaders got in touch with Schmittler, and can you hear me? So what happened there are hundreds of thousands of Jewish people lived in the Arab countries, and that's why we are That's why we moved to Israel, to a safe place. This is the reason
So why do you come?
I'm here.
Why do you come to Palestine? It's
Do you
not.
want me
It's not
to?
our
Do
fault
you
to
want me
come.
to get back to
It's not
Iraq?
our fault. It's not our fault.
No,
It's not
but
our fault.
there were other Jews there before you came.
No, not before you
18.
came. I think you have to go and
There
study the
there
history.
was always Jews. The thing is
There
that
was
you're
no Jewish
saying
in Palestine
there
before Jewish.
there were Jews, native Jews in the land always.
No,
3,000
there is
years
no
ago.
native Jews in the
Most of
land.
them
There
were
was
moved
Arabs
because
who believe in the Jewish religion. There is
what?
big difference from what you said.
Okay,
Of
hold
course,
on.
there
Let's
is
do
a
this because sorry,
difference.
I had to go
We
out
You
of
can
the line.
find the
differentiate between the
coins
Jews
there,
and the state of
archaeological
Israel.
evidence there.
Okay, I had to leave the line for a second. I
We
apologize.
call them the Sumara. They are Arabs.
Hold on, guys, hold on a second. So he mentioned something about Iraq. I want to cover that first. This is my understanding. There were terror groups that went into Iraq and terrorized Jewish people in Iraq to bring them back so they would flee to Israel. Now, are you talking about something different than that? Because that's what I've heard. Is that wrong?
No, there was actually the neighbors. They all got triggered by some religious I don't know command that they should kill the Jews. And there was
That's
atrocities there.
untruthful, and
The,
never
look
have.
for the Farhud. You can read about
Jen,
it.
I'll let you back in. Give me a second.
And then they realized, at least in Iraq and in other places, that this is not a good place to live. And when Israel established, they got together and managed to go to. They managed to move to Israel. And you are talking about the thing that they didn't like that we are moving from there also. So they wanted, they didn't want to let us go, and they also tried to kill us. So that's
Okay,
the story.
let's let Amjad speak his piece. He seems like pretty eager to get involved. Go
What
ahead,
world
Amjad.
are you living in, Dave?
No,
No, I really want to know.
Go ahead, Amjad. Go ahead.
What he's speaking about in Iraq happened the opposite. Always the Jewish being protected by the Muslims in Iraq. They are treated equal. Even some of them reach high positions in the government in Iraq. Even during the time of Saddam Hussein, they was treated good. Before Saddam Hussein, Abdul Karim Qasim was treating them good. Iraqi people never was having any issue with the Jewish in Iraq. That is a lie, untruthful. All the record and the
41.
historical,
Hold on, Diagnos. Hold on.
all the historical record show that always the Jewish in the land of Muslims treated good. If we go back in history, in the times when the Muslims was ruling Spain, the Jewish run from Europe, from the bad treatment of Europe to the Muslim land in Spain, and they for hundreds of years they live there. They have their stores, they have their houses. They never treated bad. That is
So
the truth. But
they
you
actually
are
left
trying
all
to
the
change
houses.
facts,
You are
historical
lying. Why are
facts.
you lying?
No, you the one lying, not me.
Can I answer him? Look for the Farhud. You can see
Hold
that
on.
there was also.
So wait a sec. So I want to make sure I make a point of it. This is important for everybody to think about. There's what I call biophysical reality, right? So let's just say, for example, a number of Jewish people moved from Iraq to Israel. That's what happened. Now the narrative that the side that Dagnos just said is
Hundreds of
that they were
thousands.
not. Hold on, let me finish. Whatever the number was, they left. They went to Israel. So Dagnos is saying that they were not happy living there, that they weren't treated well, so they left to go to Israel where life would be better. That's what he's saying. What others are arguing is that there were purposeful events done as instigators by Zionists to make their lives disruptive. It wasn't the Arabs that were doing it. It was the actual, the Jews that were trying to get them to leave. So they created a terroristic situation to get them to leave. That's my understanding of the history. Now, again, I could be
Exactly.
wrong, But that's what I believe actually happened. And I think if you reach this diagnosis, this is the other thing. And I hope you be open about this because you seem like a reasonable human being. But every time somebody says something, instead of you saying, you know what, I should check that out, you automatically say it's a lie. How do you know for sure? Why not just do a
No,
little?
how I
Why
check
not?
this? No,
Hold on,
this is pure.
here's a fair question. Just forget about this issue. Anything in life. You seem like somebody that no matter what anybody says, you automatically dismiss it out of hand. It's
You know
possible
how
that
I know it?
it's
You know how
possible.
I know
Well,
it?
let me just finish the comment. So in this entire live, I made some points where I acknowledge that there may be some evidence that I don't know about, but you have not done that. Everything you've said is that everyone else is wrong. You're right. So
About I get the testimony from my mother. She's
I give you credit for being here as an individual, but all I'm saying is, and I'll hear you out as far as what your evidence in this case is. It may be a family member, but again, your family member may not know what happened either. They may know that there was, for example, let's say an explosion goes off at a synagogue. How does your mother know that it was done by Arabs, even though she tells you as her family it could have been done by Irgun or Mossad or whomever else was trying to
You
do
know
it? I
what?
don't know.
I realize that your mindset is full set for the pro-Palestinians.
No.
I just can't argue with you. I just can't get you understand what
Hold on.
what.
Is it, let me ask you this, just to be fair, is it possible that what your mother shared with you about her leaving Iraq could have been based upon acts that were done by other people other than the Arabs, if it was made to look as if the Arabs did it to get Jews to go back to Israel, when in fact it may not have been the Arabs, it could have been instigators, or it could have been the Arabs? Are either possible, yes or no? That's all I want to know.
No, but it
Okay.
doesn't.
That's all we had to ask, Darius. I'm going to let you go now. Listen, you've been great to be here, and I really appreciate it. But the fact that you're not open to both sides of a potential story tells me that you're just not open-minded. I wish you were. I remain open-minded because I don't know for sure, but everything that I've heard about the history of the region says that agents provocateur from Israel went into Iraq. They purposely sabotaged and terrorized the local Jewish population to get them to want to flee back to Israel because they needed to build population to create the state. That's what I've read about. That's what every historian that I've read about says. But your mother is saying it's something else. But it's possible that your mother experienced the same events, assumed that it was the Arabs, which is what the people who did it wanted them to believe, but it was really that happening. I can't say for sure, but the fact that you're not open to it makes me wonder about your willingness to be open-minded about anything. I'm not some drone. I told you either could be possible, but you're saying it couldn't be possible. I think that's unfair, man. You're one side. You're Ben Shapiroing this thing, which is not fair, in my opinion.
Correct.
Okay, who hasn't talked yet? Adil has not talked yet. Let me get Adil a chance, and then we'll go back to Amjad, okay? Adil, how you doing? Are you there? Let me see if I can get you.
Hey, can I quickly say something?
I think, let's see if Adil comes on. If Adil doesn't come on, then yeah, sure thing. Yeah, why don't you go ahead, Danny?
Oh, thanks. I just wanted to say, like, to Dogmas, that he seems like actually, a nice person and a friendly person and sort of like reasonable as well.
Yeah.
He may not have received correct information. The things that he's reading, it's kind of one-sided, so he hasn't seen maybe the other side. And it's hard for him to be open-minded in that sense. But I also wanted to let him know that, like, me personally, like, I care about him just as much as anyone else. And
yeah,
I would hate for anything like what's happening to the Palestinians to happen to him same way. So we care about people and humanity, and that's why I keep saying, like, we have to use our common sense and kind of read between the lines in a lot of cases these days. And I appreciate you trying to help us do that, Chip. Yeah.
Well, it's all about possibilities, and when somebody says there's no way possible that something couldn't have happened the other way, I think that's just not fair. That's not. If he had looked into it and was certain, but people who speak from a position of certainty when there is none, I find that objectionable. I don't know for sure, but it's definitely possible that it happened that way. It's possible that I'm wrong about that too, or that the historians I've read are wrong about that. So that just rubs me the wrong way when people act so certain. Okay, we have one more guest in the queue. I am Palestinian. You're not coming up. Let's go back to Mohammed for a second. Mohammed.
Yes, I just wonder about the amount of misinformation that Dagnos was talking about. I just want one Israeli to talk the truth, like Amy Ayalon or Gideon Levy. We just want people to tell the truth. Don't be pro-Palestinian. Just tell the truth. This is what we want, and that's it.
Think, and they are forced to think a certain way because they're not receiving any other information except from TikTok now. So
And now
this is the problem.
TikTok is going to be banned in the USA.
Yes.
What are we going to do after that?
Oh, there's gonna find another way, you know.
Yeah.
Well, that's why it's so important that we connect in other places so that we're not subject to one particular place. That's why most creators like myself have like a link tree with other sites like Instagram or YouTube or Telegram, so that we can connect there. The problem I've had, just to let you know, is that every time I announce that to people, nobody does it. And then if TikTok gets banned, everybody's like, "Well, why can't we connect?" That's why we
Just
can't
because
connect.
they
You have
don't
to.
want you to tell the truth. This is our problem. I think the whole problems in the world begins from the Palestinian question. TikTok is banned in America just because of Palestine.
Well, there's probably.
Hey Chip,
Go ahead. Hey.
if I may, I'm walking outside like you, so if you hear other background, just let me know. The main person who actually, I don't know how it works, submit the bill or who actually was behind is actually one of the guys who truly support APAC. So this has been promoted exclusively by the Zionists because what is that guy from? What's the name of that guy from Texas? Chip, the
I
guy
mean,
who
Larry Ellison, the guy from Oracle.
no from Texas. He represents Texas.
Tom Cotton, maybe.
No, the guy who ran away when the weather was bad. He went to Cancun and everybody was.
Oh, Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz, yeah. So Ted Cruz was saying like, hey, you guys promote educational videos in China and TikTok for kids, but in America, you guys are promoting anti-Israel propaganda and stuff like that. So the only reason they're trying to ban, and the majority of it, from my point of view, I think it's because of the Middle East Palestinian issues. So, and I also want to point out something else, Chip. I think you're on a call. Let's forget about that. We are pro-Palestinian for no reason other than we don't like Israel, right? Okay, fine. Let's look at the evidence, Chip. Let's look at the chain of events. It was the Ashkenazis, the Zionists, that came from Europe to Palestine and not the other way around, right? It was the Zionists that drove over 1 million of Palestinians away from their home. It was not the other way around. It is the Zionists that controls the media in America, that promote their own people within our government, infiltrate, and they also promote the foreign policy of America towards the Arabs and other people in the Middle East, right? So look at the facts. We don't have to, and who does Palestinian have? Who they have? They have no one. All the NATO gangs, they're on the Israeli side, right? And everyone else too. And the other Arab countries are being held sort of hostage because, otherwise America will not buy their oil or whatever, right? So I mean, look at it, and still Palestinians are bad. Why? Look at how many people has been unalived since 48. It's over 100,000. And then look at the death toll of Israelis. What? 10,000? So it's 10 times more. Yet it's Palestinians are the problem. How is that possible? Over 2 million inside Gaza does not have voting right, Chip. You know that, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, the only way that can get the voting right if they accept to be Israelis. But once you become Israeli, then you're not allowed to go against Israel. So it's a trap. So of course they don't want to accept the Israeli government, and they don't want to become. And then they say, hey, we give them government, we give them freedom, and they're the problems. And the same thing, West Bank. Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, so I think there was somebody that was trying to get in. If you're trying to get in, there was something Smith. If you can't get in, which is what happens, I'm not keeping you out. You have to leave TikTok, re-enter TikTok, and then request again. You should be able to get up. So I'm not trying to keep anybody from being here. So Amjad, let's give Amjad a chance to say what's on Amjad's mind.
You know, the guy earlier was telling some propaganda and untruthful issues. I think if anyone listen to that, you know, it's not have any kind of evidence to back what he's saying. His mother is not a source of evidence. His mother is Zionist. The other fact is that he leave Iraq, his own country, and come to Palestine to take somebody home and to take over that home and live there, and he is justifying everything the Zionist regime are doing, taking people homes, killing children, thousands of children, killing women, and he have the guts to come here and speak to us. You know, it's very sad. You know, when we listen to those type of people who is live among us, the Arab people, we treat them equal to us, and we always respect their religion, their places of worship. That's what was happening in Iraq. They respect them, they respect their places of worship, and always the Iraqi government through history, if we read the history of every government from al-Bakr and Abdul Karim Qasim and then Saddam Hussein and all of them treat the Jewish people very good. The Iraqi Jewish very good.
Let me add something on top of this. So
Hey everyone.
whenever Netanyahu is here in Washington D.C., Chip, he has only a few things to say, and he repeats himself all the time. One of them is Iran is bad, proxy war, and then if we get rid of Saddam previously, that was all what he was saying, Chip. You remember that, right? Now, the country that America doesn't like, probably because of the propaganda by Zionists, Iran. Okay, I'm not here to talk good about Iran, but there's one thing that we have to understand. Currently, there are over 10,000 Jews living inside Iran, and they're not forced to leave or forced to live there. They're there because they want to, and they're well established. They have business, they have money, they live freely, and the government makes sure that nobody can harass them. So now explain to me that how come a country that you always come and tell us that's such a bad, yet they host 10,000 of your own people and they live there freely and peacefully. How is that possible?
And they get government assistance, like the synagogue
They
gets,
get
yeah,
protection, they get
yeah.
everything. It's because they want to make an example to say that, listen, whatever propaganda you're putting out there, right, it's not correct because you guys came and got rid of Saddam, right? And after that, it was shit show. Shit show. So who started this shit show? American foreign policy. Now you're blaming the local people for the disaster. I'm pretty sure millions of other people died at the same time, but we don't care about those guys. All we care, like, why these people were driven away. Well, who caused the issues? You guys wanted to get rid of Saddam.
There is something I wanted to mention that is we should focus on too. It's, you know, all these intelligence reports from the Egyptian and the Iraqis, about when the Zionists went to scare their own people so they can leave this Arab country and go to Israel. There's a lot of documentary, a lot of documents about that.
Yeah, it's well documented.
Yeah, and I think nobody's mentioning these these kind of events. Well, they tell them, but they don't show paperwork. And today's date is all you need is a receipt. All we need is a receipt. So, and especially if you're pro-Palestinians, we have to be very careful to show receipts. And something else, I have been lately seeing all these people getting mad and screaming and yelling. When I'm on a panel, on a show, on a and people start screaming and yelling and over talking each other, it's like this makes us look bad. I just don't want to be in that panel. Cussing each other, we are raised in good manners, we respect people, and then we go down these level to these Zionists to go down to their level. I think this is a very, very negative point on our end. We've gone so far to have people listen to us, and now when they come to our lives, they hear shouting and yelling and talking of each other, and this is something that has to be stopped. Yesterday I was scrolling through the lives. There was one live that they're Arab Zionists, and one of them was bragging about how he goes into an pro-Palestinian live and put a chaos in it, and they were all laughing. They all like I did not get a chance to record it. I would have recorded it and passed it on to everybody. But again, we all have to be very calm and collected. And and the first words, the first command of God to the prophet, it was read. So if we don't read, let's not talk. If we don't know stuff, let's not talk about it. You have some kids right now, they come up, kids, just because they heard something somewhere, they want to come out and argue and start shouting. I don't think these people we should allow them on the panel, or we shouldn't allow them to talk at all, because they're not qualified to talk. There is a lot of qualified people that can come up here and tell a story the way it is and provide receipts. And if it's not receipts, it's fact that it's known to everybody.
Something else I want to mention it too, and Chip, I've mentioned this multiple times, but we have over 200 people, so I want to mention it again. So now, if you go to macrotrends.com, Chip, and do your own research, and I've done my own research, you can see that the birth rate among Israelis are declining. So they have less babies. Okay. Hey, can you mute yourself, Chip? Can you mute him?
It's Federico that has the noise in the background.
Yeah. So, but you can see the population is growing. That's not logical, Chip. So if you have enough birth rate, then of course, but that's not the case. It's they're not even related. So it looks like that they have issues and people don't want to have babies. So what they do, they depend on bringing people from outside, and that's the reason why they do that. They want to bring people, just, say I'm Zionist, that's it. That's all what you need. You don't have to believe in their religion. You don't have to believe in God or anything else. All what you have to say, you believe you're Jew, you believe in Zionism, that's it. And that's how a lot of...
Since the start of the war, the number of people who leave Israel and they're not coming back, over 500,000 people.
Correct.
Already they leave.
Sure.
And they're
Because...
not coming back. So they are facing two things here. The people who leave, they don't want to come back. Israel are facing that today. And also they are facing the growing numbers of Palestinians in 1948, in West Bank and in Gaza Strip. Everywhere the Palestinians are more babies born. That is why they are killing the Palestinian children. That's one of the reasons they are attacking and killing the children of Palestine, because they are seeing that the most danger thing to their state, the Zionist state, that the population, the growing number of population of Palestinians who in 1948 in West Bank and also in Gaza Strip. That is why they are afraid in that in 2050 that the population of the Palestinians everywhere in the historical Palestine will be 2 times more than
Correct.
the Israelis.
There are two things, Brother Amjad. One, Palestinians, they know that that is how they can survive. If they have 4 kids, they know that 2 of them will, something will happen, because of the circumstances. Nobody knows, but because of circumstances. So they know. So they have to reproduce more. The other thing is, Israelis are jealous. Chip, I've heard these people making condescending remarks, comments about, sort of allying them or similar, making as if these are animals and they try to have so many kids and stuff like that. And that's because they know that eventually they're. And that's because they know that eventually they're. And that's because they know that eventually they're.
Yes, I'm Cliffy's mommy, and he's mentally unstable. This is Cliffy's mommy.
Anyways, you're mute, Chip. So
What is
yes,
the
so
problem
they.
with these crazy whack jobs that come in and start talking like that? It's ridiculous, man.
I know, man. I
Real quick though, I want to say one thing before you continue on. So, these fucking assholes, man. Anyway, so I want to just say that I agree that it's unfortunate when people get on these lives and start going crazy. So earlier today, I want to make sure this person hears from the network. There's somebody on here who's well respected. I don't know. She sounds like she has a British accent, Abu something or other. I don't know her full name. But she, first of all, I couldn't tell. There was like 4 people speaking at once after I'd asked people like 10 times not to interrupt each other. So I just started dropping some people to kind of clear out the dead wood. And she got really pissed. She must have told like 100 people because everybody started pouring in here and complaining. So the point is, I'm never trying to be mean to anybody, whether it's somebody's pro-Zionist, pro-Pally. Doesn't matter to me. If you're talking out of turn and screaming over each other, that's just, you know how I do my lives. I don't do that kind of stuff. So if anybody's upset, though, she's more than welcome to come back in. I have no animus towards anybody. That's what happened. So if you know that person, I don't know her personally. I probably follow her. And she sounded very articulate and smart, and people tend to say she was a great advocate. So I just want to make sure that gets out to her if she's out there. And we don't need to have each other. We don't need infighting over people who agree on the same points. You know what I mean? That's my main point on that one. Okay.
I was just concluding that, they look at it and they make, these Israelis, they make very condescending type of remarks about Palestinians because they decide to have more kids than you guys because you guys don't know how to regenerate whatever, have kids. So they have issues, Chip, they have big issues, and they are dependent on bringing people from outside. And from my understanding, a lot of those people that were promised land of milk and honey. When they went there, now they saw, oops, this is not what we were expecting. So they're leaving. They're going back, whatever they came from, they're going back. They don't want to be there. You're mute.
Yeah, I've been going for 6 hours and 20 minutes, so I gotta close out. It's been a long day for this. So I just want to say thank you for everybody for being here. I appreciate every one of you, and I know everyone doesn't always get along, which is, I don't know, people are people sometimes. But anybody who's been watching me for a while,
Thank you for
you all know how I run things.
I watched it today. I seen the whole. I've been on your live all day. I tried to. I'm at work, so my time is limited, and I've watched it like the same people. No disrespect to anybody, but when you go to their lives and you overtalk to them, they do the same thing you did. Or if you
whatever it may be. I'm
suggest,
not
if you
looking. I
just
don't want to pick up.
suggest,
The point is,
yeah,
I'm for bridges, not for divides. So I think if
absolutely.
her name is Zubaida, whatever her name is. And she wants to come on here and share her point of view. I welcome everybody, but
She's sweet. She's very nice. I've heard
yeah,
her.
she must be. I mean,
Yeah,
she must be
yeah.
amazing. But it wasn't
And
done personally towards her. I had no idea who was talking. I just started closing stuff out until the room got quiet. That was all.
yeah, I think something was flaming her,
Well, and the other thing is, I think what was angering people was I was giving a chance somebody who was pro-Israel to talk a good bit, which I like to do because it makes for an interesting conversation and it gives us information against which to rebut points. But I think she was angry that I was giving that person a lot of time and that when she finally did get a chance to speak, she got kicked off. That was not my intent.
I mean, we're
So
supposed to let them speak. We're supposed to hear them out, and if who's got the better argument is got the better argument. You cannot make black white and white black. You know, you can lie, and when you lie, you're exposed because people now know what's a lie, what's true.
yeah, exactly. So for those of you who know that person, if you can reach out and let them know that, I mean, I have no grudge towards anybody. There's only one person on this platform that I won't connect with, and I'm not going to mention that person because I can't stand them. But that's it. Only one human being, and that's pretty liberal, right? Okay, everybody. I'll be on again on Wednesday night, if not sooner, at 7 p.m. Eastern time to 9 p.m. Eastern time. Please follow me if you're not, so you can keep up and you get the notification. If you want this recording, all 6.5 hours of it are going to be up on YouTube and Rumble in the next couple hours. You can check those connections through my link tree in my bio. So I want to wish everybody a great night. Thanks for everybody
All right,
who
man.
contributed.
I appreciate you, Chip.
Wonderful. See everybody later. Take care, everybody.
Good talking
Bye-bye.
to you, Chip.